Hello everyone, welcome to What If Quirkless Deku Became the Red Dragon Emperor Part 4. Before we start, please go support Oscar Xperia 5991 for writing that awesome fanfic. This is the translated version I made. There will be some mistake in character's gender, but of course Deku is a male. Chapter 32: A New Beginning. Yaoyoro's Family Hospital. Nizu, how? Still in shock, how is it possible that Todoroki has recovered his quirk? Office. Looking at Shuko, Drake mentioned it, but what does he mean when he says they stole your power? Ed shot. Before Midoriya used that transformation, Todoroki was kidnapped by a villain whose quirk allows him to steal the quirk of others. Office. Confused, what are those things you call quirks? Drake, you were in the dimensional gap for a long time, during these last centuries. When magic returned to this world, the genes of the supernatural beings that are in people reacted to their return, manifesting various powers giving rise to what they call quirks. Office. I see, but if modern humans have supernatural genes, why can Izuku Midoriya use the boosted gear? Confusing most. Shuko, because he is quirkless. Uraraka, wait, I'm really confused. What does Midoriya being quirkless have to do with using that glove? Drake, because sacred gear only appeared in humans, but in this world where the vast majority have some supernatural gene, these are deactivated and the only way for them to work again is for their wearer. Office, you're quirkless, right? Drake, exactly. Shuko, Goddess Office I. Office, I already told you that it is not necessary to be so formal, especially you Shuko, and you too Momo, smiling. Shuko, okay Office. And I just wanted to thank you for giving me back my quirk. Office. I didn't quite do it, confusing everyone. My blessing only unlocked the full potential of your genes, unfortunately not all of them. Shuko, what do you mean? Office, what was your quirk? Shuko, I can throw fire from my left side creating a flame, and from my right side I can throw ice trying to create ice. But only fire comes out, huh? Office. I already have an idea of what that guy who can steal quirks does. Ida, according to the information released by the government, once All For One takes a quirk, its original owner loses it forever. Office. That's not entirely true. From what I could sense in Shuko is that what she really does is absorb the little magic that people have and their, let's call it, magic circuits. So you understand, they burn in the process, making them impossible to restore, even for me. Tokoemi, but if that's the case. Shuko, how can I generate fire? Office. Because of your phoenix genes, the clan members had far superior regeneration than most, and they were the ones who were able to repair and unlock their full potential. Shuko, looking at her right hand, does that mean my ice? Office. I'm sorry, but with that, there's nothing I can do. Approaching Shuko, noticing that she had become sad, and begins to pat her on the head. I'm sorry. I would have liked to be able to return your ice too. Mineta, realizing something, hey. Getting everyone's attention, that means that all those people who had their quirks stolen by that villain could use one of those things, pointing to the boosted gear. I mean, didn't they say that you need to be quirkless to be able to use them? Nizu, looking at Edshot, we should investigate that. Edshot, according to medical reports, Ragdoll lost her quirk, we must visit her. Office. It wouldn't work making everyone look at her even if they lost their quirk. That doesn't mean they lost their supernatural genes, so only those who were quirkless by birth could use a sacred gear. Drake, although there could still be a possibility, catching everyone's attention, my partner was obsessed with quirks and did nothing but search for information about them, so I have been able to see a lot of them, and what they can do, and I have realized something. Nizu, could you tell us what you discovered, please? Drake. Happy. Finally they talked to me respectfully without calling me a pay dragon. Quirks are getting stronger and more complex. There are the basic ones like creating some element, or giving them some physical improvement. Then there are like Ochako Uraraka's, making everyone look at her. She can alter the laws of physics by eliminating the effect of gravity on what she touches with her hands. Or Momo Yaoyoro's, making everyone look at her. She can create any inert thing from the fat molecules in her body. So I wouldn't be surprised if some quirk appeared that can change the genetics of humans, and make them never develop supernatural genes. Nizu, during my investigation to find out what young Midoriya's power was, I checked the Quirk records and there is no record of anything similar. But even so, we should not rule out the possibility, thinking, a quirk that can modify the human genome. But more than modifying it, it would be like rewinding it. Addressing his students, young people, I have some news for you. In view of the events that have occurred and the attack of the villains in the camp, I have authorized the construction of some dormitories where you can be safer and focus more on your training. So for the moment, go home to rest and tell your parents that in a few days we will visit you to talk in more detail. Shuko, and what will happen to Izuku? Taking her boyfriend's hand, his mother was his entire family, making the entire room silent. And what will happen to her body? Are they going to have a funeral for her? Nizu, since young Midoriya is still a minor, the academy will take full legal custody of him until he comes of age, and with respect to Inko Midoriya's body, I already contacted the funeral director hired by Mr. Yaoyorozu before coming here, and they informed me that they already have everything ready, and that we should give them the date for the funeral. Naturally, I told them that until their son is awake I could not confirm it. Shuko, I'm glad to hear that, but I squeezing her hand tighter. You shouldn't do it or say it to her. Ophis? Don't worry about that, you just have to be by his side. If he wants to talk, listen to him. If he wants to cry, comfort him. If you see that he is going to break down, be his pillar by which he can stand until he recovers. But until he wakes up, I will stay with him. You go rest, you will need it for when I start my training. Besides, at most he will continue sleeping until tomorrow. Yaoyorozu. After unleashing all that power, he only needs 2 days of rest? Ophis. That's why you should never underestimate a dragon. Looking at Izuku, let alone the kind of dragon it will become. And so, leaving Ophis in charge of Izuku, all the students went to their homes except Shuko. Before returning, she decided to stop by the hospital where her mother is. When she got to her room, she also met Fuyumi, who upon seeing her rushed to hug her while crying. Hospital, King's room. Rei, hugging her daughter tightly while crying, thank goodness. Sniff, you don't know how worried I was. Fuyumi, doing the same as her mother. Me too. Sniff, when we found out you were kidnapped. Sniff, I couldn't sleep all night. Shuko, returning the hug. Mom. Fuyumi, don't worry, I'm fine. Izuku saved me from the villains, causing the two to be scared for a second by what they had seen on television being noticed by Shuko. What's wrong? Rei, breaking away from the hug. Daughter, is everything they said in that interview true? Fuyumi, is your boyfriend really a dragon? Nervous. After that, Shuko began to tell them everything she knew, up to the point of her loss of Quirk and the recovery of her flames thanks to the blessing of the last living goddess. Naturally, she had started to cry in her mother's arms, since she thought she had lost the bond with her. To which I laughed and simply hugged her daughter again while telling her that what unites them goes far beyond a simple ice quirk, and that no matter what happened she would always be her mother, and would support her in everything she wanted to do or whoever she wanted to be with in her life. To which Fuyumi also joined in on the moving scene, joining the hug. Other news that came out that day was the lawsuit that the Yaoyorozu lords imposed on Endeavor and several of the other heroes who, even before the worldwide broadcast, had launched their attacks on a group of young students, among whom was their own daughter. After fainting, Endeavor was taken to the general hospital where doctors reported that he had fallen into a coma due to his burns, which were the most serious they had ever seen in his life, and that he was not sure what consequences he could have in the future due to the burns that had even reached his bones. According to the preliminary report, if he were another hero, he would have died instantly from the intense flames. Another slightly less important piece of news was that for some strange reason children from various parts of the world had started singing the same song that Ed Shot sang. And now every time they saw him patrolling the streets they called him the breast-loving ninja, and when they wanted to interview him he ran away while little tears fell wherever he passed. Yaoyorozu Family Hospital, next day. Izuku, slowly opening his eyes. Where am I? Sitting on the stretcher. What happened? Ophis. I see you finally woke up. Entering the room. You had your girlfriend very worried. She is like a granddaughter to me. Try not to do it again. You want. Izuku, you looking at Ophis? Who are you? The gem appears in his hand. Drag, mate, she is Ophis, one of the dragon gods I told you about some time ago. Izuku, still somewhat stunned. Wasn't it that there were no more supernatural beings, only sacred gear? Ophis, it's because I'm the last survivor of the supernatural era. But we can talk about it later, there are many things you need to know. And so in that way both Ophis and Drake had told Izuku everything that had happened, since he lost control by succumbing to all his accumulated anger, and that of the former bearers, which manifested itself in the Juggernaut Drive, and how in that state he had overwhelmed the one they said was the greatest villain in Japan and all the top heroes. The hardest part was when they told him what had happened to his mother, and immediately the memory of her last moment came to him, starting to cry inconsolably. Fortunately, Shuko had arrived about 5 minutes after that, and seeing her boyfriend in that state, she threw herself at him to hug him. Izuku, still crying without stopping. Sniff, where sniff is she? Sniff. Shuko, still hugging Izuku. Yaoyorozu's parents hired a funeral home. Everything is ready. We were just waiting for you to wake up. Izuku, what should I do? Remembering all the insults in the world, everyone hates me. Shuko, that's not true. Tightening her hug. All your true friends are very worried and waiting for you to wake up, and even if they weren't, it would still be a lie, because no matter what happens, and even if I have to face the whole world, I could never hate you because I lifting Izuku's face so he could look at her directly. I love you. And in a silent embrace, Izuku wrapped his arms around Shuko's waist and lay between her breasts, where he simply cried, venting all his sorrows in the arms of his beloved who had completely conquered his heart, and had proclaimed it her territory, solely and exclusively hers. A few hours later, his friends had arrived with Director Nizu, who had informed him about the dormitories, his legal situation until he came of age, and most importantly, his mother's funeral, which at Izuku's request, now a little calmer, he wanted to be as quick and discreet as possible. Naturally, everyone agreed with that. The next day the ceremony was held, in which only Izuku's friends attended: Director Nizu, Edge Shot, Mr. Yaoyorozu, and of course Shuko, who at no time had let go of his hand, and additionally both Rei and Fuyumi had sent him their condolences. They, despite having been invited by Shuko, did not attend, since they had not yet formally met Izuku, and a situation like that is to be spent with your closest beings, but they still wanted him to meet them when he felt better. Izuku could tell that at no time had his other relatives shown up, not even to say a final farewell to his mother, but at this point it didn't surprise him. Once the ceremony was over and the body was sent to the crematorium to later bury the ashes in a small plot of land in the cemetery provided by the Yaoyorozu family, everyone returned to their homes, where Ophis, at Nizu's request, accompanied him to the academy where he could come up with a training plan for Shuko, and in the meantime Shuko decided to accompany Izuku to his apartment. Midoriya apartment. Izuku, opening the door. I'm here. Why do I say this? But then he remembers how his mother always greeted him with a smile when he arrived, while he could hear, "Welcome home, honey," starting to cry again. Shuko, Izuku, come, you must be hungry. I'll prepare something to eat for you. Taking Izuku by the hand and entering the apartment, closing the door, sit on the couch and wait for me. Entering the kitchen. Izuku turns on the TV to distract himself, but dominoes fall from all the crying he's done. Shuko, it's ready. Getting Izuku up from the couch. You fell asleep for over an hour. Come to the table. Izuku, approaching the table and sitting down only to see a very familiar dish for him. Katsudon? Shuko, go ahead. Izuku, tasting a little just to shed tears again. It tastes the same as hers. Shuko, smiling, I'm glad to hear it. When you started getting closer to me, you told me that katsudon was your favorite dish. Izuku, but how does it taste the same? Eating almost without stopping. Shuko, in one of the kitchen drawers there was a recipe book, and when I opened it I saw that the page where the katsudon was marked with several flowers and little hearts, so I followed its instructions to the letter. Izuku, crying while eating without stopping. Shuko, it's bad for your health to eat like that. Eat slowly, passing her a small glass. Here's tea. Izuku, finishing eating and looking at the ceiling. Shuko, yes? Izuku, what do you think I should do? Shuko, thinking for a few seconds, I think you should follow your dream of being a hero. It's what your mother would have wanted, and more importantly, it's what you've always wanted. Izuku, getting up from the table, you're right, but now I think a little differently, taking a small photograph on a shelf. Shuko, what do you mean? Izuku, I want to be a hero, But now I know how I want to focus my power. Turning his head to look at Shuko, I want to change the way people see things, remembering everyone's insults. I want to be the hope of the quirkless people, remembering Melissa. I want shedding tears again. I want my mom, no matter where she is now, to continue being proud of me. And just like she told me, to continue fulfilling my dream, leaving the photograph back on the shelf. I want to be the beacon of hope. I want to destroy and erase discrimination from this world, and I want to prevent any tragedy like the one that happened to me or to Kota from happening again. Shuko, that is a very idealistic goal, but it is also a very beautiful one. Izuku, I know, and I also know that many people won't like that, and I may end up earning the hatred of many, but I don't care, and that's why I want to ask you, would you walk by my side? Now that everyone knows what I am and my powers, they will surely fear me, and even more when I want to change their way of seeing the world. I wouldn't want to involve you in all that because... Shuko, approaching Izuku and wrapping her arms around his neck and then kissing him, you really do ask some really stupid questions, Izuku. I already told you before, no matter if I have to face the whole world, I will always be by your side. Starting to shed small tears, Izuku, you have no idea how much you have saved me. Thanks to you I was able to accept my flames. Thanks to you I had the courage to see my mother again. Thanks to you I can have friends for the first time in my life, and on more than one occasion you have saved my life. So even if you don't want it, I will always be by your side. Also, I won't let you not take responsibility for what you did to me, Izuku. Izuku, confused. Responsible? For what? Shuko, for having made me fall in love with you, fool, hee. And with the colors of the sunset filtering through the windows and seeing the beautiful face of his girlfriend, Izuku's heart was filled with immense joy for having such a wonderful woman by his side, and just as Issei told him, he would continue forward. Without forgetting for a second his mother and the values that she instilled in him since he was a child, the joy that Izuku felt at that moment was so much that he simply had to express it to Shuko, and separating himself a little from her hug, he let out everything he felt. Izuku, Shuko-yo, since I met you my life changed, much more than when I found out about Drake's existence. From the first times we had lunch together, and it was my turn to start a conversation, when we became friends at the sports festival, when you faced the press, the time of the hero killer, the time we almost kissed on the island. When we became boyfriends at camp, you've been with me in all those moments, and here you are, supporting me in the most difficult moment of my life, and I know that despite what I will do in the future you will still be by my side. Starting to cry, you don't know how happy I am to have met you. Even 10 years wouldn't be enough for me to express how grateful I am that you came into my life. Thank you for accepting me for who I am and what I will become. Thank you for loving me. It's for all that and many more things that. After that, they both kissed again for several minutes, until they saw that night had fallen where they both would share the same bed in Izuku's room again, and although Shuko was a little nervous about what could happen, that thought immediately left her head because she knew that Izuku was not going through the best moment to perform that act. Although if it were under other circumstances it would not have bothered her. UA Academy entrance 2 days later. Izuku, walking holding his girlfriend's hand. I can't believe you didn't want to come flying with me. Shuko, it's okay, it's the first time we've come to the academy as a couple, and I was just curious to see how it felt to walk the whole way holding hands. Izuku, well, you have a point. Besides, when we entered the subway it was quite funny to see how everyone had left the car, so it was a pretty comfortable trip, hee. And when they were arriving at the academy they could notice how at the entrance there was a large number of protesters with banners saying things like, "We don't want monsters here, he is not a hero, he is just a threat, someone wants to think about the children." And when this group saw them arriving they went towards the couple to insult them. All of this was seen by Nizu, Aizawa and Office, and when the first two were going to do something they were stopped by the latter saying that Izuku had it controlled. Izuku, Shuko, I have an idea. Seeing how they were getting closer and closer and holding his girlfriend's hand a little tighter. Don't worry, I have it under control, don't be afraid, okay? Shuko, intertwining her fingers with Izuku's, I will never have him by your side again. Izuku, I am the one who would awaken. Scaring everyone except Shuko and Office. I am the celestial dragon who stole the. Seeing how all the protesters fled desperately, leaving the entrance free again. After that Aizawa and Nizu just watched as the couple entered the academy while laughing happily, and said action was imitated by Office. Izuku, arriving at the new dormitories with no intention of letting go of Shuko's hand. This is our new home. Chapter 33 Bad Omen. UA Academy entrance. Aizawa, arriving in front of the couple with Nizu and Office Midoriya. Give me a reason why I shouldn't punish you for what you did. Looking at him seriously. Izuku, thinking of an excuse why weren't we inside the academy yet and classes haven't started? Aizawa, with a nervous tick. Office, that seems like a good reason to me. They were asking for it, and they were lucky, smiling in a slightly sinister way. If they had done something to Shuko, they would already be dead. Nizu, breathing a little with difficulty. Come on, Nizu, you have to look brave in front of your students. Come on, let's calm down. Looking for a way to change the subject. Aizawa, don't make that face so early, smiling, and to think that you had arrived with a small smile this morning. Shuko, Aizawa-sensei smiling? Nizu, yes, from what I saw Mandalay came here earlier and thanked him by giving him a little kiss on the cheek for taking care of her nephew while she was in the hospital taking care of Ragdoll. Aizawa, hey! That's private. With a noticeable blush, whatever, I'll let it go this time. Walking away, don't be late for your first class, and in the afternoon everyone will meet at the dorms stopping in Midoriya. Things may get complicated for you from now on, but I want you to know that if you need help with something, don't hesitate to ask me. Walking away again. Izuku, remembering what happened at camp, I didn't think Aizawa-sensei cared so much about us. Nizu, you'd be surprised, young Midoriya. Aizawa is one of the most protective teachers with his students that I've ever met. But anyway, changing the subject, since the villains are getting stronger, we'll focus on their training. Izuku, remembering something important. Director Nizu, I forgot to tell you, I faced a villain at the camp who had David Shield's quirk amplifying device. Nizu, we know, they found him a few meters where they had left that villain, and young Todoroki told us. Seriously, that is really worrying. That is why I called Dr. Shield, and in a few days he will come to the academy to provide us with his help. Plus he said that his daughter wanted to show us something. Shuko, Melissa, remembering how she almost kissed Izuku and instinctively hugs Izuku's arm tightly. Izuku, Shuko, is something wrong? Confused. Shuko, raising her head to look at Izuku. No pouting, I just wanted to do it. Of course something is up. The girl who almost kissed you in front of me is coming in a few days. Office, smiling, watching the scene, she is clearly jealous. Although Drake said that he only loves Shuko, the sekiryuutei instinctively attracts women, remembering all the loves of her husband. Izuku, she's so cute, giving her a little kiss, making her blush. Before you ask anything, it was simply because I wanted to do it, smiling at her. Shuko, Izuku smiling, I know I shouldn't worry. I know he loves me as much as I love him. Izuku about to give him another kiss, but is interrupted. Nizu, ahem, pretending to cough. Young people, here at the UA relationships between students are allowed, but I remind you that they are all over the entrance of the academy. Izuku, oh, I'm sorry, director. I'll make sure there's no one there next time. I want to do it with Shuko, smiling innocently without noticing that his words were misinterpreted. Office, holding back laughter, watching Shuko expel small flames from her hair. Nizu, something tells me the repopulation of the dragons will be much sooner than I thought. Well, we will not stop them any longer. They still have to go to class and we have to finish talking about something. Starting to walk, accompanied by Office. Have a nice day, young people. Office, by Shuko, say hello to Momo for me. I'll see you later, saying goodbye fondly. UA Academy halls. Shuko, are you ready to see our other classmates? Walking calmly. Izuku, honestly, I'm a little nervous. I don't know how they're going to react when they see me, and since I'm still the class president, that can make my job harder. Shuko, you're right. The good thing is that you have Yayorozu to help you, and from what I heard they also have Kirishima. Izuku, Kirishima? Why? Shuko, because of a bet the two made, and when Kirishima lost he is now Yayorozu's assistant. Izuku, haha, poor thing, he doesn't know all the papers that await him turning down a hallway, but he meets All Might. All Might, with his right arm still in a cast and without his left arm. Hello, young Midoriya. I don't want to take up too much of your time, could we talk for a second? Izuku, All Might? Seeing all the wounds of the hero, feeling guilty. All Might, I'm really sorry about your arm. All Might, don't worry, young man, it wasn't your fault. Director Nizu explained it to me in great detail so that even someone like me could understand it, putting on a serious look, but let's get to the point. Shuko, seeing the seriousness on All Might's face, this seems important. Izuku, I'd better go ahead to the classroom, about to leave, but Izuku stops her. Izuku, holding her hand. Shuko, I promise you that we would never open secrets between us again. Besides, after the director's conference, everyone already knows about One for All, so there is no point in hiding it anymore. That's why you looked for me right here in the hallway, right? All Might, you're right, young Midoriya. I've come to talk about One for All. But first, bowing deeply, I'm very sorry. Confusing Izuku and Shuko, there are many things I have to apologize for. I'm sorry I suspected you, thinking you were related to All for One. I'm sorry I showed so much favoritism and didn't investigate my former successor, young Bakugo. But what I regret most was having said those words to you that day on that rooftop. Shuko, former successor? Wasn't it that you handed over One for All to that guy? All Might, standing up from his bow, that is what I came to talk about. During the incident on Kamino, the One for All came back to me. The OFA not only accumulates power, it also stores the will of the previous users, and they flatly rejected the young Bakugo. Shuko, great, now he'll be more unbearable than ever with displeasure in his words. All Might, shaking head, he doesn't know yet, just like what happened with me. He should still be able to use the few embers left in his body, which will run out after he uses them up over time. Izuku, sorry for being rude, but classes are almost starting. What did you really want to tell me, All Might? All Might, young Midoriya, in addition to apologizing to you, I wanted to rectify my mistake that day. You were the one who deserved to be my successor, that's why I wanted to offer you the One for All. What do you say, accept? Izuku, I don't want it, leaving All Might speechless. All Might, but. Izuku, don't you see? You're making the same mistake as that day. You chose Bakugo because you thought he was the strongest candidate, and now that you see that he isn't, you come to offer him to me. Starting to walk was Shuko, leaving All Might behind, but they stopped for a second. I'm grateful that day you were like other people and you looked down on me just for being quirkless. Thanks to that. Is that I met Drake, and now I have the power to make a real change in the world. Feeling Shuko squeeze his hand so that I will never lose the important people in my life again, walking away from All Might, leaving him alone in the hallway. In front of Class 1A. Shuko, a few meters from the entrance. Hey Izuku, can you imagine what things would be like if you had the One for All? Izuku, but I can't have it. If I do, the boosted gear would be blocked, the gem appearing in his hand. Drake, besides, I would never allow it. Any quirk that entered my partner would burn him immediately. Shuko, I don't mean that. Just imagine what would have happened if instead of the dragon and Drake powers, your only power had been One for All. Izuku, thinking I guess that without Drake, if I had had a hero suit, and without the resistance of a dragon, I would have broken my bones on more than one occasion. But beyond that, I don't think there would be much difference. I'm sure I would have helped you accept your flames at the sports festival. I'm sure we would have become friends and we would support each other, imagining those moments. And above all, I'm sure that no matter what kind of story we're in, we'd always end up together, smiling at her and then kissing her. Shuko, you're getting a little cheesy, you know that? Izuku, you may be right, sorry if it bothers you. Shuko, and who said he did? Kissing him on the cheek, ready to go in? In front of the door. Izuku, yes, opening the classroom door. UA Academy Principal's office. Nizu, sitting at his desk, and that would be all. Midnight, any questions? Midnight, I really don't know what to say, reading a document in her hand. Nizu, what do you mean? Midnight, according to this report, we not only have Izuku Midoriya, whose power needs no introduction, we have Shuko Todoroki, who recovered her flames by a divine blessing, which will now make endeavors look like a simple candle, and now we have in the academy literally a goddess who agreed to help in the training of Todoroki and Yayorozu, in addition to giving us advice in the training of the other students. Nizu, basically. But what are you getting at? Midnight, how did you get that? Nizu, the goddess considers the young Todoroki and Yayorozu as her granddaughters, because her husband is the ancestor of both students, so she was already thinking of helping them before. Midnight, and the advice with the other students? Nizu, she said she would be willing to help us a little as long as we gave her two things she wanted. Midnight, she's a goddess, so I'm sure her help didn't come cheap. What did she ask for? Gold? Gems? Nizu, no, nothing like that, just a room in the dorms next to young Todoroki and Yayorozu and a large supply of sweets. Starting to laugh like a maniac. This was without a doubt the best deal of my life. Midnight, in shock, not knowing what to say or think. Class 1A. Once Izuku and Shuko entered, the whole place fell into a deep silence. Some began to tremble a little, others more sensitive like Koda for his personality, or Tsuyu for her quirk had begun to tear up, and to the sight of most their appearance looked a little different. The only word they could think of was that he looked with a more dominant expression. Naturally, that image of Izuku was only had by those who were not his true friends, who went to greet him without any problem while the others just watched in silence. Izuku, good morning, guys. Kirishima, good morning, brother, shaking his hand. Yayorozu, good morning, Midoriya smiling, I'm glad to see you came. Uraraka, hey, how are you feeling? Worried? If you want you can have one of my matchas. Ida, if you need anything, don't hesitate to ask, moving his arms like a robot. As future heroes we must support each other, and more among friends. Tokoemi, Midoriya, you looked into the deepest abyss and had the courage not to blink. You have all my admiration, and if you feel that you need to talk to someone, I will always be willing to help you. Mineta, Midoriya, look. Showing several erotic magazines. This is my great treasure. You can have them to cheer you up. Being incinerated by flames thrown by Shuko. No. Crying on the ground. Shuko, that treasure doesn't interest Izuku, remembering when he told her that she was his treasure. Everyone else, totally shocked. Mina, how? Zero, didn't that villain AFO steal your quirk? Sato, how is this possible? Bakugo, clenching his fists in fury, remembering Nizu's interview. Damn it, this all makes no sense. How the hell did that disgusting Quirkless get her quirk back? Izuku, releasing a crimson aura, intimidating him. Don't you dare speak to Shuko that way. Besides, you're lucky that my mother died from the fall of that building and not because you decided to flee like a coward from that attack. Having the one for all, seeing how Bakugo opened his eyes. What? You thought I didn't see it while I flew there, taking a few steps towards Bakugo while he stepped back twice as much, crashing into a wall. And I'll tell you one last thing. Forget that shit about the engagement with Shuko. She is my treasure and I don't plan on giving her to anyone. Bakugo, seeing Izuku's expression, remembering the image of that dragon doing nothing but breathing with great difficulty, falling to the ground while trembling in front of everyone. Izuku, pathetic, and to think a year ago I was so afraid of you. Listen to me well, Bakugo, this is your last chance that I will give you. I don't want you to bother me, Shuko, or my friends again, since you will never be able to beat me. Approaching his friends while he stopped emanating that aura. I'm sorry guys, I just... Yayorozu, shaking head, don't worry, Todoroki already told us something that happened between you 2 years ago. Ida, although I don't agree with bullying a classmate, I have to admit that Bakugo deserved it. Jiro, slowly approaching the group of friends and Midoriya. Izuku, yes, Jiro? Jiro, I just wanted to give you my condolences. Oh Jiro, me too. Coming closer, I may not be in your group of friends, but I want to give my condolences for your loss. Izuku, I really appreciate it, thank you. Softening his gaze while little by little some imitated said action. Bakugo, lying on the ground, curse. Curse, activating the few embers of the Ofa, generating small rays in his hand, the one for all, smiling. So those voices were just my imagination, I still have it. Looking at Izuku, who was distracted talking to his companions. Damn Deku, and no matter what I have to do, I will surpass you. UA Academy Teacher's Office. All Might, tell me why you decided to come after so many years. Forget our dispute, look how that monster left you. All Might, don't call him that, young Midoriya is just a child who had the misfortune of seeing his mother die in his arms. All Might, you had to see the interview that Nizu did. He is no longer a child, he is becoming a monster, and the worst of all is that everyone knows about One for All and that you gave it to that brat Bakugo who clearly was not worthy of having it. All Might, believe me, you're not the first one to tell me this, but the One for All rejected young Bakugo, so he came back to me. In that case there is still hope, you just have to give it to my pupil. With him not even that monster could touch him. All Might, enough, sir! The bearers of One for All believe that young Midoriya has the will of a true hero, and after weighing it well and not being blinded by my idea that he was involved with AFO, I realize that they are right. Sir, still, I don't agree with that. What guarantees are there that he won't lose control again, and this time they won't be able to stop him? All Might, I can't give you any, you just have to have faith. Sir, sighing, okay, I'll believe you for now. Leaving the teacher's room, while walking through the halls, have faith? Yeah, right, as if I was going to leave the fate of the world on something like that. Looking at his watch, at this time they should still be in class. I'll go see him and use my quirk on him to see which of the two is right. Class 1A. Office. Entering through the door, surprising everyone. I'm sorry for the wait. I was curious to see how the academies had changed in recent centuries. Shuko/Momo office? Office. Smiling hello dears, waving to them. Izuku goddess office. Office. How many times do I have to tell you that you don't need to be so formal with me, Shuko, Momo, and you can also just call me by my name. Izuku, are you sure? Didn't you want only your family to call you by your name? Office. Exactly, and since in the future you will marry Shuko, that makes you practically part of the family. I am so glad that she has conquered the heart of a dragon. There is no better partner than one. Izuku/Shuko, get married? Turning his gaze towards the other. Izuku, smiling, I would love to. Shuko, listening to him clearly while having a big blush on her face, silly smiling at him. Uraraka, is there a difference? Don't get me wrong, they look very pretty together, but what's different about winning a dragon's heart? Office. Dragons had a great sense of love towards our partners, loyal to the death. We considered our partners as our greatest treasures. Looking at Bakugo, that is why it was said that trying to snatch a dragon's treasure was considered suicide, making the atmosphere heavy due to the not-so-subtle hint. Yaoyorozu, trying to change the atmosphere successfully. Sorry, Office. But what are you doing here? Office. I reached an agreement with your director, and from today I will live with you in the residence while I help you and Shuko to become stronger, and to the others I will give them little tips to improve. So technically I will be a teacher. Siro, raising his hand nervously, sorry, goddess. Office, no, goddess, but I don't want strangers using my name either, so call me by my last name, Hyodo. Siro, Hyodo-sensei, what's the point of us getting stronger? After seeing and knowing Midoriya's power, it's impossible for there to be villains who can even scratch him. Office, the sekiryuutei is currently the strongest existence, there is no doubt about that. At least until Albion appears and they share that position, but that does not mean that it can be everywhere. Yaoyorozu, raising hand, I think I understand. It's the same as when the maximum power was that of All Might. Even so, there were hundreds of heroes in the streets throughout the country. Office, exactly. You have extra points. All, clearly there is favoritism here. Mina, Hyodo-sensei, we all saw the director's interview, but there are still many things I don't understand. What are those things like Midoriya's glove? What happened to the other supernatural beings? Why do you consider Todoroki and Yaoyorozu your family if you are a goddess? Office. Well, I guess I could explain some things to them and tell them stories of my husband's and my friends' exploits. That way their memory won't only live inside me or drag. In that way, Office began to tell them in broad strokes the history of the world, the creation of the sacred gear, the war between the great factions, the rivalry between two great dragons, how she created a terrorist group, how she met Issei, and how she ended up falling in love and after a time married to him like his many other wives. And finally of the final war where many died, including Issei and many of his wives, and that Shuko and Momo were the descendants of some of the surviving wives. Faced with so much information, everyone was silent, until one simply broke the silence. Kaminari. That's a brutal origin story. Mineta, I knew the previous sekiryuutei had a harem, but I didn't think it was that big. Starting to cry, damn lucky guy. Midoriya, why not? Izuku, I already know what you're going to say and my answer is no. I don't need any harem. Shuko is the only one I want in my life. Shuko, smiling as her concern for Melissa that morning was completely forgotten. Office, you say that now. But when your mating season comes, it will be very difficult for Shuko to bear everything alone. I think the first thing I have to teach her is about her regeneration. Mina, I have a question. Was that Issei able to love all his wives? Blushes at what he would say and please them? Causing most of his companions to blush. Ophis, remembering all those nights blushing a little, of course he did. Besides, he loved all of us equally, right, Drake? Drake, thinking only to himself, this is my moment to get revenge for that song. The gem appearing in Izuku's hand, he certainly loved them all, but he had his favorite combinations. Causing Ophis to have a little nervous tick. Mineta, gulping, and what were those combinations? Drake, if I had to classify them, I would say that in third place were a trio of friends, two of whom were reincarnated as demons and the other as an angel. In second place, there would be two sisters with cat characteristics. Kaminari, two sisters? Gulping, what could be better than that? Drake, and first of all it would be made up of two women with fox characteristics. They were also family, but they were not sisters, they were mother and daughter. After that the entire room was in a deep silence, only to later hear Mineta and Kaminari starting to pray to Issei and bless them with that luck, then falling silent when they felt the aura that Ophis emanated, saying with a very innocent smile that when she met Issei again they would have a very long talk for having had such favoritism. That was where Drake realized that he had gone too far, since Issei loved and wanted all his wives in the same way. And in that instant, taking advantage of the commotion that was in the room, Sir managed to open the door a little without being discovered to look at Izuku and activate his quirk, only to be terrified a second later by what he saw. The entire world was being consumed by fire, entire cities had been completely destroyed. Iconic monuments being nothing more than rubble, and above that endless sea of flames rose a figure of what appeared to be a man who, despite being covered by smoke, could be distinguished as wearing armor, and remembering everything he had seen he only came to the conclusion that that man was Izuku Midoriya. UA Academy Halls. Sir, getting as far away from that room as possible, this is bad, really bad. I have to make Mirio get the one for all as soon as possible. Taking out his phone, I also have to make some calls, even though I don't like it very much. I'll have to collaborate with the director of the Jotaro Hero Commission. Unknown location. Kurogyri, appearing through a portal in front of a capsule where AFO was recovering. I'm back, master. AFO, still without both arms and barely conscious. What have you discovered, Kurogyri? Kurogyri, since Director Nizu announced to the world about these powers coming from the supernatural era, I followed his steps to see where he discovered that, and I found out that a little after Izuku Midoriya entered the UA he made a trip to some old ruins. So I traveled to some other equally old ruins, and in one I finally discovered something that could be useful. AFO, well done, now tell me, what is it about? Kurogyri, apparently there were two celestial dragons, one was the red dragon of domination. AFO, Izuku Midoriya. Kurogyri, the other dragon was his eternal rival. The only one capable of rivaling his power was none other than the White Dragon of Supremacy. Chapter 34 Training. Unknown location. AFO, in the regenerating capsule White Dragon of Supremacy? Heh, I like that name. Kurogyri, what should I do now, sir? AFO, keep investigating those ruins. There must be some clue to its whereabouts, and if it is like that glove of Izuku Midoriya, we must find it. Kurogyri, what if someone has it? AFO, we will convince him to join us, or at worst we will figure out how to control him. Now go. Kurogyri, yes sir, disappearing through a portal. Garaki, entering through a door. Teacher, how do you feel? AFO, I will survive, but tell me something more important, doctor. What could you have done with the dragon's blood? Garaki, after the confession of Director Nizu and Edge Shot, now everything makes sense. Thinking. AFO, doctor, I'm not here for your ramblings. Tell me how the investigation has progressed. Garaki, scared? I am as sorry, master. Reading your research notes, I was able to replicate the blood a little and injected it directly into one of the weaker Nomus, and it became stronger than the one we sent to the USJ, but there was a problem. That Nomu escaped, and I had to send my cute high-end ones. Even though they weren't ready yet to eliminate it before they found it. AFO, why did this failure occur in the experiment? Garaki, after the revelation of the supernatural and thinking about it a lot, I came to the conclusion that it was due to instinct. I thought that their lack of intelligence and amplifying their instinct for battle was their greatest strength. But for this experiment it was truly devastating since they instinctively run away from the strongest dragon. AFO, in that case, let's move on to the next plan, surgically installing Dr. Shield's quirk amplifier that is being produced by the dozens in the Nomus. Garaki, yes sir, but I still haven't given up on that blood, and I've already come up with an idea. AFO, speak quickly doctor, I must be calm to recover faster. Garaki, I heard a rumor about a drug that temporarily amplifies quirks from the remnants of the Yakuza. If I could have access to it, maybe I could maximize its effect with dragon's blood without affecting their instincts. AFO, okay, contact Tamira to negotiate with them. Now leave doctor. I have to recover as soon as possible to be ready when Kurojiiri finds some clue about the white dragon. Garaki, yes sir, leaving the room. UA Academy Training Camp. Office, okay, in front of all the students along with Aizawa and other teachers, let's start with the training. But I remind you of one thing, I'm going to focus especially on Shuko and Momo. As for the others, they can take my advice or not, it's their decision. Bakugu, TCH activating the OFA, I don't need anyone's advice. Moving away to the furthest part of the field. Office, ignoring what happened Shuko, come, before starting you have to see how much your power has increased so you can regulate it. Shuko, taking several steps forward, what do I have to do? Office, throw your flames at one of those things pointing to a mountain made of cement. Shuko, very well, creating a flame with her left hand, here I go. Throwing her flames, but they were so intense that she ended up destroying the entire mountain without leaving any trace, being surrounded by a cloud of dust. All impressed. Shuko, coming out of the cloud of dust with her hair disheveled and several parts on fire. Izuku, approaching his girlfriend, that was amazing. Shuko, happy as he used his hands to put out the flames and help her fix her hair. Shuko, thank you, looking at her left hand, they felt much more powerful than ever. Office, of course they are stronger, they are the flames of the phoenix. Uraraka, Midoriya, aren't you burning up? Izuku, of course not, I'm turning into a dragon so the burns don't affect me. Tokoemi, is that why that attack from Endeavor didn't affect you? Izuku, exactly, and the guy was a complete idiot. Who thinks of attacking a dragon with fire? Mina, hey, he's your girlfriend's father, and besides the fact that you almost killed him, he shouldn't. Izuku, I don't care, he deserved it for compromising Shuko with that other idiot Bakugu. Mina, Todoroki, aren't you going to tell him something? Shuko, I don't care what happens to him either after everything he's done to us, taking her boyfriend's hand. Come Izuku, come with me to the support workshop, I have to ask that my hero suit withstand my new flames as much as it can. Office, dragging Momo while she returns, it's your turn to train, the others have their teachers, then I will give them some advice. UA Academy Support Workshop. Shuko, a few steps from the entrance, I can't believe there are still people who support that guy after seeing how he attacks some students, stopping he is still unconscious. But when he wakes up, who knows what he will do when he finds out that I recovered my flames. Izuku, are you talking about yourself or your mother and siblings? Shuko, I have the strength to face him, clenching her fists, but they don't. If he were to do something to them, I would. Izuku, don't worry, hugging her and putting his face on her chest, I know how much you care about them. That's why I won't let anything bad happen to them. You could say that they will be protected under my wings, hee. Shuko, burying her head in Izuku's chest, thanks. Izuku, Shuko, I want to tell you something. Shuko, tell me, hugging him tighter. Izuku, I know we haven't been dating for long, but I want you to know that what Ofa said about getting married is true, maybe not today, or maybe tomorrow, but someday. I really want you to be my wife. Noticing how Shuko had blushed up to her ears, I'm sorry if you think I'm going too fast with our thing, it's just that Shuko, you don't have to apologize for anything, moving away a little while bringing Izuku's hand to her cheek, since I think the same, I want to be your wife someday. Izuku, Shuko, looking at her lips, feeling her heart increase its heart rate, you don't know how happy it makes me to hear that. They started to kiss in the middle of the hallway, where little by little that kiss increased in intensity, only having small pauses to take a breath, and even so they were still joined by a small thread of saliva. Shuko's hands slowly ran over her boyfriend's chest and abdomen, being able to feel those well-worked muscles, while Izuku's hands slowly went down Shuko's waist until they reached her buttocks, starting to squeeze them very slowly, making Shuko feel a small electric shock running down her back, making her give a small moan that, far from making them stop, only prompted them to want more. Unfortunately for them, a loud explosion occurred in the workshop, knocking down the door and causing Izuku to instinctively bring out his dragon wings to wrap around Shuko and protect her from harm while they both watched as a figure left the room. May cough, spreading all the smoke with her hands. Another failure. It's already 574 attempts, looking everywhere, noticing the couple. Who are they? Getting excited. Are they coming for improvements? Izuku, still wrapped in his wings. I know you. You're May Hatsum, right? May, huh? Of course I am. Why do you ask? Izuku, putting away his wings. Well, your hair is much longer. I almost didn't recognize you. I don't know if you remember. I am May. Izuku Midoriya. Approaching him, completely ignoring Shuko and taking him by his left arm. Please, let me see that incredible thing of yours again. Shuko, what? Misinterpreting those words. Izuku, I hope you mean the boosted gear. May, what? I just want to see that glove of yours. Dragging it into the support workshop, being followed by a Shuko pouting at being interrupted. UA Academy Training Camp. Yayarozu, what do you want me to do? What? Incredulous in front of Ophis. Ophis, you heard me very well. I want you to create fire. Yayarozu, but my quirk only allows me to create inert objects? Ophis, shaking her head. Listen to me, Momo, you're limiting yourself. According to the information on your quirk, it allows you to create anything as long as it's not something organic, right? Seeing how she nodded, that's why you have to broaden your vision of things. Tell me, what is the most basic thing about fire? And I'm not referring to the fuel, the heat, I'm referring to the most fundamental thing. What makes fire fire? Yayarozu, thinking for a second that her molecules vibrate at high speeds. Ophis, exactly, your lipids are the fuel. You just have to find a way to release them. Already lit. Now try it. Smiling. Yayarozu, concentrating like never before, only to see after a few seconds how a tiny flame had been created at the tips of her fingers. I did it. I did it. Getting everyone's attention. Look, Ophis, I did it. The flames going out, huh? Why did they go out? Being hugged by Ophis. Ophis, you did it, darling. I knew you would be able to do it. You and Shuko are really amazing. Yarozu, but I couldn't keep them, and they weren't even remotely similar to Todoroki's. She's much better than me. Separating from the hug. Ophis, shaking her head. Stop right there. Don't compare yourself to anyone. You are also very incredible, Momo. Always keep that in mind. Besides, Shuko's power is based solely on fire. Instead, you have the greatest range of attacks of any ordinary human today. Yayarozu, what do you mean? Ophis, fire is not the only thing you could do. With practice, you could create electricity, poison, acid, sleeping pills, or even some more complex combinations like throwing needles with poison on the tip, some toxic cloud, or if you don't want to hurt them too much, simply incapacitate them with a sleeping pill. Your only limit is your own imagination. Yayarozu, you're right, more confident than ever. I'll also strive to be a great heroine. Ophis, smiling, that's better. Now go continue training while I give some quick advice to your teammates. Yayarozu, yes. Walking away. Ophis, okay, he's gone. What do you want to tell me? Seeing Aizawa approaching. Aizawa, standing apart so no one could hear them. I just wanted to thank you for helping her with her self-esteem. But are you sure you don't want to tell her and Todoroki about your condition? Ophis, yes, I have very little energy left after restoring it to Izuku and blessing Shuko. That's why in my last days I want to help them and see them smile as much as I can. Seeing Momo training, showing the little sadness on her face. This way I feel like I can make up for it a little. To say. Aizawa, I see. In that case I think you can rest easy, since they will support each other, and they have Midoriya on their side, and not just him, they have great friends who will become great heroes. That is why I as their teacher will always watch over their safety and support them whenever they need it. Ophis, smiling slightly, thank you for your words. About to walk away, but stops for a second. As someone who has spent most of eternity alone, let me give you some advice. Don't waste any more time and talk to that Mandalay, otherwise you might regret it later. Walking away. Aizawa, I remembering Mandalay's smile. I think you're right taking out a phone and making a call. Hi Shino, nothing's wrong, I just wanted to ask you something. UA Academy Support Workshop. May, analyzing the boosted gear, it's incredible. I was right. Izuku, confused, what thing? May, since I first saw it at the sports festival, I was right about one thing, it's not made of any material I've ever seen before. Shuko, seeing a pile of scrap metal thrown on the ground, hey, what are all those things? May, my attempts to recreate this incredible alloy. So far I have 574 failed attempts. I have not left the workshop much, that is why my hair is so long. Izuku, making the boosted gear disappear, and why do you want to recreate it? May, well, what else would I use it for? To use it on my babies so they can protect those who have them, and I've also thought about designing shelters for civilians in case of emergency. Staring at Izuku intently, hey, can I ask you a favor? Could you come here more often? The more I analyze that glove of yours, the faster I could get it, or at least something similar. Izuku, thinking about it for a few seconds, I guess I could help you as long as it's to build those shelters. We'll need them if the other celestial dragon appears, but in return I want to ask you a favor. May, sure, as long as I can do it we have a deal. Izuku, well, in that case, I want you to build a better outfit for my girlfriend, taking Shuko by the waist. May, looking at Shuko, are you getting better? Why didn't you say so before? Running towards her to take her measurements, okay, I got them, breasts. Shuko, blushes, hey. Covering her mouth, that's embarrassing. May, are you embarrassed by that? But before they almost kissed each other at the entrance? Causing both of them to blush, what? You didn't know? There are cameras almost everywhere, and we have access to some here. But let's leave that aside, tell me what you need. Shuko, calming down a bit, you could say that my quirk changed and now I can only use my fire. But it is much more powerful, that is why I need a suit as resistant as possible to my flames. May, writing everything down well, I'll need both of you to come every day, to analyze that glove and to see which materials are the ones that can best withstand that fire of yours, dragging them out of the workshop now outside. I need to concentrate closing the door, and then opening it again. One last thing, Midoriya, getting his attention, I'm very sorry for your loss. The idea of the shelters was because of that. It's my way of making sure no child has to go through something similar. Closing the door again. Izuku, pleasantly surprised, I really appreciate it. Shuko, smiling, shall we go back? Taking him by the hand. Izuku, interlacing his fingers, yeah, let's get back to training. After that the couple returned to the training camp, where they separated to carry out their respective training. Shuko, with Ophi's guidance, began to regulate her flames, in addition to mentioning to him about her regeneration and her ability to create wings of fire with which she could also fly. Momo continued training, trying to create everything Ophis told her, realizing how much she was missing, but far from getting depressed she continued trying, as well as thinking about various improvements that her suit would need if she wanted to have better control. Kirishima tried to surpass his hardening limit. The problem was that he lost a lot of mobility, so Ophis suggested that before surpassing the limit, he should have better control, so she told him not to harden his joints. That way he would avoid the problem of his lack of movement. With Tokoemi, he suggested that he try to work more together with Dark Shadow, so following his advice he used it as armor to increase his defense, but Ophis advised him again, telling him that he could do much more, that since Dark Shadow always flew, he should take advantage of it, making Tokoemi gain a new field of vision in the use of his quirk. In the case of Uraraka, it was more theoretical than practical, since in the words of Ophis, she could affect gravity, so instead of just removing it, she would practice how to reverse it and make the things or people she touched increase their weight. In the case of Ida and Mineta it was a little more difficult, because their quirks are more linked to their physical resistance, so the only advice that occurred to him was to improve their suits. With Ida it was to integrate into his suits some liquid that would cool their engines quickly when they reached their limit, and as for Mineta he was to find a way to store and preserve his spheres to use them in battle. And as for Izuku, he was at the top of one of the cement structures, but far from training, he was simply meditating. Mental space. Izuku, arriving to a completely blank place. Hello, is anyone here? Issei, I see you were able to get here, appearing behind Izuku, scaring him. Haha, I'm sorry to have surprised you. If you're here, it means you have questions to ask me, right? In that case, tell me how I can help you. Izuku, thanks for helping me, and if I have a question, how can I get stronger? Issei, well, to start, I would suggest that you improve with the use of your wings. You know, having greater control while you are in the sky is very useful in combat. You could also try to slightly modify the balance breaker. Izuku, modify it? How? Issei, I could do it thanks to the evil demon pieces, but since they no longer exist, it only occurs to me that if you want to go faster, lighten the load by making the parts of the arms and legs or any other part that you don't need disappear. And if you want to gain more strength when hitting, do the same thing. Just try to use all those parts in your arm or leg when throwing the punch. Izuku, thinking, I see, those sound like very good ideas, thank you very much. Issei, no problem, and speaking of another topic, I could feel that you met Office. Izuku, yes, she is helping us a lot, especially Shuko and Yaoyorozu. Issei, I see, I'm glad to know that you are helping my descendants. Hey, can I ask you a favor? Izuku, of course, what do you need? Issei, just give him a little message. Thanks for everything and don't feel guilty. Just that, now go back and practice what I told you. Izuku, okay, I'll pass on your message. Thank you very much for everything disappearing from the place. Issei, staying alone, Office, it hurts me just imagining all the pain you've had to endure starting to disappear too. When we meet again, I'll make all of that disappear. After that, Izuku gave the message to Office, who upon hearing it shed a few small tears and for a second hugged Izuku in front of everyone, but upon noticing Shuko's small jealousy, she kept her hug for much longer, causing Shuko to pout again, and after several hours of training the day was over and they had gone to their new bedrooms where they were so tired that they wanted to go to sleep immediately, and in front of everyone they saw Shuko preparing to sleep in the same room as Izuku, only increasing Mineta and Kaminari's envy and Bakugu's anger. Unfortunately for the couple, Office took Shuko and Momo to her room to have a sleepover in order to get to know each other better, and although Shuko initially refused, she eventually accepted. That night, Office told Shuko everything about their clans, respectively, about the Phoenix and about Momo's citri and her liking for that kind of clothing. And to Momo's embarrassment, Office consoled her by telling her that there was nothing to be ashamed of and that she herself had worn it several times in the past. And so the days had passed, where everyone was focused on their training, which was already giving results for some, like Shuko, who could now regulate her flames much more easily to a level where it was not deadly for other people, in addition to already giving shape to her wings. Unfortunately, she was still unable to fly. As for Izuku, she could already make some parts of the balance breaker disappear, but only that. But Izuku had another problem, and it was that he couldn't get that moment with his girlfriend in front of the support workshop out of his head, and to make matters worse, Office took Shuko to his room every night to talk with Momo, making him reach a point where he couldn't resist any longer. Bus exam day. Aizawa, we're here. Listen, this is a very important moment for you, so you have to give it your all. No. I wonder if I can. But rather, I'll do it. Understood. Seeing how most of them nodded their heads, get off the bus. This is Chapter 35, Licensing Exam Part 1. In front of the stadium. Izuku, next to Shuko, nervous? Shuko, no, I trust in training. Izuku, smiling, I could see how you tried hard these days to control your flames, having an idea. Hey Shuko, after this exam we will have the whole weekend available. How about we go on a date, and I meet your mother and your brothers? Shuko, happy really? I would love to. Hugging him, my mother and Fuyumi have wanted to meet you for a long time, although I don't know how my brother Natsuo will react. Izuku, don't worry, if he doesn't accept me I'll just have to intimidate him until he does. Shuko, hey. Breaking away from the hug, don't do that, pouting. Izuku, I was just joking, putting his hands on Shuko's cheeks. While she did the same, I promised you that I would protect you, and I always keep my promises, especially with the woman I love. Kissing her. Shuko, breaking away from the kiss, you're a fool, you know? Izuku, maybe, but I'm your fool. Shuko, true, standing on tiptoe to be the one to kiss him. I'm sorry, Melissa, but I'm selfish and I don't intend to share Izuku with anyone, starting to move her hands across Izuku's chest. Office, seeing how they were lost in their own world. Hey you two, I understand that you are at that age, but pay attention. Izuku/Shuko, separating I'm sorry. Blushes, but still holding hands again. Bakugo, full of rage seeing that whole scene, she's my fiancé. She should be mine. Damn Deku, he's been getting in my way ever since he got that gifted power. Ophis, Shuko also has dragon genes, could it be that she is also about to enter her mating stage? Smiling, it seems that I will have to give her the talk, approaching the couple. Hey Shuko, when all this is over I want to tell you something, then I will leave you alone so you can have your date. Aizawa, okay, listen to me. Getting everyone's attention when you are able to pass this exam and get your licenses, you will be one step closer to achieving your goal. Remember not to panic and trust in your training. I trust in you. Glancing surreptitiously at Bakugo, well, at least in most of you, do your best. Kirishima, excited? Okay, everyone group up. Ready? Plus. Inasa, Ultra, appearing behind the group. Seiji, it's not okay for you to get into other people's group a few meters behind with his companions. Inasa, HHH, curse. Please accept my hitting his head on the ground. Most humble apologies. Kaminari, who is this guy looking so excited? Extra students from various schools, whispering, but still being heard. Hey, are you seeing that? Yes, that guy is crazy to get into the group where that monster is. And to begin with, what is that bastard doing here? This place is only for heroes. That bastard will never be one, especially after all the destruction he causes. Because of them, my parents' business was completely destroyed and no hero has done anything. Not even the government has spoken about any punishment. They are the damned Yayorozu. They surely use their filthy fortune to buy some people in the government. Didn't you see how he grabbed and forced Endeavor's daughter to kiss him? I feel sorry for him. The top 2 hero remains unconscious while the bastard who left him in that state takes advantage of his daughter. Who cares what happens to that useless girl now? She's just another disgusting Quirkless. Izuku, clenching his fists in fury. Damn you, whispering. Shuko, taking Izuku by the hands, trying to calm him down. Izuku, don't lose control over people who aren't worth it. You and I know that's not true, and that's the only thing that matters. Calming Izuku a little with her words. Aizawa, angry, damn, the situation out here is worse than I thought. Midoriya has had a few quiet days at the academy due to the director's words to the teachers and the way we organize their schedules. If you think you have time to be whispering about other people's lives, then go back to your homes. Addressing his students, let's go in now so you can put on your suits. Walking away, being followed by his students. Inasa, watching Shuko leave holding Izuku's hand, don't worry Todoroki. I promise I'll save you from that damn monster. Miss Joke, Eraser. Approaching everyone, it's been a long time since we've seen each other. Running towards Aizawa, trying to hug him. Let's get married. Mina, WHOO. Aizawa, no dodging the hug. Miss Joke, huh? Why not? But we make a good couple. Izuku, seeing everything. Wow, I didn't think Aizawa-sensei was so popular. Miss Joke, listening popular? Realizing who they were talking about, that cat is a homewrecker again. Angry. Aizawa, Midoriya, don't say anything else, and you, Joker, don't talk about her like that. Miss Joke, but what about our future family? Full of smiles. Aizawa, I'm tired of repeating it to you. There will never be anything between us, and who I decide to be with is none of your business. Starting to walk again. Now if you'll excuse us, my students have to concentrate. Leaving Miss Joker with her class, which hadn't even introduced themselves. Shuko, who was she? Izuku, her heroine name is Miss Joke. Her quirk is laughing. She forces others to laugh to slow down her opponents. Ophis, I didn't think that Mandalay had any competition. Mineta, what? In shock, not only can Midoriya have several women if he wanted, now also Aizawa-sensei? Starting to cry on the floor. It's not fair. I also want to have that luck. Izuku, Mineta, I've told you before, if you would leave that perverted personality of yours behind, maybe I'd also be lucky enough to get a girl who'd be interested in you. Mineta, really? Feeling hope. All women, no! Once everyone was ready with their hero costumes, they were taken to a room full of other young people, who upon seeing Izuku, the vast majority decided to get as far away as they could, not counting the endless whispers they produced. Luckily for them, Izuku had already controlled himself, unlike what had happened outside the stadium. Uraraka, there are so many people. Yaoyorozu, hey, Todoroki, can I ask you a question? Shuko, sure, what's wrong? Yaoyorozu, didn't you say you were going to change your outfit? Seeing her nod, then why does it look the same as the one you had? Shuko, yes, there was a change with my suit. Now it can withstand my fire from both sides, not just the left. As long as I don't use them to the maximum, I shouldn't have any problems. And regarding their appearance, I asked for it to be the same because blushes a little. Izuku said that I looked beautiful. Yaoyorozu, I see, love really does change people. Smiling, it's amazing how your attitude has changed compared to the first days we met. Mera, speaking into a microphone in front of everyone, let's begin the provisional license exam. I'm Mera and today I'm representing the Hero Commission supervising your exam, so I'll explain it to you as quickly as possible. All 1,540 participants taking this exam will carry out an exercise to lower that number. Today's society is going through difficult times due to recent events that you should already know, causing everyone to look discreetly at Izuku. That is why more than ever our heroes must be as best prepared as possible. That is why from now on we will only choose the strongest. This first test they will do will consist of speed. That is why the first 100 who complete the required conditions will pass the test, ignoring the complaints of the participants while taking out a sphere and a target. Now the conditions are the following. After the expansion we will give you the targets and the spheres. The exam will start 1 minute after everyone has the targets on. Shuko, expansion? Watching as the entire room they were in opened up, showing that they were in the middle of the large stadium. Mera, all of you must find the terrain that best suits you, and this will be the last announcement. Getting serious, participant Izuku Midoriya is strictly prohibited from using that armor and that glove. Izuku, what? Aizawa, angry, what the hell does this mean? Screaming from the stands, why are the other participants allowed to use their quirks? Mera, and what did Eraserhead expect? To allow him to use that destructive power against some students? We are concerned about his safety. Shuko, if you're so concerned about the safety of the students, then why haven't you suspended that damn Endeavor's license after he attacked us in front of world television? Mera, I don't plan on discussing those issues, and if Izuku Midoriya doesn't want to accept our rules, he's free to leave this place and let the others take the test. Izuku, I accept. Surprising everyone. Shuko, what? No. Why do you agree to that? Izuku, this isn't fair. Izuku, calm down. Shuko, I already knew it. Since the world learned of my power, I knew it wouldn't be easy. Shuko, but... Izuku, also having a defiant smile, who decided that I couldn't win even without using the boosted gear. Intimidated almost everyone present. Shuko, blushes seeing Izuku with such a dominant attitude. Aizawa, sitting back down. Midoriya really is a problematic student with a slight smile, but I'm very proud. Ophis, next to Aizawa, relax, he will do well even without Drake's powers. Remember that he himself is becoming a dragon. Mera, Director Jotaro, I hope for everyone's sake you are sure of what you are doing. Stadium, VIP area. Jotaro, smiling, looking at some monitors. Excellent, we can continue with the next part of the plan. Turning to see his assistant, tell the big orca to get ready when his turn comes. Assistant, yes sir, are you sure what you're going to do? Nervous, what if? Jotaro, damn it. Hitting the table, I'm tired of you contradicting me all the time. Do I have to remind you that it's thanks to my kindness that you're alive? Assistant, lowering head, no sir. Jotaro, well then go tell the big orca his orders. Assistant, leaving the room silently. Jotaro, being alone, the only good thing that useless guy had was his obedience, and he's not even capable of doing that right. Well, I shouldn't be surprised after all, he's just another disgusting Quirkless. Stadium Center. Izuku, the first 100 will pass. That means that those from the same school will not attack each other. To be safer, we must remain united. Bakugo, no way, you bastard. Starting to jog away from everyone. I don't need the help of some bucking extras to be the best. Izuku, seeing how he left, I tell you something. It doesn't even surprise me seeing his companions' guys don't separate and fight together. Shuko, I'm sorry Izuku, but I'm also going somewhere else surprising everyone. Izuku worried but. Shuko, don't worry kissing him on the cheek to start jogging. I can barely regulate my flames and I don't want to hurt my friends by mistake, plus I don't want to always depend on your strength. Izuku, watching him walk away, be careful, and good luck. Mera, speaking into a microphone, the exam will begin after the count ends. Izuku, let's go. Being followed by almost everyone because of the sports festival, everyone knows their quirks. 3. Izuku, I think the other schools will use the same strategy one said a little while ago, and this exam will become a fight between schools. 2. Aizawa, sitting in the stands next to Office, you know, there is a tradition in this exam that consists of 1. Izuku, they think they have the advantage, because we don't know their quirk, but they also don't know about how much we've improved. Let's get started. Aizawa, destroyed the UA. Office, heh, as if that's going to stop my amazing granddaughters and the Shindo, in front of a bunch of students. Big rocks have more places to hit. Throwing a shower of spheres with everyone very strong with that armor. And without it, tell me what are you? Izuku, even without using my armor, I'm still the sekiryuutei. Smiling, but above all, I am. Spreading his wings and flapping them, creating a wind current that drives away all the spheres. A dragon. Extra students, hey, that's cheating. Izuku, these are my own wings and it has nothing to do with my armor. Mera, talking on the phone and then announcing it to everyone just as participant Midoriya says, the use of those wings is allowed. Makabe, holding onto the ground to avoid falling curse, he deflected all the spheres using his quirk to harden the spheres, even so we must find an opportunity throwing them to his partner. Totiki, receiving the spheres, I will throw them from here, throwing them with his quirk so that they travel underground. Izuku, underground? Nice try, but that won't do. Jiro, connecting his jacks to some amplifiers in his hands, I'll take care of it. Putting his hands on the ground, heartbeat fuzz. Destroying the entire floor with the intense sound waves. Mineta, they're coming towards us. Watching how the spheres came out and headed straight towards him. Uraraka, using a piece of rubble as a shield thanks to her quirk. Are you okay? Mineta, yes, thank you very much. Tokoyami, this is my chance. Being surrounded by dark shadow. Tatame, they are very strong. Shindo, you're right, and as long as they're next to Midoriya it will be impossible for us to defeat them. In that case, putting his hands on the ground, get out of the way. I'll break their defense, activating his quirk maximum power. Destroying the entire floor of the place, causing the entire class to separate. Stadium, urban area. A great pitched battle was taking place. Even though they had felt the earthquake, they continued fighting until strong gusts of wind invaded the place, dragging with them all the spheres of all the students. Everyone turned their gaze to the source of the wind, which was the top of one of the many buildings in the place. Inasa. What an intense battle! Let me participate in this heated battle. Stadium, observation room. Mera, announcing to everyone we have the first candidate to pass the test, looking at her computer in surprise. What? 120 candidates have been eliminated. One person defeated 120 to pass. Stadium center. Izuku, wow, what a quirk, removing a piece of rubble. It must be difficult to use when there are a lot of buildings, and there is also that guy who defeated 120. Drake, a little angry, what do you think you're doing? You could have defeated them a long time ago and passed this exam. Izuku, I know, but just stay with my friends for a bit until they had gotten some points, and then, his internal conversation being interrupted. Shuko, Midoriya. Coming out from behind some rubble, are you okay? Izuku. Shuko, Midoriya, is something wrong? Why are you ignoring me? Slowly approaching while hiding a sphere behind his back, tell me something. Izuku, who are you? Holding her by the neck. Shuko, Midoriya, surprised. I'm Shuko. Izuku, my girlfriend stopped calling me by my last name a long time ago, plus she smells really sweet and yours is disgusting, it smells like blood. Tightening his grip, tell me who you are now. After that scream and the increasingly tight grip, the imposter had begun to blush, making an unpleasant face, causing Izuku to get angrier. Fortunately for her, a large group of participants had arrived after hearing that scream, launching their quirks, causing a small distraction in Izuku, causing him to loosen his grip a little, which was taken advantage of by the imposter to break free and escape. Extra students, you bastard! Why didn't you let her go? Didn't you see that you were making her suffer? You're just a bucking monster, who only hurts people. Now that you can't wear that armor, we'll all defeat you. Izuku, you all have bad luck staring at them all now. I'm angry, spreading his wings again and launching towards them. Stadium Observation Room. Mera, announcing to everyone the participant Izuku Midoriya moves on to the next round after defeating 50 people. Now go to the waiting room with the others who have also moved on to the next stage. Your physical strength is extraordinary even without using that armor, remembering the broadcast of the Kamino incident starting to tremble a little. I just hope that whatever Director Jotaro has planned does not lead us to the destruction of the world. Stadium Industrial Zone. Shuko, congratulations for passing Izuku, walking in the middle of the place. Hey, get out already. I want to finish this quickly and go back to my boyfriend's side. Watching as a small group of students came out of their hiding place. Extra students, I see you found out about us, but what about that? We all know that villain stole your quirk, so now you're just useless. I can't even believe they let you participate in this exam in the first place. Plus, you call that thing your boyfriend after seeing how it dumped our two best heroes. After everything Endeavor did for you, this is how you repay him? How embarrassing. Shuko, calm down. Are you done throwing your tantrum? Having an idea. Besides, we don't care at all about what a bunch of mediocre people say, people who will never even know their name. Extra students, angry, damn it. Throwing all the spheres at the same time. Shuko, smiling slightly. Okay, now let's see how it goes this time, creating a pair of wings of fire, using them as a shield, which had melted the spheres without even touching them. Extra students, in shock. Impossible. How is it possible that you got your quirk back? Shuko, creating a flame with her left hand quirk? These flames go much further than a simple quirk. Throwing a flame over them so as not to kill them, but causing the pavement where they were standing to begin to melt, as well as the nearby structures, trapping them and in the midst of their confusion eliminating them from the exam well. Now I must wait for the next test. Starting to walk away from the place with a big smile. I already want to tell Izuku how it went. Stadium VIP area. Jotaro, in shock watching Shuko's fight. She got her quirk back? How? This must be the work of one of those two damn freaks. Calming down a bit. Endeavor will be very happy when he wakes up. Stadium waiting room. Shuko, entering the place. There are already many. Where will you be? Looking everywhere. Inasa, seeing Shuko enters, approaching her. Todoro. Shuko, there you are, completely ignoring Inasa passing by, running beside him. Izuku. Inasa, seeing everything, clenching his fists. Izuku, sitting at the end of the room. Shuko? Walking towards her. Shuko, I see you were the first of us to pass. Faye being hugged by Izuku while he lightly smelled her hair. Izuku blushing a little. What are you doing? Izuku, I was just checking to see if you were the real one. Tightening his hug a little. My real Shuko. Shuko, the real one? What happened? Izuku, someone wanted to kick me out of the exam for copying your appearance, but I noticed it because of the disgusting smell I had, very different from yours. Shuko, do you know what I smell like? Izuku, yes, after what happened in Kamino office and Drake told me that my body is mostly that of a dragon. That is why all my senses have been enhanced. Shuko, I see. Blushes a little more since I smell? Izuku, purity, like the most beautiful flower of spring, like the sea breeze on a star-filled night, is a feeling as pleasant as a quality summer breeze. Shuko, I see. Hiding her head in Izuku's chest so that no one sees her big blush that extended to her ears. It's embarrassing that you say it here. Izuku, sorry, I'll try not to do it again. Shuko, so tell me all those things when we're alone, okay? Tightening her hug. Izuku, yes, moving away a little to give him a kiss on the forehead. Yayorozu, next to all his friends watching everything. Those two never change, smiling. We just arrived and they still haven't noticed us. Kirishima, haha, they really seem to go to another world when they are together. Uraraka, does it matter? It's so nice to see them happy together, and they deserve it after everything they've been through in life. Ida, Uraraka is right, they more than anyone deserve to be happy. Tokoemi, what we know as love is one of the greatest impulses that people have to change and improve. Mineta, I'm jealous. I also want to have a girlfriend. I've decided to do what Midoriya told me and I'll try to be less perverted to one day get a girlfriend too. Kirishima, good luck with that, haha. Yaoyorozu, hey guys, at the rate these two are going, they'll be the first of us to have kids. How about we make a bet? Everyone, no. Stadium backstage. Assistant, in front of Big Orca, and that would be all I should do. Big Orca, I'm not too sure about that. What are the chances of it getting out of control again? Assistant, based on the information we've gathered, the odds are low. Big Orca, okay, I'll try to make him angry so that he uses that armor and we have an excuse to disqualify him and not give him his license without the Nizu director or the Yaoyorozu family being able to do something. Assistant, yes, this is wrong. Director Jotaro is playing with forces he cannot control. Damn it, if only I didn't know he's been watching me, I would have already told you the truth. Clenching his fists, I have to find a way to send a message to Izuku Midoriya. Chapter 36 Licensing Exam Part 2. Stadium Observation Room. Mera, there are 0 spots left. Announcing to everyone 100 people. That's it. The exam is over. Those who have failed will have to leave the stadium, and for those 100 students who continue, they will have a 15-minute break until the next test. Stadium Waiting Room. Shuko, Izuku is sitting next to her boyfriend while looking at her phone. Izuku, hugging Shuko around the waist, tell me. Shuko, I already sent a message to my brothers about you wanting to meet them and they said they're okay with it, so they won't be leaving work tonight so we can have the whole weekend free so we can also go visit my mom. Is that okay with you? Izuku, sure, I want to meet them, smiling, making Shuko happy. Drake, partner, that means that today your house will be empty. Take this opportunity to move to the next level with your woman. Izuku, blushes a little, what are you talking about? I don't. Drake, after what they did in the academy hallway, there is no excuse that will work for you. Izuku, but what if she doesn't want to? What if she doesn't feel ready yet? I'm not going to force her to do something she doesn't want to do. Drake, you are just as slow as Issei on these issues. Listen, if she didn't feel comfortable with the idea she would have told you then. Don't think about it so much. Plus in my experience I can tell you that women think about these issues as much and even more than men. Shuko, Izuku, are you okay? You look a little red. Can dragons get fever? Putting her forehead against Izuku's, no, you're normal. Izuku, yeah, don't worry, he looking at Shuko's cleavage, remembering when he saw her at the sports festival, feeling his heart rate increase. Kirishima, approaching the couple, ahem, pretending to cough, I'm sorry to interrupt the lovebirds, but we have to prepare for the next test. We only have 10 minutes to think about what it could be and make some plan. Izuku, yes. Separating from Shuko, you're right, thanks Kirishima, really thanks Kirishima, if you hadn't arrived I don't know what would have happened, shall we go? Shuko, confused, yes, let's go with the others. Mera, to the 100 who have passed, turning on a large screen in the waiting room, please observe. Kirishima, gathering with all his friends along with the couple, it's the battlefield. Uraraka, what's going on? Only 5 of the 15 minutes of break have passed. Suddenly, before everyone's eyes, the entire field had exploded. Mera, this will be the next and final stage of the exam. In this destroyed place we want to see your rescue maneuvers, and this time the exam will be broadcasted online. And before anyone complains, I remind you that heroes must be prepared at all times for any circumstance, and will always be in the public eye, so get started. Unknown location. Garaki, deactivating a machine master, how do you feel? AFO, finally coming out of the regeneration capsule. It took more days than expected, but at least my life is no longer at risk. Good job, doctor, but tell me, Have you already gotten that supposed drug from the Yakuza? Garaki: Yes, sir. Tamura managed to get some in the underworld. Unfortunately, after analyzing it, I can say that either it is incomplete, or the Yakuza has deliberately not released the finished drug to the market yet. AFO: Well, it seems I'll have to go ask them personally. Kurojairi, appearing through a portal: Master, I'm glad to see you're feeling better now. AFO: Oh Kurojairi, you haven't appeared for days, and if you do now, it means that you found something about the other celestial dragon, right? Kurojairi: Yes, I managed to find a secret chamber beneath some ruins located abroad, but what is more important is that I think I found it. AFO: Excellent. Take me to that place right now. A portal opens in front. Garaki: But Master, what will happen to the Yakuza? AFO: The dragon is more important than what the Yakuza is hiding entering through the portal. Tell Tamura to take care of that matter. The portal closes. Stadium. Shoji, running towards the rubble. I see several people ahead. Izuku: I can see them too. There are several old people and some children. Shuko: It could be dangerous for them. Let's split up to cover more ground. All: Yes. Izuku: In front of an old man I found someone. Getting closer. Old man, help me. Crying, full of blood, my grandson. I was with him a second ago. Izuku: Don't worry, I'll find him. But first let me about to catch up. Old man, hitting Izuku's hand: Get your hands off me, you damn monster. Izuku: What? Old man: The destruction you caused is infinitely greater than that of this place. Since you appeared, the peace we had disappeared. Izuku: Trying to be calm, sir, he is injured, please let me take him to the paramedics. Old man: A hero. A real hero, help me. Screaming, drawing everyone's attention. Siro, Midoriya arriving at the place: What do you think you're doing? Lifting the old man: First we must calm him down. Old man: Finally! A real hero. Allowing himself to be helped without resisting, please help me find my grandson. Siro: Don't worry, I'll take him to the doctors first, and then I'll search tirelessly for your grandson. Walking away from the place. After that, Izuku could notice how everyone around him began to look at him accusingly, both the other students and the civilians, where no one said a word, but it was not necessary. He could see it perfectly in their eyes, a resounding and clear: You do not belong here. No matter how hard Izuku tried to help someone who was injured, the result was always the same. It got to the point where he just stood there, not being allowed to prove them wrong. A deep thought was born in Izuku's head, which was, is it really worth saving them? And when everyone least expected it, a loud scream was heard again, coming from a little girl. Girl, no. Get away, I just want my hero to save me. Inasa: What are you talking about, girl? I'm a hero. Trying to reach her despite the girl's opposition: Let me save you. Girl, I already said no. Please come save me. My hero. The Crimson Knight. Izuku, huh? Is that her name? Spreading her wings and flying to the origin of the screams. Inasa: Crimson Knight? I have no idea what you're talking about, girl, but I'll take you to the doctors. Activating his quirk. Girl, about to be carried away by the wind, I don't want it. Izuku: Akane. Arriving, flying to the place. Akane, Crimson Knight. Running to hug him, starting to cry: You did it. You saved me again. Izuku: Akane, what are you doing here? Akane: Sniff, my grandpa. Sniff, he always helps in this exam. Sniff, and I asked him to let me in too. Inasa: Angry girl, what do you think you're doing? Get away from that monster quickly. Didn't you see what he did on Kamino? You have to come with me and the other heroes. Akane: No. Holding her hug tighter: He's not a monster. And yes, I saw what happened in Kamino and I was scared. Making Inasa along with others who were watching the broadcast smile. But that joy only lasted a second. I was afraid that my hero would die. He was the only one who helped me when some bad guys were bothering me and nobody did anything. Not even other heroes who were in that place. Izuku, surprised Akane. Akane, raising her head, looking into Izuku's eyes while still crying: I sniff, when I saw how they called you on television. Sniff, I got very sad. Sniff, that's why when I knew you would be here, I asked my grandfather for that favor Sniff to be able to help you. Because Sniff the Crimson Knight that my grandmother told me so much about is someone who saves everyone and protects children, Sniff, just like you protected me. That's why you're not a monster like everyone says, Sniff. You are starting to cry much harder. A hero! After that scream, the whole place fell into a deep silence, where no one said anything and only the crying of the little girl could be heard, which began to calm down when Izuku hugged her with his wings in a scene that seemed tender to a few people who watched the broadcast. Izuku, shedding small tears, what was he thinking? Remembering his friends, Nizu, Aizawa, the Yaoyorozu Lords, Dr. Shield, Melissa, of course they are worth saving. Looking at little Akane, then remembering all the moments with Shuko and finally remembering his mother with a radiant smile. Not everyone is the same, wiping his tears and then doing the same with Akane. Akane, are you okay? Why are you crying? Did I say something you didn't like? Tearing again. Izuku, smiling friendly, of course not, on the contrary, what you said made me very happy. Akane, really? Excited. Izuku, yes. Carrying Akane in his arms, now how about I fly you to the paramedics? Akane, I would love to. With a radiant smile. Inesa, clenching his fist silently as he watched Izuku fly away with the girl. Stadium stands. Aizawa, smiling, I'm glad to see that there are people who see him for what he really is, a hero. What do you think? Looking at Ophis only to realize that she was crying. Hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Ophis, yeah, don't worry, wiping away tears, it's just that seeing him interact with that girl reminded me so much of Issei. He was very good with children. It won't be long before we meet again, although I don't know how you'll react when you see me. Yaoyorozu Mansion. AI, in front of a big screen next to her husband, did you see that, dear? Wiping away tears with a handkerchief. Ryuji, smiling, yes, I saw it clearly and I already made a decision, no matter what they say. Izuku Midoriya is the one to be the public face of our bill, and that once and for all there is equality towards quirkless people here in Japan. AI, I agree too, but you are wrong about something. Ryuji, what? AI, he has felt the hatred of the world on his shoulders and yet he remains firm in his dream of being a hero. That is why I do not believe that in the future he will stop only in Japan. Ryuji, surprised, are you saying that the? AI, yes, I think that young man will change the world again, but when he does it again, it will be a better world for everyone. Stadium, somewhere else. Civilians, our arms are wounded. Please help us. It hurts. Civilians, YHHH? Angry, our role is to interpret minor injuries and not to be of high priority, but that way of speaking is unacceptable. You have many less points. Bakugo, damn you. Leaving the place. Stadium, VIP area. Jutaro, in front of a screen, TCH, damn brat, making a call, it's me, start the next phase of the test. Stadium, observation room. Mera, announcing to everyone the villains have committed terrorist acts. The affected area is the entire site of the collapses. From this point the heroes will have to simultaneously do rescue and combat work, pressing a button so that a second later one of the stadium walls exploded through which several enemies came out. Izuku, seeing who arrived, the big Orca gang. They appeared in front of the first aid area. Seeing Akane, don't worry, I'll take you quickly to a safe place, increasing his speed a little. Akane, yes, smiling, I trust you. Great Orca, so, what will be your response, heroes? Shindo, running towards the villains, evacuate everyone. We must create as much distance as possible between the civilians and the villains. Touching the ground, I will welcome them with some tremors, moving the henchmen away. Great Orca, appearing in front of Shindo, we creating a gigantic sound wave which fainted Shindo. With such a difference in our abilities, do you think you can stop me alone? You're underestimating me. Huh! Dodging a flare of fire that was approaching. Shuko, it's good that I was close to this place, noticing how her hair started to move too much wind. Inesa, arriving in front of Shuko after having dragged all the lay henchmen from the place as well as Shindo Todoroki, we can finally talk without that monster being here. Shuko, frowning, don't bother me, I'm already angry at how everyone treated Izuku. Besides, I don't have time for this. Why don't you help with the evacuation in the first aid area? Your quirk should be useful there, creating a flame in her hand. Great Orca is weak to fire. I'll have to lower the power of my flames to the minimum so as not to hurt him too much, throwing her flames. But Inasa gets in the way, deflecting them with his wind. Hey, what's wrong? Inasa, Todoroki, listen to me first. You have to get away from that freak. Approaching her, I think you're forced to obey him just because he somehow got your quirk back. Clenching his fists, but I want to tell you that it doesn't have to be that way. You have to see the truth. I'll help you get him off of you. Someone like you shouldn't be with that guy. I'm telling you all this because Shiko, what? Are you going to say that you love me or some stupid thing like that? Angry to begin with. I don't even know your name, and after what you call my boyfriend, I'm not interested in getting to know him in the slightest. Creating her wings of fire. And what truth are you talking about? Inasa, if you stay with that monster you will be unhappy for the rest of your life and you will end up dying like that freak's mother. So come with me. I can protect you and make you happy. Holding out his hand. The truth is that he doesn't deserve to be a hero. Shiko, very angry. The only truth I see is how they discriminated against Izuku just for being quirkless, how they humiliated him, and how that bastard Bakugo tormented him in high school and the damn teachers didn't move a muscle to stop him, and even today he hasn't received a single punishment, increasing the intensity of his flames. And when he discovered his true power, what did he do? Become a villain for all the reasons he had? No! His desire to be a hero was greater, and since then he has not stopped helping people even when they do not thank him. He was the one who saved US from the attack of the villains in the USJ. Without Stain, the hero killer would still be on the loose. And he was the one who saved the entire island from the attack of that villain, increasing his flames more, causing everything around him to start melting. Inasa, but what about Kamino and your father? Shortness of breath. Shiko, Kamino was already destroyed by the battle of All Might and All for One. Idiot. And I don't care about that damn bastard Endeavor. He attacked us to kill my friends, Izuku and me, when everything was already over, and no one has said anything about it, plus all the abuse he has done to my family for years. And the damn Hero Commission has always covered it up, increasing his flames even more, which began to burn his suit. Inasa, receiving several burns and fainting due to the intense heat. Great Orca, Shiko Todoroki, that's enough. Struggling to breathe as his assistants tried to keep him hydrated, but almost all the water evaporated immediately. Heroine Shiko Todoroki, stop talking and calm down right now before your father's flames become stained with blood. What the hell is this fire? It's infinitely more powerful than Endeavor's. Director Jotaro is wrong. There are not just 2 monsters but 3, starting to get scared. Shiko, these aren't Endeavor's flames. They're mine. It was Izuku who made me see the truth. And for all of you who are watching this, he hasn't forced me to do anything. It was me who fell in love with him, and I was fortunate that he fell in love with me. And I'm completely sure that he will be the greatest hero in history, and I will always be by his side supporting each other. That's why I need a heroine's name that lives up to hers, and using a family legacy that I'm proud to carry on my back. From now on I'll be the heroine who, like a phoenix rising from its ashes, I'll always get up no matter the adversities to keep fighting. From today on my heroine's name will be Phoenix. After that statement, Shiko released her fire to the maximum, which were represented in gigantic wings of fire that illuminated the entire stadium, mowing down everyone, whether they were in the stadium or were watching it through the broadcast. Fortunately, all her friends had finished taking the civilians before that explosion of heat, which slowly dissipated, and when they were able to open their eyes, everyone could only watch in silence as a large part of the field was being consumed by fire, and in the middle was Shiko, and behind her was Izuku, who hugged her from behind while covering her with his wings since her clothes had been completely burned. Izuku, are you okay? This is the first time you release your flames to the fullest. Shiko, yeah, a little exhausted, but I'll be fine. I'm sorry you had to hear that tantrum. Izuku, that wasn't a tantrum. It was years of keeping those feelings to yourself for what that damn Endeavor did to you and for everything we've been through. That finally exploded, and that was really incredible. Giving her a kiss on the cheek. That's my girl. Shiko, could you take me to the locker room? Blushes a little. I'm completely covered by your wings, but I want to put on some clothes. Izuku, about to answer, but a large piece of rubble moves. Big Orca, what the hell was that? Having horrible burns all over his body while steaming everywhere. You two are bucking monsters. What about the civilians? Didn't you think about their safety? Are you going to keep hurting people? You'll never be heroes. Getting carried away by anger for not being able to fulfill your mission. Izuku, moving his wings so that one covered Shuko's body and releasing the other. I don't know what you're talking about. I noticed that our companions had evacuated all the civilians. Also using my wings I pushed the other two unconscious students, so at this moment only you remain. Big Orca, what? Looking around seeing that it's true. Izuku, that only means one thing, we're just two heroes against a villain. Smiling, are you ready to defeat the villain and get our Phoenix heroine licenses? Shuko, yes. Pulling her hand out a little to throw a small flame. Let's do this together, hero sekiryuutei. Because together we will be. Izuku, invincible. Flapping his free wing generating a gust of air, which intensified Shuko's flame generating a small tornado of fire which the great orca could not dodge, falling unconscious and with more burns. The whole place had gone completely silent after that. Once the fire had gone out, Momo quickly headed to the place where she discreetly created a change of clothes identical to Todoroki's just so they wouldn't know she was naked and forced Izuku to Shuko's chagrin to close his eyes. The statements on social media were not long in coming. Of course many were critical of them, but something was different this time, since every certain number of comments could be found words such as incredible. I will give them my trust. That will be the most powerful pair of heroes. While it was only a small step, it was one nonetheless, and after the injured were taken away and the students treated, everyone had been called to receive the exam results. Stadium platform, several minutes later. Mara, hello everyone, thank you for waiting. In a moment, the names of the approved people will be projected on this screen behind me. Those people who do not appear here will have a second chance to receive their licenses. The date for that will be defined with their own academies, so they will be the ones to indicate it to you. Now, without further delay, these are the participants who will obtain their licenses. Turning on the screen showing a bunch of names. Izuku, looking for his name, there it is, come in. Happy. Shuko, Izuku calling him, having a few small tears. Izuku, scared. Shuko, are you? Shuko, I also passed. Hugging him tightly. After that I thought they wouldn't give it to me. Izuku, congratulations. Shuko turning to look at his friends, what about you guys? Yaoyorozu, I also got my license. Happy. Kirishima, we all got them bro, raising his thumb while having a big smile. Tokoemi, well not all of us did. Bakugu, why the buck did I not pass? Damn. Again, damn that bastard Deki gets in my way. Looking at Izuku with eyes full of anger. Outside the stadium several minutes later. Office, in front of Shuko. So Phoenix heroine, huh? Shuko, yes, I'm sorry I didn't ask you before. Office, haha, you don't have to apologize for anything. In fact, I'm sure Ravel would have loved it. After all, you're making her last name recognized again in the world. Congratulations for passing. Well, I'm going to congratulate Momo. Now I'm coming so we can talk like I told you before the exam started. Shuko, approaching her boyfriend Izuku, what are you doing? Izuku, staring at his license. I was thinking that I would love to show it to my mom without noticing that two men were walking in the same direction where he was. Shuko, hugging him from behind. I'm sure she's watching you wherever she is and she's proud of you, just like I am, giving him a kiss on the cheek. Let's go back to everyone walking away from the place. Izuku, smiling, yes, about to leave with his friends, but someone hits him. That person falls to the ground. I'm so sorry, are you okay? Offering his hand. Jutaro, smiling, I'm really sorry, my assistant is sometimes a little clumsy. Congratulations for passing the exam, young man, starting to walk. Let's see, get up, we still have a lot of work to do. Assistant, why yes, taking Izuku's hand, thank you very much for helping me. Really congratulations for passing the exam, and I'm really sorry for your loss. Separating his hand and taking something discreetly from a pocket. Izuku, thank you very much, I really appreciate it. I think you already know, but I'm Izuku Midoriya, a pleasure. Assistant, taking Izuku's hand again and passing him a small piece of paper, the pleasure is mine. my name is Haruto Genshiro. Jutaro, hurry up, we don't have all day. Haruto, I'm sorry, my boss is in a hurry, see you later Izuku Midoriya. Izuku, waiting for him to leave to see what the paper said. Don't trust Jutaro. Putting the pail in his pocket, who is Jutaro? That was weird, I don't think it's anything, but I'll ask the director when we get to the academy. Unknown location. AFO, angry Kurogiri, why did you open the portal so far away? Walking down a long hallway. Kurogiri, I'm very sorry, master, but for some reason I can't open any portal near that place. It's like something is absorbing my strength. AFO, now that you mention it, you're right, this place does feel weird. I assume we're close by now, right? Kurogiri, reaching a wall, it's right here, master. We're here pressing a small hidden switch opening the wall. AFO, well, let's see what you've discovered. Entering the place, noticing that it was completely empty except for a statue at the end of the room, which what stood out the most were its wings, which shone. What the hell is that? Chapter 37, United Hearts. Unknown location. AFO, Kurogiri, approaching the statue, what is this supposed to be? Kurogiri, master, I think these wings are the heavenly dragon. AFO, why are you so sure of that? Incredulous. Kurogiri, because in all the documents I reviewed there were always illustrations of that glove that Izuku Midoriya has, and next to it there were always these wings, and above them were two dragons, one red and the other white, which seemed to be fighting without a clear winner being noticed. AFO, it is clear that the Nizarat hid a lot of information in his interview about to touch the wings. We must continue investigating to touching the wings, falling to the ground, breathing with difficulty. Kurogiri, very worried, master. Approaching AFO, are you okay? AFO, breathing between gasps and my energy. I feel like I'm running out of strength. Who are you humans? Kurogiri, who said that? Turning his head in all directions. AFO, and it wasn't who, but catching his breath a little. I asked them a question. Kurogiri, following the origin of the voice, the wings? AFO, getting up with difficulty, it seems that you really found something really impressive, Kurogiri. Answer me. Lighting up the wings, generating pressure in the environment. AFO, this pressure, if this is the white dragon, I must be careful what I say. Bus heading to UA. Izuku, sitting at the back of the bus watching Office whisper something to a blushing Shuko. I wonder what he's saying to her? Drake, partner. Izuku, what's wrong, Drake? Drake, that guy you ran into a few minutes ago and left you that message is another descendant of one of Issei's friends. Izuku, really? It's like Edshot Sensei, and what was his ancestor's name? Drake, his name was Saji Genshiro, but he and his descendant are not important now. Listen, we are increasingly meeting more descendants, so I have a feeling that in the future we will meet Albion. Izuku, I know what you mean, that if he appears with his carrier I must be stronger to stop him if he wants to start a fight. Drake, yes, that's why you have to learn how to modify the balance breaker as Issei told you, and once you do it you can move on to the next level. Izuku, next level? But I still can't do what he told me, but I'm still curious. What's the next level? Drake, achieve your own version of the Cardinal Crimson promotion. It is that state Issei incorporated the characteristics of his evil piece in the balance breaker, giving him a power equivalent to the Juggernaut drive, spending only his energy and keeping his life force intact. Izuku, that sounds incredible, but I don't have those evil pieces. Besides, where will I get all that energy to maintain that armor? Drake, partner, you are forgetting a detail, and that is that you are becoming a true dragon, and since your body is now mostly that of a dragon, you should start using your own energy without depending so much on me. Don't worry, I know it can be overwhelming to hear so much, but don't forget that you are not alone. You have me and Issei to give you advice and guide you. Izuku, I know, and you don't know how much I appreciate it, but didn't you forget to mention Office? Drake, you're right, I forgot to mention it. Thinking to himself, Office, it's best that you yourself tell them how little time you have left. And so it went on all the way. Once Office had finished talking to Shuko, she sat next to Izuku. But every time she looked at him, she blushed completely. That seemed very curious to Izuku, and when he asked her, she simply tried to change the subject. Another thing that happened on the bus was that Bakugo was strangely quiet, but he was actually really furious for being the only one who couldn't get his hero license, and every few minutes he would look at Izuku and Shuko, and when he saw them so happy together it only made him even angrier. That was noticed by Izuku. But he preferred not to give it much importance, since he wouldn't waste a minute on Bakugo if he could be with Shuko. UA Academy night. Mineta, getting off the bus we finally arrived. I'm exhausted. I want to go to sleep now. Kirishima, you're right. I think I'll go straight to sleep too. Yaoyorozu, oh no, you'll stay with me to help me do the exam report. Kirishima, what? But wasn't that the president's job? Yaoyorozu, Midoriya has been in charge of the paperwork these last few days. He said it was so I could rest and perform better in training. That's why now that the exams are over it's my turn to give him that free time. Kirishima but. Yaoyorozu, no buts, remember our bet. From now until we leave the academy you will be my assistant in everything related to being the vice president, dragging Kirishima towards the dormitories. Kirishima, panic, someone please help me. Ida, I'm sorry, but you made a bet with Yaoyorozu and she won fair and square. Uraraka, cheer up Kirishima, remember everything you said, pushing fists in the air, a real man never breaks his word. Kirishima, entering the dorms, no. Shuko, aren't you going to help him? Next to Izuku. Izuku, no, ha ha ha, it's very fun to watch. Shuko, hee hee, I think you're right, shall we go in? Izuku, go ahead, I have to tell the director something first, giving him a little kiss. When I arrive I'll tell you. Shuko, okay, starting to walk, don't be long. Izuku, watching Shuko walk away when he instinctively looks a little lower, blushing immensely. Drake, calm down buddy, first go talk to that rodent they have as a director, and then you can follow my advice from this morning. Izuku, why yes, heading towards Nizu's office. Approaching Shuko, you did it on purpose, right? Shuko, I don't know what you're talking about, smiling mischievously. Okay, whatever you say, you're provoking a dragon in a battle you can't win, just remember everything I told you while we were talking on the bus. Principal's office, minutes later. Izuku, in front of the door, I just hope you're still here, knocking on the door. Director Nizu, are you still here? I'd like to tell you something. Nizu, sitting at his desk. Young Midoriya? Of course, come in. Watching as Izuku opened the door. Good evening, did something happen? Izuku, good evening director, I'm sorry if I interrupted anything. Nizu, oh don't worry young man, I was just checking young Bakugo's history. Izuku, Bakugo? I don't want to sound like a gossip, but what did he do now? Nizu, the question is what didn't he do? You see, after young Todoroki said in the broadcast of her exam everything that young Bakugo has done to you, the Yaoyorozu gentleman called me and told me that if they wanted to create equality towards quirkless people, they first had to show everyone that actions have consequences. No matter who it is or how strong their quirk is. Izuku, does that mean? Nizu, indeed, young Bakugo will be sued for all the damage he did to you, but since he is still a minor, said lawsuit will also go to his parents for being so negligent and allowing his behavior. Izuku, and what will happen to him at the academy? Nizu, he will be expelled the moment he breaks one more rule. Izuku, I see, thoughtful. Nizu, is something wrong young Midoriya? Izuku, no, it's nothing, it's just that I never thought I'd see this day. Nizu, the world is changing, and the one who started all this change was you, but well, we've already gotten too distracted. What was it you wanted to tell me in the first place? Izuku, oh right, I had forgotten taking out the paper and giving it to Nizu. When we were leaving the exam a man named Haruto Genshiro ran into me, and when I helped him up he gave it to me stealthily. Nizu, reading the paper. Don't trust Jotaro. Having a bad feeling, did he say something else or did he give you something else? Izuku, no, just that remembering something he was accompanied by another man who apparently was his boss and Genshiro his assistant. Nizu, the only man I know with that name is the director of the Hero Commission searching for something on his computer. Tell me, by chance Genshiro's boss was this one? Turning the screen, showing it to Izuku. Izuku, yes, it was confused, but why would his assistant give me a message like that? Nizu, nervous with a very bad feeling. I don't know young Midoriya, But I will investigate this. Thanks for telling me. For now, go back to the dorms. I'm sure your friends and young Todoroki will be waiting for you. Izuku, you're right, walking towards the door. Thank you very much. I'm sorry to have bothered you at this time leaving the office. Nizu, waiting a few minutes to make a call. Hello, Edge Shot, where are you? Edge Shot, in my agency still. Ever since I sang that song, the other people and heroes don't stop making fun of me, so now I can only do night patrols. Depressed. The only good thing is that now I'm more popular with the kids. Nizu, listen to me, this is really serious. Edge Shot, what happened? Nizu, before I tell you, use the device I gave you and activate the call encryption. This is something that only the two of us should know. Edge Shot, activating a small box under his desk. I already did it. Now tell me what's so important. Nizu, it's about young Midoriya, more specifically his mother Inko Midoriya. Edge Shot, I don't understand. She died from an accident in the fight on Kamino. Nizu, I'm not so sure about that anymore. Young Midoriya came to my office a few minutes ago to tell me that the assistant to Director Jotaro, a man named Hiroto Genshiro, discreetly gave him a note saying not to trust Jotaro. Edge Shot, but why do you suspect Director Jotaro? Nizu, he was interested in finding a way to control young Midoriya, and in the Kamino incident he was seen leaving the same area of buildings where young Midoriya found his mother. Edge Shot, I think I understand where you're going with this, but what evidence do you have? Nizu, none. That's why I called you. I need you to find Hiroto Genshiro and tell us everything he knows. In case what I think is true, he is the one responsible for young Midoriya losing control of his power. Edge Shot, fine, I'll look for him, but if what he's thinking is true, will he tell Midoriya? Nizu, I don't know yet. Bedrooms 1A. Bakugu, in front of the bedroom door you finally arrive. Deku. Izuku, now that you want Bakugu, isn't it enough for you to see me and Shuko all the way back? Bakugu, tch irritated, follow me. Izuku, and why should I be right, instead of being with my Shuko? Bakugu, just follow me, damn it. Drake, partner, what are you going to do? Izuku, unfortunately I know him better than anyone and he won't stop bothering me. Exhaling air, very well, I'll follow you. Whatever you plan to do, do it quickly because I don't have all night. And with that said, Bakugu began to walk silently through the academy while Izuku followed him equally silently. Both at that same moment a single thought had come to them, a small moment of their childhood which represented better and worse times for both of them. UA Academy Field B. Bakugu, in the middle of the street looking at a building. This place is where all this shit started. This was the first place where we faced each other and I lost. Izuku, Ju, what good memories. Bakugu, since then, just thinking about everything that has happened only makes my stomach turn. Izuku, and what's my fault in that, idiot? Bakugu, you were a good for nothing, a weak hitch without a quirk, a zero on the left for this world, and yet miraculously, you entered the UA and by another damn miracle you got that power. Since that time with the muddy bastard, it was me who All Might chose. He was supposed to be the strongest of all, and once he did the one for all I would be mine. But clenching his fist you showed up with that shitty glove and all that supernatural crap and those damn dragons. Izuku, bored, you're just throwing a tantrum for believing that you are still the strongest. Bakugu, of course I am, I'm the strongest. I have the one for all. I was born with everything and you with nothing. I was chosen by Endeavor to be with his daughter. I'm the one who should be at the top of all damn people. I'm the one who should be at the supremacy of the world, so why? Why did that power chose you and not me? Izuku, starting to walk back. Bakugu, where do you think you're going, damn coward? Activating the Ofa Fight Me to prove that I will always be the best. Even if you have that power given to you. Izuku, do you even listen to yourself sometimes, Bakugu? Besides, are you really talking about free powers? You were born with your explosions without even doing anything, and then All Might gave you the Ofa. I had to train and make sacrifices to be able to use the boosted gear. You're just like a jealous little child who doesn't accept reality, and that another person can be better at something. And you want to fight me? Don't be ridiculous, you could never beat me. Bakugu, damn you. Increasing the Ofa, his hair starting to stand on end, you're just a damn worthless Deku. throwing explosions at him. But Izuku blocks them with his wings while continuing to walk calmly. Because of you, All Might lost an arm and his career was ruined. You left Endeavor and several heroes with serious injuries. Izuku, walking slower. Stop pretending, Bakugo. Worrying about other people is not your thing. Where are you going with this? Bakugo, and because of your damn fault, your mother died. Stops throwing explosions. Izuku, what? Stopping completely. What did you say? Clenching his fists in anger. Bakugo, what you heard, you damn bastard. If you had not been born, your father would not have abandoned them, and she would not have had to go to Kamino to find a better job just to support you. If you had not been born, our mothers would have still been friends. If you had not been born, All Might would still be the greatest hero. You're just a monster that everyone fears. You're nothing but the villain of the world. That's why I will defeat you. Activating the OFA at 100%, and that's why. The world would be better if only you had not been born. Izuku, turning his head slowly with a look full of anger. Bedrooms 1A. Shuko, arriving at the common room. Has anyone seen Izuku? Uraraka, drinking tea while eating some matcha. I haven't seen him come in. Kirishima, he shouldn't be long, arriving, sitting at the table with a mountain of papers in front of him besides. Yayorozu, hey! Don't get distracted and keep signing. Jiro, well, it's Midoriya we're talking about. He's probably fine. Only a complete idiot would seek to fight him. Shuko, yes, I think they are right. But before anyone else could speak, a loud scream was heard throughout the academy, awakening and alerting both students and teachers. Welsh Dragon. Balance Breaker. Bakugo. After that, everyone could see how a gigantic tornado of fire had appeared and how gigantic explosions began to light up the entire night sky, followed by strong tremors that ended up waking everyone in the academy. And despite the teachers trying to order the students to stay in the dormitories, it was impossible when they saw how Shuko ran towards the origin of all that chaos. They hadn't even arrived at the place when everything was already over. Field B was covered by a gigantic cloud of dust, and when it finally began to dissipate, they could realize that the entire place had been completely ruined and the vast majority of buildings were completely melted. And in the middle of all that destruction, Izuku was stepping on Bakugo's head, sinking him into the ground where several bones from his legs and arms could be seen sticking out. Bakugo, breathing raggedly with horrible burns all over his body. Why did the one for all turn off, trying to activate it without success? Damn, spitting blood. Izuku, angry, I warned you, Bakugo. I warned you that I would give you one chance. Taking his hands and starting to squeeze them tightly. I'm tired of your screams. I'm tired of you thinking you're better than others. I'm tired of bearing your damn screams. And above all, I'm tired of you thinking you're superior just because you believe that your quirk is strong when compared to my power. You're nothing. Squeezing Bakugo's hands tighter and tighter, starting to make him scream in pain. Bakugo, what do you think you're doing, damn you? Panicking as his hands deformed. Stop. Izuku, no. Squeezing harder, as the bones began to break. For 10 years I had to put up with all your bullying just for being quirkless. What do you think? From today on, you will be too. Squeezing with all his strength, as the bones came out of the skin, and blood stained the whole place. Bakugo, in complete agony, crying from the pain. Izuku, and this doesn't end here, taking Bakugo by the mouth to shut him up. I'm sure that not even Recovery Girl could heal the ligaments in your hands. That's why you will never be able to use them again. From now on, your hands are useless and are just a piece of hanging meat, so forget about using your quirk ever again. Emitting a crimson aura in the hand that covers Bakugo's mouth. But I know you very well, Bakugo, and I know you need more. So that an idiot like you can understand it. Starting to burn Bakugo, generating a horrible smell in the air and a horrible burn all over Bakugo's face. Listen to me well, Bakugo, stay out of my way, because the next time you want to fight me, rest assured that I will kill you. Releasing Bakugo, leaving him on the ground while Izuku got up. Now you are what you hate so much, Bakugo, a quirkless, and every time you see your reflection, you will see that scar, and you will know that you always were, always are, and always will be the real you. DKU. After that scream, Bakugo fell unconscious from all the damage to his body, and when Izuku turned around while making the balance breaker disappear, he could see how all the students along with the teachers were looking at him at the entrance of Field B. Many were trembling, crying, and some were even praying, and when Izuku took a single step, all the teachers except Aizawa had stood in front of the students in a defensive position, but that was only in appearance because they themselves were trembling. A second later, Shuko started walking slowly towards Izuku, completely ignoring everyone's warning, and when she was in front of Izuku, she simply hugged him, and standing on her tiptoes, she started kissing him slowly, only separating to catch her breath. Izuku, hugging Shuko around the waist, "I'm sorry you saw me like this." Shuko, don't worry, burying her head in Izuku's chest. "It was the same with me today in the exam. You just let out all your repressed feelings for what that damn Bakugo did to you," giving him a little kiss, and that was incredible. "Izuku, I'm really lucky to have you by my side," putting his hand on Shuko's cheek. "Shuko, we both are smiling sweetly." Aizawa, approaching the couple. "Midoriya, I'm sure you weren't the one who started this, but I think it's best that you stay out of the academy for tonight, while we check the cameras and Director Niza talks to everyone." Izuku, seeing everyone looking at him in terror, "I think Aizawa-sensei is right, spreading his wings." Shuko, I'm going with you. I already told you, creating her wings of fire. "No matter what happens, I will always be by your side." Izuku, I know, kissing her on the forehead. "Goodbye, Aizawa-sensei. I know this is not the best time to say it, but starting to fly while hugging Shuko. "We will not be back this weekend." Aizawa, with a nervous tick, that problem boy, looking at Bakugo lying on the floor in a pool of his own blood. "The truth is, I'm not surprised he ended up like this." Using his phone, and then medical robots appeared from the ground which took Bakugo to the infirmary. Vlad King, Eraser, approaching with a large number of students. "What are we going to do now?" Aizawa, what do you mean? Vlad King, don't play dumb. I'm talking about that monster. Aizawa, angrily activating his quirk, "Watch your words. I will not allow you to insult my student." Vlad King, and isn't Bakugo too? Don't you see that he almost killed him? Aizawa, and Bakugo also attacked him with the intention of killing him before. Stop being so hypocrite. Calming down a bit, besides he didn't do it, and that's something we have to thank Inko Midoriya for. Vlad King, and what does she have to do with this? Aizawa, in everything, don't you see? Midoriya has the power to dominate the entire world and no one could stop him. But it was the values that his mother instilled in him since he was little that prevented the world from coming to an end. Starting to walk away, they follow the robots, and if they don't stop that repulsive attitude towards him, then may the ancient gods have mercy on us, because the world could come to an end. Sky, several minutes later. Shuko, Izuku, where do you think we should go? Izuku, the truth is that I don't know where to go. I wouldn't like to go home. Shuko, in that case, blushes a little, my house is alone. Izuku, blushes a little, are you sure? I don't want there to be any problems with your brothers, especially since I'm going to meet them tomorrow. Shuko, I'm sure, looking at the ground, my house is around here, let's go down. And fulfilling what Shuko Izuku said, he walked towards the street. Fortunately it was already late and there was no one around, and starting to walk in a comfortable silence, Izuku only looked at his beautiful girlfriend being illuminated by the moonlight in that sky full of stars. And in the words of Izuku, not even all the stars in the firmament together would have a chance to compete in beauty against Shuko. Todoroki residence, several minutes later. Shuko, opening the door, come in, make yourself at home. Izuku, thanks, looking everywhere, now I understand why he modified his room so much in the dorms. Shuko, come follow me, taking him by the hand, my brother Natsuo must have clothes that you can wear to sleep. And in that way, after looking for what clothes Izuku could wear, she took him to the bathrooms where he could clean himself of all the sweat that had accumulated throughout the day. After a few minutes, Izuku had come out completely fresh, and Shuko told him that while she also took a bath, he could watch some television in the living room. Once Shuko finished bathing, Izuku could perfectly smell that pleasant smell that she gave off and guided him to his room with a big blush, but when they were about to enter, Izuku stopped her. Izuku, wait, Shuko, don't you think this is too fast? Shuko, completely blushing, but the time you touched me in the hallway and the way you look at me, I thought you wanted. Izuku, I'd be lying if I said I didn't want to also blushing, but I don't want to force you into anything. I want that when this happens it's because we both want it. Shuko. Biba releasing small flames. I want to hugging Izuku by the neck and starting to kiss him. Izuku, I have had many doubts in my life, but this is not one of them. You are the person with whom I want to spend the rest of my life, so do not reject me, and enter the room starting to kiss him. Lemon skipped. Izuku/Shuko, I love you. It was the last thing that was heard before they looked at each other with affection and kissed each other one last time before Shuko leaned back on Izuku's chest and he hugged her, completely wanting to protect her from any danger, falling asleep at the same time, and without them realizing it, marks had appeared on both of their bodies. Chapter 38 Light and Darkness. Todoroki Residence, Shuko's room. Shuko, slowly opening her eyes. Izuku, still hugging her naked under the sheet. Good morning, beautiful, giving her a short kiss. Shuko, good morning, handsome, giving him another kiss. What time is it? Izuku, I don't know, but I think it's still too early sitting on the bed. Did you like what we did last night? Shuko, no, scaring Izuku as he sat on the bed. I loved it. Noticing Izuku's back, I think I was a little rude last night. Izuku, well, in that case we're even looking at the parts he bit red. I also left you some small marks. Drake, the gem appearing in Izuku's hand. Those are not the only marks that were left. Shuko, covering her breasts with the sheet. Did you see us? Blushes. Drake, don't worry, just like with Issei, whenever he had relations with his women, I gave him his privacy and he slept. Izuku, thanks for the privacy, but what marks are you referring to? Looking at his whole body, noticing something on his left shoulder. What is this? Drake, that was the mark of the Phoenix clan, but you are not the only one, your wife also has one. Shuko, checking her body until she saw it on her waist on the right side. It is true, here it is, but it is different from Izuku's. Izuku, seeing Shuko's mark. Drake, what are these marks? Are they dangerous? Drake, don't worry, they don't represent any danger to either of you. When a male dragon had relations with his partner, and they had feelings of genuine love towards the other, they appeared, and the same applied with female dragons. It was, so to speak, a way of marking territory. Shuko, but how? Ophis only activated my phoenix genes. Drake, true, but you are a descendant of Issei, so you also have dragon genes, and even if they are not activated, it does not mean that they have disappeared. That is why the mark that appeared on my partner was that of the phoenix. Izuku, well, as long as they're not dangerous, I don't care, although if Ida sees them, he'll think they're tattoos, haha. Shuko, with how strict he is sometimes, I wouldn't be surprised, hehe. Drake, just one more thing, those marks weren't just to mark territory, it was also a way to unite the couple for life. Shuko, how about marriage? Drake, no, marriage is the closest thing humans have, but this goes further, so you understand it. You could say that their souls are now united, disappearing from Izuku's hand. Shuko, our souls? Looking at Izuku. Izuku, are they united? Looking at Shuko. After that the room fell silent, and the couple just approached each other to give each other a warm hug. They didn't need to say any words to know it. They were happy and decided to stay that way for a few minutes until the sound of their stomachs became present. Then they realized that they hadn't had dinner, and after their big night it was no wonder they were hungry. Izuku, getting out of bed, I think we should get some breakfast. Are you coming? Noticing how Shuko didn't move from the bed. Is something wrong? Shuko, WL blushes even more. I can't feel my legs. Izuku, I'm sorry, handing him the shirt he had on last night. Put this on and recover while I make breakfast for the two of you, giving him a little kiss on the forehead to start leaving, but Shuko stops him. Shuko, Izuku with his shirt half on, thank you, it was a wonderful night. Izuku, why yes, blushed by the image in front of him. When I'm done I'll let you know, leaving the room. That was dangerous. One more second and I wouldn't have controlled myself. UA Nursing Academy. All Might, sitting next to the stretcher where Bakugo was. How is he? Recovery Girl, reading her report. Almost half of her bones were destroyed. She had many severe burns all over her body. I was able to cure most of them except for two things. All Might, which ones? Recovery Girl, the burn on her face left a permanent scar, but the worst part was her hands. They are a total loss. Her ligaments were completely destroyed, so she will never be able to move them again, and since her quirk depended on them, Katsuki Bakugo is essentially quirkless, sitting on a chair that Midoriya went completely over the top. I understand that they didn't get along and that it was Bakugo who started the fight, but he used excessive force against him. Will the director give him any punishment? All Might. That is something that only the director will decide, and with respect to young Bakugo clenching his only fist, although it hurts me to see the state my former successor is in, I have to recognize that he deserves it, and that his attitude is the consequence of all of us. Recovery girl, what do you mean? All Might. All modern society only benefits people with strong quirks, and those it considers weak are left aside, and let's not even talk about the quirkless. The clearest example is everything that young Midoriya has lived. Even I saw the world that way, and it is now that I realize what a great hypocrite I became. That is why from now on I will dedicate what is left of my life to help improve the world in the right way and improve the treatment towards people with weak quirks, but especially the quirkless. Embers of the Ofa. Bakugo, opening his eyes, noticing that his mouth was covered by fog. This place again. Nana, appearing in front of Bakugo. This will be the first and last time you see me, Katsuki Bakugo. The other carriers warned you. Even though I refused, they wanted to give you one last chance, and you didn't last even a week to lose it. That's why you finally lost the one for all. Bakugo, what? You mean those voices weren't my imagination? Nana, you were always a medium-sized fish in a small pond. Your parents were negligent in your upbringing. You think that everything revolves around you just because you were born with a strong quirk. Well, what do you think? I'm here to tell you that you're wrong. I'm here to tell you something that you should have heard a long time ago. You, Katsuki Bakugo, are not the best. You have a dangerous and destructive quirk that, in my opinion, only serves to cause physical harm to others. You will never be a hero. They should never have even let you enter the UA that day when you met Tashinori. He was wrong, and the one who was truly worthy of the one for all was never you. But Izuku Midoriya, laughing a little, although it is clear that he has a power that the Ofa will never be able to reach, and although drastic, I agree with what he did to you. You must learn that terrible actions have terrible consequences. Maybe with that you will learn some humility beginning to disappear along with the few embers of the Ofa. Do not even try to ask Tashinori for the Ofa again, since we will never allow you to have it again, disappearing, leaving behind one last phrase. Goodbye, Katsuki Bakugo. Todoroki residence. Natsuo, entering his house next to his sister Fuyumi. Why did you bring me here so early? I still wanted to sleep a little longer. Fuyumi, don't say that, Natsuo. You know that Shuko's boyfriend is coming today, and you should already know who he is, so we should be prepared and have a good first impression. Natsuo, well, I think we won't have time to get ready, pointing to a pair of red shoes at the entrance. Those aren't mine, and the damn old man is fortunately still in a coma. Fuyumi, looking at the shoes, oh no, they should be here already. Entering at high speed, I have to prepare at least some tea, heading to the kitchen. And as soon as Fuyumi entered and headed straight to the kitchen, she clearly saw Izuku shirtless, wearing only pants while carrying 2 plates to the table. She had blushed, and Natsuo at her side didn't know what to say. Izuku could notice them, and in a somewhat awkward silence time had frozen, and to make matters worse, a trembling Shuko had arrived, holding on to the walls without noticing her brothers. Shuko, already dressed. Izuku, you took a long time, stumbling a little. Even with my regeneration, my legs are numb. You were very hard on me last night. But hey, I'm not complaining, hee. Izuku, as Shuko blushed, pointing at the brothers who were with their mouths open. Shuko, confused, what? Looking at the direction Izuku pointed, only to be completely embarrassed at Fuyumi and Natsuo. Fuyumi, fully understanding the situation, only to get upset. Why you? That. After that moment that the couple would never forget, Fuyumi simply asked them if they used protection, and in the face of the couple's silence and blushing, she got angry and began to scold them and talk to them about the importance of protection and prevention of teenage pregnancies, without giving them a second to explain that those things do not apply to them. For his part, Natsuo could only feel much more admiration for his older sister, since before his eyes she was scolding a dragon and a phoenix at the same time without any fear in her being. Fortunately for Izuku and Shuko, Natsuo was more understanding and decided to help them by telling them why they didn't get ready first, and after breakfast they should go see their mother at the hospital, to which they all agreed. Naturally, when he noticed that Izuku didn't have any change of clothes, he lent him something that he didn't use frequently, and once they were ready they left in Fuyumi's car in an awkward silence. Hospital, King's room. Ray, hearing a knock on the door come and seeing his 3 children enter, what a wonderful surprise to see them all together smiling at them. Shuko, hi Mom, approaching her to hug her. The truth is that we came because I want to introduce you to someone. Heading to the door to open it. Come in. Ray, noticing a small change in Shuko's walk. Izuku, nice to meet you Mrs. Todoroki, making a small bow. I'm Izuku Midoriya and I'm Shuko's boyfriend. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ray, my pleasure. I'm glad to finally meet my daughter's boyfriend, smiling sweetly. I just have one question. Did you use protection? Shuko, Mom? Blushes how? Ray, a mother knows, and I could also notice how you walk a little differently, but well, that doesn't matter now. Did you protect yourselves? Fuyumi, they didn't do it. Exhaling, but oh well, what's done is done. Ray, Fuyumi is right. What will they do if Shuko ends up pregnant? Izuku, well, about that, haha. Shuko, Fuyumi didn't let us explain ourselves, starting to explain to them about their very low birth rate until Izuku becomes a 100% dragon and the marks. Natsuo, in short, until they are adults they will always be protected, right? I'm so jealous. I wish it were like that with my girlfriend. Shuko, why yes, but please let's stop talking about it. Embarrassed. Fuyumi, lowering her head, I'm sorry I didn't let you explain. I was really surprised. Izuku, don't worry, I'm sure I would have acted the same way if I had been in your situation. Ray, noticeably sad, does that mean I won't have grandchildren soon? Earning everyone's gaze, what? I want to be a grandmother, and Fuyumi and Natsuo are starting to take a while, smiling. And how many children do you plan to have? Fuyumi, Mom, don't you think you're getting ahead of yourself? Shuko, I want at least 3 children. Looking Izuku straight in the eyes, what do you say? Izuku, whispering in her ear, which everyone heard, with you all you want, causing Shuko to release fire from her hair. Natsuo, it seems I will have many nephews. Ray, yes. I'm going to have lots of grandchildren. Fuyumi, not believing what she heard. My little sister has a better love life than me. Yue Nursing Academy, half day. Bakugu, waking up, Seekers trying to move his hands, but not being able to, he starts shedding tears. All Might, young Bakugu, I see you finally got over it. Bakugu, All Might? Really? I don't have one for all anymore? All Might, yes, the carriers rejected you completely, and in the Kamino incident the Ofa returned to my body. Bakugu, but without the Ofa and without my hands, how will I be a hero? All Might, I'm sorry young Bakugu, but you won't be able to stay here at the academy anymore. Bakugu, what? Why? Is that bucking bastard Quirkless? Speaking without thinking, if you give me the Ofa I could use my legs and then I. All Might, shaking head, you didn't understand me, young Bakugu, You were expelled from the UA. Bakugu, clenching his teeth tightly, holding back his tears. All Might, in addition to that, the Yayorozu gentleman filed a lawsuit against you for all the years of abuse against young Midoriya, and since you are a minor, that lawsuit was also directed towards your parents. Starting to leave the infirmary, they are collecting your things from the bedrooms. I will tell them that you woke up so they can see you. Bakugu tried to stop him, but the words just wouldn't come out of his mouth, and when finally All Might, the man he had admired so much, did nothing to stop him, for the first time in his life, Katsuki Bakugu felt weak, and in the midst of his helplessness he could do nothing but burst into tears, while trying to move his hands, which was useless. He was useless, he was simply Deku. Unknown location. Overhaul, you're late. Jutaro, I had a problem with my assistant, but I'm already solving it. Overhaul, what did that idiot do? Did he lose some papers? Did he mess up your schedule? Jutaro, no, I saw how the ungrateful bastard did something to Midoriya's monster. That's why I'm interrogating him to tell me what happened to him. Overhaul, I see. Well, in that case I won't delay you any longer, here throwing a small capsule with a red liquid. Jutaro, what is this? Overhaul, it is the final product of the project that you sponsored me. I used the trigger as a base, but the difference is that now instead of powering the quirks, it takes them beyond their limit, it evolves them. Jutaro, excellent, I knew it wasn't a bad idea to collaborate with you. Putting it away. When will you have more of these ready? Overhaul. The raw material to make it is scarce, so it will take me time to get it again. Jutaro, lying bastard, it's obvious you have more of this thing. Starting to walk away. Okay, let me know when you have more. Well, for now this will do, then I can send the heroes to see what it is you're hiding so much. Overhaul. Walking away too. Well, I got rid of that guy for now. Now I can work on my real project. Bring the sacred gear back to this world, and I owe it all to you, Eri. Unknown location. Haruto, gagged in a chair covered in wounds. Damn, looking in all directions. It's useless. I have no way out. Having a slight smile. If this is my end, at least I'll know that I tried to do the right thing. This is not your end. Haruto, surprised. Who said that? I've been watching you for a long time, and I preferred not to intervene in your life, but now it's different. Haruto, is this one of Director Jitaro's tricks? I'm not any human's trick. Haruto, can you hear me? Wait, human? Do you mean that you? Indeed, I am from the supernatural era, and in view of your situation I want to help you. Haruto, help me? Why? Who are you? I want to help you because you are the descendant of my former bearer, and regarding my name you can simply tell me. Vritra. Hospital, King's room. Izuku, eating soba with all the Todoroki, and that's how he discovered Drake's existence. Rei, I'm disappointed to know what All Might told you on that rooftop. Fuyumi, yes, fortunately you had great willpower, and you continued with your dream. Natsuo, I see that you have had it harder than us. Midoriya. Izuku, you don't have to be so formal with me, you can just call me by my name. Rei, smiling, and the same applies to us too. I've seen you since the sports festival, and from what I've been told you're practically like family. Getting up to give her a warm hug. Listen, I know I can never replace your mother, but I want you to know that if you ever need any advice you can always come tell me. Izuku. Izuku, returning the hug as a small tear escaped. Thank you very much, ma'am. Shuko, watching the scene with a smile. Fuyumi, hey Shuko, what do you plan to do later? Shuko, well, we were planning to have a date, but I would like to spend the day with you too, but looking at Izuku. Izuku, understanding everything. Don't worry Shuko, our date can be like the time we went to the mall with our classmates. Natsuo, then why don't we all go there? Showing his phone, it seems there will be some festival tonight. Fuyumi, that's a good idea. Where will it be? Natsuo, looking closely at the advertisement, forget it. It will be very far from here. Showing him the phone, it will be on Nabu Island. Fuyumi, Nabu? This is at least a day and a half away by boat. Izuku, let's go, I could take them. Natsuo, how? I know you can fly, but I don't think we can all hold on to you at the same time. Izuku, thinking for a few seconds. I know. You will get in Fuyumi's car and I will hold it while I fly to that island. Shuko, happy. I like that idea. Fuyumi, why yes, I know he'll be careful, but still, worried, but I haven't finished paying yet. Rei, I would love to go, but I don't think they'll let me go, making her children lower their heads. Izuku, why not? Rei, you see. After hearing the explanation of why they wouldn't let her out, she became upset at how damn Endeavor could be, since the only reason she was still hospitalized was because they had bought the doctors and they falsified the necessary documents just so that in the eyes of the general public she was mentally unstable. But it was nothing more than an alibi in case she wanted to reveal to the press her entire life with him. Izuku immediately went to speak, civilly, with the doctor in charge of the hospital, where he agreed to show the real documents, and in that way Todoroki was finally able to get out of that gala where she was locked up. Shuko, jumping into Izuku's arms to kiss him repeatedly. Thank you very much, Izuku. Izuku, hugging her waist. Don't worry, after all I promise you, right? Your family will be protected under my wings. Rei, shedding several tears. Thank you very much, Izuku. Izuku, you have nothing to thank Miss Rei for. You can always count on me for whatever you need. Fuyumi, you really found a great man. Shuko, I wonder if I would find someone like that too. Natsuo, happy. Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go to that festival. Unknown location. AFO, sitting in front of the statue, and that would be all the information I have. I see, so in the time that I have been asleep, humans have developed those quirks because magic returned and their genes reacted to it, but apparently they are infinitely weaker than the beings of the past. AFO, may I ask you a question? Are you the celestial dragon of supremacy? At least after so much time my name has not yet been forgotten. Indeed I am the white dragon and my name is Albion. Kurogyri, if I may ask a question, why are you here? From what I could see, you celestial dragons appeared inside people. Albion, he was the cursed Azazel, he was the leader of the fallen angels, and in the final war against the Trihexa he lied to everyone about the death of my carrier Vala Lucifer. He had survived. But seeing that the magic had disappeared from the environment, he ended up using his own reserves in his body to extract Vala from me and modified the divine dividing to recover his magic. Unfortunately for him it did not work and he ended up becoming human to die shortly after, leaving me trapped here for so many centuries, leaving me unable to fulfill my promise to Red. AFO Red? It must refer to the dragon that Izuku Midoriya has. I don't want to sound impertinent, but what promise is he talking about? Maybe I can help you. Albion, I know what you're trying to do, human. You want to use my power. Unfortunately for you, that's impossible. The moment you touch the wings, I could feel it. Supernatural genes run through your body and only humans can use a sacred gear. The only exception I've ever met has been my former wearer, Val. He was born half human and half demon, and it was a complete miracle that I appeared in the game. AFO, I see. It is because of being quirkless that Izuku Midoriya was able to use that power. Kurogyri returns with the doctor and helps Tamura in whatever he needs. I will stay a little longer to continue talking with the celestial dragon. Kurogyri, yes, master, leaving the room and then being far enough away to open a portal. AFO, what do you say we work together? That way I'll put all my effort into helping you fulfill that promise with the other celestial dragon. Albion, thinking for several seconds. Okay, I'm listening. Nabu Island. Once Izuku arrived with the Todoroki family, most of the local population gathered around them. At first they thought they wanted to kick them out, but when they saw how everyone had smiles on their faces, they became confused, and from the crowd an older man had emerged who was the mayor of the island. Mayor, welcome to Nabu Island. I assume you're here for the festival, right? Shuko, getting out of the car with everyone. Yes, seeing everyone looking at them. Sorry, not to be rude, but why is everyone looking at us? Mayor, excuse them, they are just happy to see Midoriya, gesturing for them to leave. Izuku, confused. Happy? I didn't think that someone strange would be happy to see me, and more now that everyone knows about what I am, quirkless and part dragon. Mayor, we are very different from people in big cities. In fact, the first settlers on this island were quirkless who fled discrimination with their families, and despite the fact that the following generations were born with a quirk, respect for the quirkless was never lost. Even the few heroes who work here try to make tourists respect them, since some of their grandparents are still alive and they are quirkless. Ray, happy, that's good news. What about the festival? Mayor, there are still a few hours left before it starts. If you want, you can enjoy the whole island until it's time starting to complain about the place. I hope you have a pleasant experience. Shuko, taking Izuku by the hand, what do you say we go for a walk before it starts? It's my first time on an island. Izuku, of course, this is new to me too, especially knowing that they don't seem to be afraid of me when they see me moving away from the other Todoroki. Ray, watching the couple walking away, they should take advantage of these moments of rest, looking at Natsuo and Fuyumi. And what do they plan to do? Natsuo, I'm going to the sea. I need a break from my final university project. Fuyumi, I'm going for a swim too. Are you coming, Mom? Ray, sure, but I'll sit on the beach. I haven't had direct sunlight for a long time and I could burn my skin. Nabu Island, Mountaintop Park. Shuko, looking at the view of the sea, this place is beautiful, noticing something strange about her boyfriend Izuku. What's wrong? Izuku, it's nothing, shaking head, it's just that this place, I wish I had grown up in a place like this. Shuko, knowing that Izuku was remembering his childhood, simply hugs him and both remain in a comfortable silence until the scream of two children caught her attention. They were two little brown-haired siblings. They introduced themselves as Mahoro being the older sister and Katsuma as the younger. And far from fearing them, the excitement was evident in their eyes. Little Katsuma told them that Izuku loved to build the Gundam models that his father brings him every time he has to leave the island, and that when he saw Izuku's armor he loved its design. Upon hearing that, Izuku activated the balance breaker and could see little stars coming out of Katsuma with excitement, especially when Izuku lifted him on his shoulders. As for Mahoro, she approached Shuko to tell her that those wings of fire were really beautiful and told her that she had seen the broadcast of her exam and that she was happy because they had defeated the hero, great orca that in her own words she should fear. Both infants continued playing with the couple until they were called from afar by their father, and with great joy they invited them to return one day to play with them. That moment filled both of them with joy, and seeing that there was still some time before the festival began, they decided to go to the beach. Once Izuku had arrived, he was blushing the whole time for two reasons. The first was that the only swimsuit he could get was from an All Might edition, and the second was that Shuko's swimsuit fit him too well, and after a few minutes they met the others, Fuyumi, Natsu, and Riley. Nabu Island Beach. Rei, watching how everyone was having fun while she sat quietly. Izuku, you don't know how much I appreciate you. If it wasn't for you, Shuko would continue to suffer in silence. You were the one who united what was left of my family. As a mother, you don't know how much I appreciate it. Shedding a small tear when remembering someone, I hope you could have been with all of us, Tuya. After that night had come, and with it the festival, to which I laughed, and Fuyumi told Izuku and Natsuo to wait for them only to drag Shuko to get a yukata, which she immediately accepted when they told her that it would surprise Izuku. And after several minutes sitting waiting, they had finally come out, and to everyone's amusement Izuku had his mouth open at how beautiful Shuko looked. Fuyumi, happy, that's the reaction we were expecting. Now all we need is a little makeup and she's ready. Izuku, no, calling everyone's attention, Shuko doesn't need any makeup. Shuko, but wouldn't it look prettier if I hid my scar with makeup? Izuku, you don't need that, putting his hand on her cheek. Shuko, you are beautiful. Your eyes, your lips, your cheeks, and of course your scar. Everything about you is beautiful. To me you always look like a true princess, who completely stole my heart, kissing her without caring about being next to her family. Shuko, reciprocating the kiss, immensely happy, being able to feel her heartbeat increasing. You deserve a reward tonight. Fuyumi laughed, smiling sweetly. My little sister/daughter is very lucky. Natsuo, slow down. Izuku, this is gold. Writing down all his words in a notebook. I have to try this with my girlfriend. After that moving scene, everyone enjoyed the festival, in which Izuku and Shuko had never let go of each other's hands. For everyone there was no doubt that they were the most adorable couple they had ever seen, and despite the questions they wanted to ask them, no one was able to interrupt their moment. The hours had passed and it was already very late, and at Rei's request, they decided to spend the night on the island. So they went to the only hotel in the place. Nabu Island, Hotel, midnight. Receptionist, watching the family enter. Good evening. Rei, good evening. We are here to stay just tonight. How many rooms do you have available? Receptions, I only have 3 available left. Shuko, perfect, taking the key and dragging Izuku into the room. We will use this one. Good night, locking the door. Fuyumi blushes, remembering how she found them that morning. We will take the other 2. I will share the bed with Mom, taking her key as Natsuo took his, and so everyone had entered their rooms. Izuku in Shuko's room. Shuko, kissing Izuku, throwing him on the bed and climbing on top of her boyfriend. Izuku, separating a little from the kiss. Shuko, your mother and your brothers are in the other rooms. Shuko, it's your fault. Izuku, kissing him again. It's your fault for telling me those beautiful words, biting his earlobe. Plus I could see you devouring me with your gaze in that swimsuit. Starting to take off the yukata from the shoulders. You have to take responsibility. Izuku, if that's the case, taking off her yukata completely, revealing her Shuko's breasts, I'll have to take charge. That was a long night for the people at the hotel. Even though the couple tried to be as quiet as possible, the somewhat old walls of the place could not muffle the sound of their love and so much laughter. Fuyumi and Natsuo had only one thought that night. It seems that in the future we will be a big family. General Hospital, Mizudafu, early morning. Nurse, entering a room to continue her routine with a patient, but suddenly drops what she was carrying in her hand. Doctor, come quickly. Leaving the room, Endeavor has woken up. UA Academy hallway, Monday. Shuko, this weekend was wonderful, walking through the halls with a big smile of satisfaction. Izuku, I believe that, although it will be a little uncomfortable to see your family after everything we did. Shuko, don't complain. I admit that when you see her at the hotel, I was the one to blame, but the other times, you were the one who started it. You're lucky I have regeneration, or I wouldn't be able to keep up with you. Izuku, sorry, I'll try to control myself a little more. Shuko pouting and who said to do it, hugging Izuku's arm. And so the couple walked calmly towards their classroom, completely ignoring the glances of the other students in the place, and when they were about to arrive, a young woman with blonde hair came out from a corner and rushed to hug Izuku directly for several seconds. To which Shuko, with some jealousy, quickly separated her from her boyfriend, only for both Izuku and Shuko to be surprised by who they had in front of them. Melissa! Melissa, hi guys, waving with great joy. What do you think? Starting today, I will study at the UA. Chapter 39 Reunions. UA Academy Hallway. Shuko, study here? In shock. Melissa, yes, but first launching herself to hug Izuku. I'm so sorry about your mother. Causing Shuko to expel small flames. Izuku, returning the hug. Thank you very much. Melissa quickly separating from her when he feels Shuko's gaze. But how? When did you arrive? Did you enter the support department? Successfully changing the subject. Melissa, I arrived this weekend, and no smiling from now on. I will be with you in the hero class. Izuku, confused, did you create some invention to fight the villains? Melissa, well, the truth is that taking a gem out of her pocket. I'm helping her, surprising everyone, especially Drake, who recognized that voice. Drake, the gem appears in Izuku's hand. Wow, I never thought we would see each other again. Fafnir. Izuku, Drake, do you know him? Drake, yes, he is one of the ancient dragon kings. He protected one of Issei's women. But addressing Fafnir, I never thought I'd meet you, much less knowing that you only intended to protect Asia. Fafnir, it's true, and that hasn't changed. After all, my new companion is of Asian descent, impressing everyone. Shuko, opening her eyes in shock. Another descendant? So Melissa is like another cousin, just like Momo? Izuku, what? Drake, did you know? Drake, no, I didn't know. I realized your wife only because I felt her fire, and with Momo Yayorozu it was because when you look at her closely you realize that she has the same face as Seraphal. But how did you get to her side? Fafnir. Fafnir, from what Melissa told me, it was her director who found the gem where my soul is, and it was fate that the place where she was sent to investigate it was in her care. Drake, and how do you know that Asia is his ancestor? Fafnir, I had a little hunch the first time I felt her hold the gem, and when your pruner used the Juggernaut drive I fully woke up. We've talked ever since, and when I lent her my power out of curiosity for the first time, that was when she confirmed it, right Melissa? Melissa, with a nervous tick. Woman? Not caring about the dragon's conversation. Shuko, yes, with a smile of victory. Izuku and I are boyfriend and girlfriend. And we love each other very much, sticking her tongue out at him, proclaiming her victory. Melissa, is it true? With her head down while her hair covers her eyes. Izuku, yes, remembering that time at the island airport. Melissa, I still remember what you said when we said goodbye. But I'm very sorry. But I can't accept your feelings. Melissa, no, it's okay. I was quick to make that statement after we only knew each other for one day. Shuko, calming down for a second, but that changed when Melissa looked up and her eyes showed pure determination. Melissa, that's why. Hugging Izuku's left arm, I won't give up until I'm sure of my feelings. Shuko, hey. Hugging Izuku's right arm, sinking it into her breasts. I'm already Izuku's girlfriend. Hugging him tighter as she pulls him towards her. Let him go. Melissa, no. Hugging him tighter, pulling him towards her. Besides, Fafnir told me that dragons have several partners, and since Izuku is going to become one, I don't plan on giving up. Izuku, seeing how the two girls' gazes collided and seemed to generate sparks. G-girls, how about you calm down? Shuko / Melissa, N.O. UA Academy Principal's Office. Nizu, sitting at his desk. Has Dr. Shield been installed yet? David, yes, I appreciate the space you opened in your support workshop. Having some tea now, I can work on a way to remotely turn off the Quirk amplifier that the villain stole. Nizu, shaking head, I thank you again in advance for coming to help us, and I hope that our equipment can be at least a little on par with what you are used to. David, don't worry about that, their equipment is top-notch too, plus I brought my own tools in case I need anything more specific. Nizu, I see drinking some tea. Changing the subject, I know you must be worried about your daughter, but I guarantee that by young Midoriya's side she will learn to better control her power while staying safe. David, I know. I fully trust Izuku. Taking a last sip of tea while having a serious face. It's funny, don't you think? Nizu, what do you mean, Doctor? David, the fact that everyone looks down on the Quirkless, but only they can access the greatest power in the world. Nizu, yes, fortunately that part about only the Quirkless being able to use the sacred gear is still unknown to the public. Finishing his tea, I don't even want to imagine what governments, or some criminal gangs could do with them. David, I know, clenching his fists, and even though I don't like it all that much, I'm grateful to Fafnir for offering Melissa that deal so she'll be safe. I haven't seen her so happy in so many years. Taking out his phone to look at an old photo. General Hospital, Endeavor Room. Jutaro, reading the medical report. 4th degree burns in various areas of the body, total loss of sensitivity in the extremities, almost partial destruction of muscles in various areas, amputation of the left eye, not to mention the permanent scars all over the body. Endeavor, fully wrapped up now. What the buck do you want? Jutaro, calm down, I came to give you good and bad news. Endeavor, I hear you. Jutaro, let's start with the good. The damn Yayorozu sued you, but I managed to convince the judge to be in your favor. You know, I just told him that without you or All Might on the streets, they have become more dangerous and the heroes may not arrive on time everywhere. The other good news is that your daughter got her quirk back. Seeing the impression in Endeavor's eye, I know. I was also just as surprised as you, taking out his phone and showing him the recording of his exam. I don't know how it happened, but now her fire is even stronger than yours. Endeavor, excellent. That damn monster didn't ruin it. Now I just have to put it together with Katsuki Bakugo to create the greatest hero in history. Jutaro, I think that's not going to be possible. Endeavor, angry, why not? Jutaro, I told you that he also brought bad news, didn't I? Showing him his phone again, he finishes watching the rest of the video. Watching Shuko's statement about her relationship with Izuku. Your daughter started a relationship with that phenomenon, and I don't know what happened. But this morning I received a report that Bakugo was brutally attacked by him, and as a result it was the complete destruction of his hands, so he will never be able to become a hero. Endeavor, very angry, what? Damn bastard! Releasing small flames, burning the bandages. I'll kill him. Jutaro, calm down. Even if I don't want to accept it, we're not ready to face it yet. Leaving some small bottles on the table next to the bed. I'm sure you know them. The trigger will increase the strength of your quirk momentarily. An improved version is currently being researched. So when you can move, use them to train and then come with me to continue with my plan. Leaving the room. Endeavor, curse, grabbing a jar. Once I can move, I will go claim my perfect creation, maddened by rage. On the way to her classroom, Melissa did not let go of Izuku's arm, causing Shuko to do the same. All the other students looked at them, and for a second they had forgotten their fear, only to feel a deep envy towards Izuku for having two extremely beautiful girls fighting over him. Additionally, throughout the way, Melissa told them how her meeting with Ophis was and how much she cried when Fafnir had told her that he was also Issei's toothless, and that night he did not let her sleep because of the long talk they had. UA Academy Class 1A. Izuku, G-girls please, entering while Shuko and Melissa hugged him by the arms. Kaminari, seeing everything. Damn, you were right, Mineta, Midoriya is already forming his harem. What should we do? We can't be left behind. Mineta, I don't know what you're talking about. Kaminari, having an arrogant smile. I followed Midoriya's advice and managed to get a date this weekend. Kaminari, what? Starting to shake. Mineta, damn traitor. Izuku, listening to the start of class bell. Classes are about to start. Melissa, resigned while separating, heading to the empty seat left by Bakugo. Shuko, even without letting go I won't let go, pouting. I don't want to, whispering. Izuku, listening perfectly. Shuko giving her a long kiss just to whisper something in her ear. You have nothing to worry about, I only love you. Shuko, it's okay. Blushes separating from Izuku. I'm sorry. Melissa, watching that whole scene while pouting. If what I feel for you, Izuku, is love, I'm not going to give up until I enter your heart too. Uraraka, walking towards Momo to whisper something. Hey Yayorozu, don't you think Todoroki looks a little different? Yayorozu, whispering different? What do you mean? Uraraka, I don't know, just look at her. Both look at their friend. Don't you think she looks more mature? Yayorozu, remembering all of Ophis's conversations about her dragon genes and connecting all the dots, blushing at what she had thought. I don't know what you're talking about. Uraraka, tilting her head in confusion because she didn't understand because of her innocence. Yayorozu, I don't think she did that with Midoriya, or did she? Blushes even more just thinking about it. Aizawa, entering the classroom accompanied by Ophis. Good morning everyone. Although you already know, I will say it again to make it clear. Katsuki Bakugo was expelled from this academy, and additionally now they will have a new partner, Melissa Shield. Any questions? Mina, me. Raising hand. Why did they only expel Bakugo and not Midoriya? He was the one who left Bakugo almost on the verge of death and left him without his hands. He destroyed his career. Aizawa, because Bakugo was the one who started the fight in the first place, in addition to repeatedly breaking the rules, so even if he hadn't fought Midoriya he would still be expelled the moment he broke one more rule. And with respect to Midoriya, it's not like he won't receive a punishment. Izuku, what? Aizawa, approaching Izuku's seat, looking at him seriously. For having destroyed Field B, you will have to be in charge of cleaning the entire dormitory for 2 weeks, and for having left Bakugo's hands in that condition, passing him a small paper without anyone noticing, you will be the same as Bakugo before his fight. That is to say that if you break a single rule you will be expelled and no other academy will receive you, so you will never receive your hero license. Additionally, you will not participate in the following internships. Heading again to the front of the classroom. Shuko, about to protest, but sees how Ophis winked at her, making it clear that everything was fine. Izuku, discreetly opening the paper, reading what it said. Don't worry, it's just so they don't think you have favoritism, and regarding the internships you will do them with me. Siro, and that's it? Just that? Bakugo's parents didn't say anything? Aizawa, no, they won't impose any demands on Midoriya. Another question before we start? Sato, I have a question. Isn't Shield supposed to be quirkless? I ask this because she doesn't have a glove like Midoriya does, so wouldn't she be defenseless against villains? Fafnir, and who said that she is defenseless? As long as I am with her, I will never allow her to receive any harm. Almost everyone, confused. Who said that? Izuku/Shuko, didn't you tell them? Melissa, well, the truth is that. Ophis, it was my fault. When I found out that she was also a descendant of Issei, I dragged her to my room to talk with Momo, and from what I see you two already know it. Shuko, yes, frowning a little, we met in the hallway and he told us. Ida, a voice like that of Midoriya's dragon glove. Kirishima, don't tell me that. Ophis, yes, like Izuku, Melissa has a sacred gear. Specifically, she has access to the powers of one of the 5 dragon kings, and her name is Fafnir. Another dragon. Aizawa, they'll talk about that later. Now pay attention. To prepare you for your internships today, you'll receive a visit from some people looking at the door. Enter talking to his students. As the door opened, you'll hear firsthand from those with experience how these internships are different from the one you did after the sports festival. You'll listen to them. They're one step away from graduating and quickly entering the top. They're known as watching as 3 students enter the classroom. The Big 3. UA Academy Teacher's Room. All Might, checking several files. Who would have thought that Melissa would have a power similar to that of the young Midoriya? It is more than clear that she would reject the one for all. Looking at Mirio Togata's file, this is the boy that Sir recommended to be my successor. Should I listen to him? Sitting looking at a photo of his teacher while having a memory from a few days ago. Core of One for All, 2 days ago, night. All Might, suddenly appearing the core of the Ofa. Does that mean that young Bakugo? Nana, yes, appearing in front. Katsuki Bakugo has already lost all trace of the Ofa in his body. All Might, teacher? Tears starting to come out. Teacher. He rushes to hug her, but receives a strong blow to the head. Nana, annoyed, what were you thinking when you gave the OFA to that brat in the first place? Oh my god, Tashinori! It was very clear, he wasn't worthy. All Might. I know now. Lowering her head, master, I became a great hypocrite. Clenching her fist as she began to cry, I failed in all my goals. I was never able to completely defeat All for One. I failed to be a symbol for everyone. But my biggest fault was having flown away just like those people who discriminated against me for being quirkless. Falling to her knees as she continued to cry, I did nothing to change this world. I did not help Melissa, and my words could have caused the end of young Midoriya. I disappointed all the carriers. I disappointed you, but above all I'm disappointed in myself. Nana, you're right, we're disappointed. Putting her hand on All Might's shoulder, but at the same time I'm proud of you. All Might, what? Raising head slightly. Nana, do you know why we fall, Tashinori? Putting his hand on his successor's cheek, we do it to learn how to get up. Helping him stand up. Yes, it's true. You were wrong a lot, too much. All Might, and teacher? Nana, sorry, what I mean is that you realize your mistakes and instead of denying your failures you accepted them and now you want to do things right. Smiling, tell me, do you still remember how much I gave you the one for all? All Might, of course, projecting that memory. Nana, that's not an idiot. Hitting him again. All Might, sorry. Nana, you said you wanted to be a symbol. That you wanted to help people and show them that even though you were born quirkless, it doesn't mean you can't fulfill your dreams. Well, what do you think? You still have time to fulfill those words. Coming closer to hug him, this time you have the chance to do things the right way. Don't let others cloud your judgment. Be that great hero that I saw the moment I met you. Feeling the tears of his successor falling down his shoulder. Remember these words, Tashinori. True heroes don't just save lives, they also save hearts. That's why you should smile. But not like you've been doing all these years. I'm talking about a real smile, because walking away as he begins to disappear just to leave him with a few last words. In this world, those who smile in the worst moments are the strongest. UA Academy Teacher's Room, present. All Might, stopping, remembering while wiping away a few small tears. I'm sorry, sir. But whether the young Togata is worthy of the OFA or not, closing his file, that is a decision that only I can make. Getting up from his desk to walk out the door, and this time I will do things right. UA Academy Class 1A. Tamaki, shivering, looking at Izuku. Mirio Hato, I can't. Turning and pressing his head against the board. I want to go home. I'm sorry, I know Midoriya isn't a bad person, but he still scares me. Nijire, I'm sorry. He's Amajiki, and as you can see, he has the heart of a flea. I'm Nijire Hato. And I have a lot of questions for everyone, but you're the most interesting. Using her quirk to approach Izuku to flood him with questions. I have so many questions. Is your hair naturally green or do you dye it? How old are you? Why do your freckles form that figure? What other parts can you transform into a dragon? Can you transform into a full dragon? Do dragons really have several partners? Do you have a girlfriend? Are you looking for a girlfriend? Do you like older girls? Do you know that Ryukyu is dying to meet you? Shuko, approaching Izuku's table, I already have enough with Melissa for someone else to arrive, and now there's also that professional heroine. I have to make it clear that Izuku is mine, hugging her boyfriend and putting his head between her breasts. After that, the whole room fell into complete silence. All the girls had blushed, while the boys felt immense envy deep within them. Nijire, for her part, had stepped back a few meters upon seeing the look Shuko was giving her, and as for Melissa, she just pouted, regretting not being the one to come up with that idea. Office, that's right, Shuko, stand up for yourself, giving a thumbs up to Shuko, who just nodded. Aizawa, enough. Togata, control your partner and your Todoroki, return to your seat. Mirio, nervous about seeing Aizawa angry. I am so sorry, dragging Nijire and putting her next to Tamaki. I'm sorry about that. To finish with the introductions, my name is Mirio Togata and I only have one thing to say. Do you want to team up and fight against me? Looking at Aizawa, what do you think, sensei? Aizawa, do whatever you want. Office, knowing Izuku's power, he challenges him with great confidence. I don't know if he's a complete idiot or if this kid has a lot of courage. Well, while you do that, I'll take Melissa to train separately, shall we? Melissa, yes. Office, leaving through the door, but decides to enter just for a second. One last thing, Shuko, Momo and Izuku, meet me and Melissa on the rooftop when your classes end. I have to ask you something very important. Leaving again and walking through the halls accompanied by Melissa. Also, this will be the last time we can see each other. UA Gamma Field Academy. Mirio, stretching while everyone watched. Siro, are you serious? Mirio, oh, this is very serious. Looking at Izuku, I'm sorry, sir. I know what your vision is and I trust you, but Midoriya hasn't done anything wrong. On the contrary, he has helped many people. That's why I'll have my own judgment about him. Ready? Kirishima, Midoriya, please don't intervene yet. Izuku, huh? Confused, why? Kirishima, brother, everyone already knows that you are the strongest man in the world. Ida, but we also want to be heroes. Uraraka, that's why we can't always depend on you. Tokoemi, we also want to be stronger and fulfill our dream. Mineta, that will be how we thank you for everything you've done for us. Izuku, guys, smiling, okay, good luck taking a few steps back. Mirio, I see you two are really good friends. Okay, here I go. Activating his quirk, causing his clothes to start falling off. All the girls, covering their eyes, blushing. Shuko, unfazed. Izuku is bigger, remembering all the moments of passion with her boyfriend with a smile, much bigger. Mirio, putting his pants back on. I'm sorry, it's hard to make all the adjustments, you know. Receiving a kick from Ida directly in the face, which went through straight to the face, huh? Activating his quirk before receiving all the attacks from the others, disappearing in a cloud of dust. Ida, it's not there. Mirio, appearing behind Jiro. I think I should start with the long-range ones, right? Kirishima, did he teleport? And in just a matter of seconds, Mirio had attacked the vast majority of the students, knocking them out while he struck a pose and then shouted. Izuku, looking at everything, whether it's a quirk that allows him to pass through things or teleportation, he's only using direct attacks. If he counterattacks at the moment he launches his blow, it should be the opportunity for us to attack as well. Mirio, he's very smart. He's only seen my quirk for a few seconds and he's almost figured it out. Smiling, I'll finish the others off quickly. After that he used his quirk again, passing through the earth and knocking out everyone else with great ease, except Shuko. But after passing through his fire, she received a strong blow to the stomach, making her take a few steps back while small flames surrounded the area of the blow. That bothered Izuku a little. But he understood that part of training is getting hurt in order to get stronger later, so he didn't get upset with Mirio. Mirio, in front of Izuku, now it's just you and me. By the way, I'm sorry about your girlfriend. I hope you're not angry. Izuku, she's not weak, and this is training. If it had been under other circumstances, you'd already be on your way to the hospital. Looking at him seriously. Mirio, I see. By the way, could you fulfill a small request of mine? Izuku, request? Confused, what do you want? Mirio, please. Bowing deeply, fight me while using that armor. Surprising everyone. Tamaki, scared Mirio. What are you saying? You know how strong he is. Challenging him to a duel was already reckless. Mirio, ignoring his friend, what are you saying? Izuku, first tell me why you want me to use it. Mirio, because I wouldn't feel good about myself. My hero name is Lemillion, and it means that until I save 1 million people I won't consider myself a hero. That's why I've trained my quirk relentlessly every day, giving my maximum effort into it. That's why I take every duel very seriously. That's why I ask you to also be serious with me. Drake, what will you do, partner? Will you fulfill his request? Izuku, Togata-senpai, has great pride, but is not arrogant at all. I like him, and he is the first person who directly challenges me to fight using all my power, smiling while making the boosted gear appear. That is why I must accept his challenge. Drake, thinking only for himself, that kid has great courage and pride, as well as showing great respect towards his opponents. He reminds me a bit of Serorg. Welsh Dragon. Balance Breaker. In the end, what everyone knew happened. Izuku was the undisputed winner. Even so, for obvious reasons he didn't hurt Mirio too much, and although he knew that Izuku had held back his blows, he felt satisfied for having been taken seriously in his duel. That gave him a positive opinion of him. making him decide to tell Sir so that he would stop being so worried. Once everyone had recovered enough, Mirio explained to them exactly what his quirk consisted of and gave them some advice for when they do their internships. After that they continued with their classes until the time had come to meet with Office. Sir Night Eye Agency, office evening. Bubble Girl, Sir! Bursting into the office, we have reports of your movements. Sir, leave the preamble alone, tell me what happened. Bubble Girl, yes. The leader of the criminal gang we're investigating, who calls himself Overhaul, made contact with the League of Villains. UA Academy rooftop, afternoon. Office, calmly watching the sky slowly changing color, until she sees her family arrive at the place. I'm glad they arrived, smiling at them while the wind moved her hair. Yayorozu, what's wrong, Office? Why did you ask us to come here? Office, well, the truth is that the time has finally come to say goodbye, surprising everyone. Shuko, what? You mean? Izuku, activating the boosted gear, it's time to see him again, right? Office, yes, the time has come to meet Issei again. Melissa, but we're just getting to know each other now. Office, I know, and you don't know how much that hurts me, but my power is about to run out. That's why I spent as much time as possible with you. Tears starting to come out. Girls, I have one last thing to tell each of you, approaching to hug Momo. Momo, you are an incredible girl, extremely intelligent. I'm sorry that you are the only one who does not have any power from the supernatural era. But that does not mean you should feel inferior to them. Your quirk is extremely versatile, and the only limit it has is your own imagination. So promise me that you will try hard and never lose confidence in yourself, okay? Yayorozu, separating him from the hug. I promise you, Office. And although I am sad because you will leave, I am really happy that you finally meet Issei after so many centuries. Good luck, and don't worry, I will never feel inferior to someone again, giving him a sweet smile. Office, hugging Melissa. Even though we've only known each other for a few days, I want to tell you that it was a complete joy to meet you, and you don't know how much I regret what you had to live through just for being quirkless. But remember that you're not alone now. There are good people here who don't care about that. And now you have Fafner's protection, so I know you'll be safe. Whispering something to her. Good luck trying to get into Izuku's heart. But in case you don't succeed, don't close yourself off to love. Melissa, separating from the hug. I know, and I don't plan on giving up, smiling at her. Even though we just met a few days ago, I will never forget you, Office. And thank you very much for the advice you gave me to control Fafner's power. And don't worry. Whatever happens, I know that Izuku will be willing to help me. Office, hugging Shuko as the sun set, giving way to dusk. At this point, words are unnecessary. Shuko, you are a magnificent woman, and you don't know how happy I am to have helped you recover your flames so you can continue and fulfill your dream. I know that you and Izuku will be an incredible couple and will make great changes in this world. And finally, whispering something to her. Congratulations for having joined your souls, making Shuko blush. I know, because I could feel the marks you left on each other, and as my last gift, I had Nisa soundproof Izuku's room while you were outside. Shuko, separating from the hug. Office, you are not the only one who is grateful. All of us owe our lives to you. When my bastard father tried to kill us, you helped my friends become stronger, and not to mention how grateful I am to have received your blessing and to have returned my flames. Thank you for giving us your advice. Thank you for telling us about your past. Thank you for loving us like your own granddaughters. And just like Momo, I am very happy that you finally met again with the man you love so much, giving him a sweet smile. Good luck. Office, not having any words and simply giving them a thumbs up while still crying. Drake, are you ready? Office, yes, approaching Izuku and putting her hand on the boosted gear. Izuku, please protect them. They are Issei's legacy, and if you happen to meet another descendant, please. Izuku, don't worry, you don't need to ask me, hugging Shuko by the hip and with his wings to Momo and Melissa. As long as I'm here, they will never be in danger, and the same will be with another descendant that we find, giving him a big smile. I promise you. Office, thank you, beginning to shine, blinding everyone in the place. Thank you very much for allowing me to enter your lives and meet you, even if it was for a short time. I will never forget you. For that and many other things I can only tell you. Disappearing and leaving his last word in this world. Thank you. Inside the boosted gear gym. Office, okay, I arrived. Now I just have to find him. Getting nervous, but what if he's mad at me? What if he doesn't want to see me after what I did? Looking everywhere, I changed my mind. I'm not ready to see him. I have to find somewhere to hide. Will he find me if I hide behind the other carriers? Taking a few steps back, but bumping into someone, and look who it was. Me. Issei, slowly approaching without saying anything. Office, stepping back. I know what you're going to say. How could I do that? Shedding small tears, leave the girls alone. Why did I never come back? With your children? Issei, following, approaching without saying anything. Office, I know I abandoned you all. I am the goddess of infinity, and in my infinite selfishness I preferred to be alone, even though the others also suffered your loss, and I was wrong. I see it now. But stopping as Issei was about to touch her, she screams, hate me, just tell me something. Issei, putting his hand on Office's cheek, you are as beautiful as the day I left. Office, what? Issei, did you think I could hate you? Wiping his wife's tears, I could never do that. Office, but I abandoned them all. Issei, but you came back, and even though you had the option to meet me at once after so many centuries, you preferred to wait a little longer just to help them and spend quality time as a family with them, smiling thank you. Office, how can you forgive me so quickly? Walking away a few meters with his back turned, I don't understand. Issei, because I was never angry with you. What do you say we leave? Office, sobbing while turning her back. Issei, I need to find something to cheer her up, thinking, I know, starting to whistle a melody while approaching Office, that I had a small reaction when I recognized that melody. Do you remember our song? Taking her hand. I will sail through the wild sea, I will not fear drowning, and I will weather the storm if you are mine. Neither the burning sun nor the atrocious cold will make me abandon my journey if you promise me, sweetheart, to love. Office, love me for eternity, my good love, so sweet and loyal, your words amaze me. I don't want a bold enterprise, it's enough if you embrace me. Issei, happy, starting to dance with Office. I will bring you gold rings, I will sing you poems, I will take care of you from all evil if you always accompany me. Office, gold rings for what? Poems don't matter to me anymore, I'll only hold your hand. Issei, there is nothing better than that. Issei/Office, starting to spin around while jumping and dancing with your hugs and your love and dances and dreams and sorrow and joy alike with me. I take you, I will sail braver, I will not fear drowning, and I will weather the storm if you are for me. Giving each other a big kiss full of feelings. Issei, separating from the kiss, do you feel better? Office, a little. Are you really not mad at me? Issei, I already told you, giving her another kiss and then taking her hand. I never was, starting to walk while they slowly disappeared. By the way, did you tell Izuku what it means that you gave him your infinity energy? Office, no, it's best that he doesn't know for the moment, and that his body gets used to it little by little. Issei, I see. Do you think the dragon Dabalos can reach it? Office, that both disappearing completely. Only time will tell. And so time passed. The news of Office's departure was a surprise to most, but they knew that was her goal from the first moment she had arrived. They were 1.5 weeks away from starting the internship. During that time, Izuku trained tirelessly until he could finally add more parts to the balance breaker. Something strange for everyone was that Melissa trained in secret, and according to her, it was that she did not want to show them her result until it was completely ready. Another thing that happened were the insinuations that Melissa made to Izuku, which he gently rejected, causing Melissa to pout, but she was still determined to keep trying. UA Academy dormitories, Izuku's room, midnight. Izuku, finishing filling out some forms when someone knocks on the door. I go, who could it be at this hour? Opening the door, seeing his girlfriend Shuko. Shuko, may I come in? Izuku, of course, you don't even need to knock on the door, bringing her in and then closing the door. I thought you were already asleep. Shuko, I couldn't sleep. The truth is that I just waited for Melissa to fall asleep. I miss you. Izuku, well, I just finished these reports. How about we go to sleep? Lying, I can finish them tomorrow. Lying down next to Shuko, you know, this is the first time we've slept in the same bed here in the dorms. Shuko, yes, Office made me go to her room to talk almost all night. Do you think she managed to meet her husband? Izuku, I'm sure you do, but that's not the only thing you wanted to ask me, right? Shuko, yes, putting her head on Izuku's chest, she married the previous sekiryuutei and became part of his harem. Izuku, are you really not interested in having a harem? Izuku, why are you saying that all of a sudden? Shuko, because now I know that there are at least 3 women interested in you, Melissa, Hato-senpai, and the heroine Ryukyu. Izuku, and you're worried that I'll fall in love with other women, right? Shuko, nodding. Sorry if I seem very insecure, I know we love each other, and the marks are the greatest proof of that, but still. Izuku, Shuko, listen to me. Seeing how she looked up, I was thinking about it, and it's true, in the future I will have more loves in my life and… Shuko, what? Sitting on the bed so. Izuku, let me finish, giving her a quality smile while taking her hand, and each and every one of those loves will tell you mama, making her blush, only to then give her several kisses. I know you may have doubts about being a dragon, and I am aware of the feelings that Melissa believes she has towards me. But I want you to know that the only woman I want in my life is you. Kissing her again. Those words made Shuko's imagination go into action, making her see small versions of them running through a large courtyard. That mental image only made her heart beat faster, and with it the intensity of her kiss also increased, and out of pure instinct Shuko had slightly loosened Izuku's pants, who upon noticing it moved away a little. Izuku, Shuko, do you want to do it again? Shuko blushes. It's not my fault, Izuku. If you tell me those beautiful things I won't be able to resist. Now you have to take responsibility for how you made me feel. Izuku, well, if that's the case, smiling only to take off his pants, leaving his underwear on, and climb on top of Shuko. As Kirishima says, a man has to take responsibility for his actions. Taking off his shirt to his girlfriend's delight. Shuko, having a big smile, you are not the only one who can crave. Izuku, taking off his clothes, leaving only an underwear. Now come to my arms, Izuku. That night they had joined together again, and thanks to Ophisa's last gift no one could hear them in the entire dormitory, and while the couple enjoyed their most intimate moment, an angry Endeavor slowly approached the academy, and thanks to the fact that it was after midnight the streets were completely empty, and when he could already see the entrance in the distance a gate had opened in front of him. Dabi, without leaving the portal you really look like shit, Endeavor. In that sense I have to thank Izuku Midoriya for such a wonderful view, coming out slowly, his legs being the first thing you saw. Endeavor, angry, the League of Villains. I don't have time to deal with losers. I have to claim my perfect creation. About to inject himself with the trigger, but was stopped by being buried with ice up to his neck. What? I know this ice. Damn it. That ice is only worthy of my creation. Dabi, covering his mouth with ice, stop yelling. Be considerate of the neighbors, hero. Coming out of the portal completely. I guess with this appearance you don't know who I am, right? Hee, I don't blame you for that. But well, I guess this is a curious reunion, giving a signal for the portal to take them both while I looked at it madly. Father. Chapter 40 Eri. UA Academy dorms. Izuku room, early morning. Shuko, panting in sweat. Izuku. Izuku, Shuko in the same condition as his girlfriend Shuko, kissing her neck. Shuko, wait, separating Izuku a little. I also want to continue, but I have no energy left. Izuku, I'm sorry Shuko, but I gently biting her fingers. Shuko, Izuku? Feeling a small shock run down her back. Izuku, activating the boosted gear. I want to keep doing it, and if what you need is energy then boost. Shuko, what are you going to do? A little nervous, but at the same time I wanted it. Izuku, putting his hand on Shuko's belly only for the word transfer to be heard, and they continued with their act while the room was filled with moans. As the couple continued with their moment, the events that were about to occur in the future had already begun several days ago with the arrival of AFO alongside Albion with the Villain League and announcing their plans. Unknown location, several days ago. Kurogyri, opening a portal in front of the League members. Shigaraki, approaching the portal master, welcome, falling to the ground, like everyone else. What's going on? Dabi, it's like I've lost all my strength on the ground. AFO, they will have to get used to that feeling leaving the portal. Shigaraki, and master, what's going on? AFO, that's because of the powers of our new ally. Taking a few steps to the side so everyone can see how a statue with glowing wings came out of the portal. Kurogyri, appearing only to faint from exhaustion. AFO, looking at Kurogyri, it seems that he can't stand it any longer. Well, I don't blame him, he did a good job anyway. Looking at the League take him to a room to rest, We'll need him later, seeing how he was carried by Spinner and Magna out of the room. Shigaraki, Master, getting up with difficulty, was that what took away our energy? Albion, yes, getting everyone's attention. Toga, did that statue talk? AFO, more specifically, it was the wings. Let me introduce them. He is the White Dragon of Supremacy, Albion, the other celestial dragon. Shigaraki, clenching his fists, like Izuku Midoriya? Damn, he almost killed the teacher, and ever since all that supernatural shit appeared, no one talks about us anymore. I hate all of this. AFO, later I will give you the information you need to know, but first, approaching his disciple Tamura, tell me what has happened these days that I was not there. Shigaraki, the most notable news these days was that Endeavor's daughter recovered her quirk, calling AFO and Dabi's attention. AFO, impossible, creating fire and ice. I stole his quirk, and I still have it. Albion, most likely he awakened his supernatural genes. AFO, we'll talk about that later. Anything else? Shigaraki, there is a rumor about the Yakuza. AFO, the quirk enhancement drug, I already knew that. Shigaraki, no, this is new. It is said that they created bullets that can completely eliminate a quirk. AFO, delete? Will that be enough to be able to use Albion's power? I don't know, but it's worth investigating. That sounds interesting. Meet with them and reach an agreement. If he jumps, you can give him one of our quirk amplifiers in exchange so that they can reach an agreement. Shigaraki, yes, Master, leaving the place with everyone else. Albion, thinking I could feel it from the first moment I absorbed everyone's energy when I arrived. One of them is Vala's Toothless. I wonder if he will be worthy of being my bearer? UA Academy dorms, Izuku's room, present. Shuko, you went too far getting ready sitting on the bed. You surprised me with that. But hey, I'm not complaining. This helps me train my regeneration. He turning her back to her boyfriend. Help me fix my hair, please. Izuku, sure, helping her comb her hair. But as soon as he sees her neck, he starts kissing her. Shuko, stop right there, tiger. Or in this case, I should say dragon, getting up from the bed, already ready. If it were up to me, I would love to continue like this all day. But you have to respect the rules more than ever and get to class on time, if you don't want to get expelled. Izuku, they won't, but you're right. We can't be late for class. Finished putting on his uniform, only missing the tie. Hey, have you already decided who to do the internship with? Shuko, no, but now I just have to practice everything Office told me, so any hero will do. Izuku, I see, already with his uniform ready, just missing something. Let's go have some breakfast. Shuko, stopping him, hey, wait a second, put your tie on properly, approaching his chest and untying the bad knot. You know how to put it on well, why not today? Izuku, with his tie untied, because that way I can make this easier, giving him a long kiss. Shuko, you did it on purpose, with a little blush, right? Fixing his tie. Izuku, yes, smiling, and if I receive the same reward every morning, then I will never wear a tie properly again. Shuko, fool, approaching the door. You don't need to do these things, opening the door without noticing who is on the other side. My lips and my body are only yours, and you can have them whenever you want, noticing who is standing in front. Melissa. Melissa, hello. I just came to tell Izuku to come down to breakfast, catching a scent coming from the room, realizing what happened in there. But I see that you were busy walking away from the place with your head down. Shuko, watching her walk away. You know, despite everything, I don't like seeing her like this. Izuku, I know, she's our friend, sighing, but the sooner she defines her feelings, the better for her. Shuko, you're right, taking him by the hand. Let's go to breakfast, walking through the halls. UA Academy dormitories, dining hall. Kirishima, seeing the couple arrive. Good morning. Hey, do you know why Melissa is like this? Pointing to a clearly depressed Melissa eating cereal in the farthest chair. Izuku, I'll tell you later. Looking at his girlfriend, to make it up to you. I'll make breakfast today. Entering the kitchen, I won't be long. Uraraka, make it up to you? Innocent, did he do something bad to you? Shuko, he did a lot of things to me and none of them were bad. Smiling with a little blush, he didn't do anything bad to me, don't worry. Yayorozu, oh god, Office was right. They surely did it that weekend when they left, and since Melissa arrived, and with what Shuko said, she surely did it again last night. Realizing everything because of her great intelligence and blushing because of it. Mina, looking at her phone. Hey, have you seen the news? Endeavor disappeared from the hospital where he was admitted. Shuko disappeared, taking out her phone and sending a message. It's best that mom doesn't stay home alone in case that bastard shows up. Mina, looking at Shuko. I know you must be worried about Todoroki and anything that. Shuko, I'm not, and I really don't care at all what happened to the old man. Mina, hey! How can you say that? He's your father. Shuko, Ashido, shut up. Mina, no! Since you fell in love with Midoriya, you've changed too much, and you don't care what happens to people. All Might lost his arm and retired. He ruined Bakugo's career before it even started. And now your father, whom he himself left in that state, has disappeared. Shuko, whispering something to Momo, to which she begins to create two things. Mina, don't ignore me. Kirishima, Ashido, calm down. What's wrong with you? Mina, that's what I should say to all of you. Pointing at Izuku's group, I can't stand it anymore. How can you be friends with? Shuko, Ashido, listen to me, calling everyone's attention. I'm not interested in listening to your complaints. If I hate my bastard father, it's because of all the harm he did to my family for many years. I don't give a shit about the imbecile Bakugo who, because of his behavior, should never have been admitted to this academy. And none of us need your approval to be friends with Izuku, and the only thing you're right about is that I changed when I got together and became Izuku's girlfriend, and now for the first time in my life I can say that I'm truly happy. That's why the opinion of people outside of us doesn't affect us in the slightest. Putting on glasses and holding a cup that I think is Momo. That's why every time you want to give your opinion about my life, I'll simply do this. Mina, outraged, leaving the bedroom with Harakure. Izuku, coming from the kitchen. I'm sorry for the delay. By the way, I heard everything perfectly, smiling at him, and I'll just say that I'm also really happy to have you by my side. Leaving his breakfast on the table. I prepared your favorite dish for you. I hope you like it. I don't think I'm as good as Fuyumi, but still. Shuko, pleasantly surprised. Soba? Thank you very much, Izuku. Getting up for a second just to give him a kiss. And while the couple forgot about everyone around them, which caused their friends to have small toothaches because of how sweet they looked together, one person was not happy, and that was Melissa, who, after finishing breakfast, washed the plate she used and left the bedroom early, and behind her was the person who first noticed her mood. Kirishima, Melissa, running to catch up with her. Melissa, faking a smile. Kirishima? Is something wrong? Kirishima, yes, I don't know what happened with Midoriya and Todoroki this morning, but clearly that affected you. That's why I wanted to ask you, would you like to have a friend's outing this weekend? Melissa, huh? Surprised, but do you know that I'm interested in Izuku? Kirishima, I know. And I'll tell you a secret. Approaching her to whisper. I'm Ashido, moving away a little, but she has changed a lot from how I knew her before entering the academy. That's why I thought we need to distract ourselves a little from our love problems before the internships. What do you think? Would you like to go with me? Melissa, thinking for several seconds. I don't know. Fafner, you should go have fun. Your mood directly influences the result of your training. Melissa, okay, but just as friends, right? Smiling slightly. Kirishima, of course. Starting to walk to the classroom. Unknown location, at that very moment. Overhaul, walking next to Twice. This is in ruins. Is it really a base? Twice, opening the door of the place. I wouldn't take you to the headquarters so soon. This is more like the interview site. Overhaul, interview? Irritated, don't confuse things. I'm not here to work for you. It was you who called me to work together. Twice, what? Really? Sorry, I didn't know. I really don't care. Arriving in front of the other members of the league. Overhaul, in front of everyone. So this is the League of Villains, huh? Magna, is this the person we came to see? Shigaraki, yes, the master showed me his photograph some time ago. The young leader of the 8 Precepts of Death, member of the Yakuza, and his villain name is Overhaul. Magna, wow. That looks it smells like danger. Toga, he's a bit different from the rest of us, don't you think? Looking at Compress. Compress, let this old man teach you, dear young Toga. Overhaul, well, I can't say you're wrong, but let's get to the point. Why did you want to see me? Shigaraki, we have come to negotiate. Overhaul, negotiate? Thinking for a few seconds, he speaks well. Shigaraki, we've heard some very interesting rumors about some things you have scaring Overhaul a little. I'm talking about those anti-quirk bullets. Overhaul, calming down, okay. For a second I was worried and thought they discovered the new version of the trigger. Yes, it's true, but they are not finished and their effects are only temporary. Shigaraki, scratching his neck at the bad news. And what do you need to complete them? Overhaul, as your partner said, a Yakuza relic like me would hardly find investors, so what I need most now is a vast amount of capital. Shigaraki, he's lying, we don't have the capital right now, but kicking a briefcase until it reaches Overhaul. Accept this as an advance and a closure of exclusivity. Overhaul, exclusivity? Picking up the briefcase and opening it. What is this? Shigaraki, we want those bullets to be only in our possession and take that as a sign of trust. It's a copy of the Quirk amplifier that we managed to steal from David Shield. Overhaul, impressed. Quirk amplifier? What would happen if someone used it after injecting themselves with the evolved Quirk? I have to investigate this. Closing the briefcase. Okay, I accept the deal. When I have the full versions ready, I'll call you. Shigaraki, no, 2 of ours will go with you, and when you have them ready you will give them to them, pointing to Twice and Toga. Understood. Overhaul, I have no problems as long as they don't break anything. Starting to retreat. Shigaraki, one last thing, making Overhaul stop. You better keep your part of the deal, otherwise I'll come kill you. Overhaul, heh, you don't scare me, and even less knowing that your master is still alive. Seeing how Shigaraki was impressed, everyone in the underworld thinks that All for One is dead after his fight against the overwhelming power of Izuku Midoriya. But if you still have so many resources, it's because he must continue with you, leaving the place. Better luck for the other one when trying to intimidate someone, kid. Shigaraki, scratching his neck very hard, damn. If the master didn't need it, he would kill him right here. Starting to make his neck bleed as he remembers the moment he first saw the balance breaker at Ush. It's all Izuku Midoriya's fault and his damn power. Ever since he appeared, all my plans have been ruined. I hate him. And so the week went by, where some had already decided with whom to do their internships. The only one who was exempt from that was Melissa by orders of the director. Apparently she was not yet completely ready to enter into combat against the villains. Shuko finally, after much practice, had finally managed to learn to fly with her wings of fire, and although she did not have great mobility, it was more than enough to get started. Meanwhile, with Izuku, he wanted to ask Issei for more advice, but when he entered the boosted gear, he did not find it. Instead, the only thing he found was all the carrier children looking at him with anger, and when he wanted to ask them the reason, they simply disappeared. It was already the weekend, and almost all the students had plans. Some of the most notable were Minatta's unexpected date, Kirishima and Melissa's friends' outing, and of course Izuku and Shuko, who decided to go for a walk around the city aimlessly. They simply wanted to enjoy their last quiet weekend before their internships. Residential area. Jutaro, in front of a house. Damn Endeavor. Why did he have to disappear right now? Ringing the doorbell of the house. Well, this just forces me to resort to my backup plan. Smiling at the woman who opened the door. Good morning, Mrs. Bakugu. Showing his ID. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the Hero Commission. My name is Jutaro, and I would like to speak to your son Katsuki Bakugu. UA Academy Principal's office. Nizu, sitting at his desk. Any progress in the investigation? Ed shot. No, unfortunately I have not managed to find Haruto Genshiro. It is as if the earth itself had swallowed him. Nizu, I don't like this. Thinking for a few seconds, young Midoriya said that they were both together at the time Genshiro gave him that note. Ed shot, and he thinks Jutaro managed to see something. Nizu, yes, most likely he must be interrogating him, just like I think he did with Inko Midoriya. We must find him. Ed shot, having an idea. Director Nizu, is David Shield working today? Nizu, works every day. Why? Ed shot, he could help us hack into security cameras across the city and map out the route he was last seen on the day of his driving test. Nizu, I like that idea. Taking his phone. We must find Genshiro. He could be key if we want to stop the director from continuing to get away with it. Residential area. Bakugu's house, Katsuki's room. Jutaro, a few steps from Katsuki's room, and tell me, Mrs. Bakugo, do you really not want to sue Izuku Midoriya for what he did to your son? Mitsuki, I know it sounds bad, that I sound like a bad mother who doesn't care what happened to her son, clenching her fists, but this is his punishment, just like mine. Jutaro, his punishment? What does he mean? Mitsuki, when Inko was still alive, she begged me to stop Katsuki from bothering Izuku just for being quirkless at that time, shedding tears, and I just told her that it was just childish things, that with time she would get over it. My God, how wrong I was. And when I found out about his engagement to Shuko Todoroki, I was surprised, but I thought it was because he truly loved her, and then that girl comes out at the licensing exam screaming that she is in love with Izuku, and that's when I realized that Katsuki only accepted just to snatch away Izuku's happiness again. It is for all those reasons that I do not think to impose any demands. It is a way to teach Katsuki that his actions have consequences. Jutaro, I understand and respect that, faking a smile, but doesn't it feel bad that your son's dream is over before it even begins? Mitsuki, I'm his mother, of course I feel bad. But what else can he do? His hands are torn apart, and none of the hero academies I've applied to will accept him. Jutaro, well, in that case, I think I have the solution. Realizing something, I think it's best that you listen to me directly, Katsuki. Seeing how he opened the door with clear signs of having been crying for hours. Bakugo, opening the door to his room, what solution do you have? Not even Recovery Girl could cure my hands. Jutaro, Recovery Girl is already very old and her healing abilities have been greatly reduced over the years. Plus, she is not the only one with a quirk with healing capabilities. I am sure that my medical team could repair your hands and make them move again. Bakugo, why is he doing all this? Jutaro, smiling because I see in you the potential of a true hero. That's why I want to help you. And regarding some academy, don't worry. I could have you finish your studies within the same commission, so what do you say? Bakugo, looking at his hands as a great fury invaded him, I accept. Mitsuki, quiet, not knowing what to do. Muzutafu, city center. Izuku, walking hand in hand with Shuko. So internships with Midnight? Shuko, yes, any hero is good for me to do the internships, and she seemed happy to have some student with her in the internships. Izuku, I see, my Aizawa sensei already told me the internship schedules, and I'll just say that it doesn't surprise me that he spends most of the day inside a sleeping bag. Shuko, hee, if you need to sleep I can always give you my lap so you can rest. Izuku, tempting, but whispering something, I'd rather lie between your breasts. Shuko, whispering, pervert, kissing him on the cheek. Drake, scared, thinking only to himself, oh no. Please not again. And so they continued their exit calmly. Naturally, they could perfectly hear the whispers of all the civilians around them, but this time the opinions were clearly divided. But that was something that did not matter to them, and while they continued with their conversation calmly in the alleys, a little girl was fleeing from her pursuer. Mirio, walking in the opposite direction towards the couple. Oh, it's Midoriya and Todoroki. It seems that they haven't recognized me with my hero costume. I'll go greet them, heading towards the couple. Izuku, hey Shuko, what did your family say about Endeavor's disappearance? Shuko, they are afraid. But not because she has disappeared, but because they do not know when she might return. That is why Natsuo and Fuyumi are taking turns staying with my mother at home in case she appears to call us immediately. Izuku, living in constant fear isn't pleasant. Haven't you thought about moving? Shuko, Fuyumi suggested it, but they don't know where they could go. Izuku, and why not on Nabu Island? We all love that place. Shuko, you're right, I'll tell them your idea. And since we can fly, it wouldn't take long to go visit them. Izuku, well, about that. Shuko, Izuku, what are you thinking about? Izuku, I really love that island, and I was thinking that once we graduate from the academy, we could get a small house there and I don't know, go every free day we have. Running away as fast as his little legs would allow someone. Shuko, getting closer to her boyfriend, hey Izuku, I was thinking a little about our future, blushes a little. Izuku, and what were you thinking? Smiling. Shuko, passing by an alley if we have a daughter. Starting to cry. Shuko, how about we call her, and being interrupted when a girl collides with Izuku and he falls to the ground. Izuku, excuse me, bending down to help her. Didn't you hurt yourself? Shedding more tears. Overhaul, nervous about who was in front of him. You shouldn't cause problems for other people. Let's go, Eri. I apologize for my daughter's behavior. Shuko, daughter? They don't look alike at all, besides seeing all those bandages. Overhaul, noticing that he was smiling under his mask. Sometimes he goes overboard when he starts playing. Izuku, looking at all the girl's bandages, slightly tightening his grip. Overhaul, Eri, we must return now. Mirio, looking at the whole scene a few meters away. Oh no! I have to go now, starting to run. I have to let Overhaul go with that girl as I follow, sir. Izuku, looking at the little girl who had clung to his shirt. Overhaul, much more nervous. I scolded her a while ago. She tends to fall a lot. That's why I tell her she has to be careful. Izuku, no! Hugging the little girl, causing her to be surprised. What kind of hero would he be if he let a little girl continue to suffer? Activating the boosted gear while spreading his wings. What are you doing to this girl? Overhaul, damn! Damn! Taking a few steps back into the alley. Mirio, arriving at the place. Midoriya, listen to me. Shuko, creating fire in her hands, ready to attack. Overhaul, impossible. There's nothing I can do now. I just have to try this, taking off his glove. Eri, seeing Overhaul's hand, she tries to get away from Izuku's grip, but she couldn't. Izuku, don't be afraid. As long as I'm with you, hugging her a little tighter, nothing bad will happen to you. With no other option, Overhaul had no choice but to touch the wall of the building in the alley, causing it to start shaking, earning the attention of everyone on the street who had started screaming. Between that and Eri's screams telling them not to approach him, they had given Overhaul the opportunity to create a tunnel using his quirk, managing to escape the place through the sewers. Once everything had calmed down, the little girl, now known as Eri, never let go of Izuku's arms, while the police took her statement of what had happened with some fear. But everything became more complicated when a certain hero had arrived. Sir, angry, what the hell out of you did? Scaring Eri. Shuko, hey, can't you speak more quietly? You're scaring the girl. Sir, shut up. I'm talking to him. Izuku, angry at how they treated Shuko. I don't know who you are, but you better shut up or I'll do it myself. Intimidate him with his gaze. Mirio, nervous. He is Sir Night-Eye. He is the head of the agency where I do my internship, and that guy you met is the main target of our investigation. Izuku, Sir Night-Eye? The one who was All Might's partner. Why is he angry if I did something he would do? Sir, I remind you that you were the one who ended his career by cutting off his arm as any beast would do, in addition to ruining months of work by interfering. Izuku, and what did you want him to do? Let him go with the girl to continue suffering? Making Mirio feel bad for thinking like that for a second. Sir, yes. Surprising everyone, that girl is not important for everything that involves capturing Overhaul. And now she must believe that you will go after him, and she will hide much better now. Because of you, it will now be much more difficult to catch him. Eri, starting to cry, it's my fault. If I hadn't run away, if I hadn't asked for help, I would have made life harder for everyone as always. Izuku, no. Causing Eri to look at him. Rescuing her was not a mistake. It's impossible for saving a girl desperate for help to be wrong. I said it before and I'll say it again. What kind of hero would I be if I let a little girl continue to suffer in front of my eyes? Mirio, Midoriya, you're right, clenching his fists. How could I have thought that before? Looking at his master, sir, you're wrong about many things. Shuko, approaching her boyfriend Izuku, I think it's best to take her to Recovery Girl to examine her wounds, creating her wings of fire. Izuku, you're right, the most important thing now is the girl, spreading his wings. Sir, where do you think you're going? She's staying with me so she can tell us everything she knows. Eri, please, tightening her grip on Izuku's shirt. Don't leave me. Izuku, don't worry, I promise you, remember? As long as I'm with you, nothing bad will happen to you. Starting to fly with Shuko, who heard Sir's complaints increasingly softly. Unknown location. Overhaul, Chrono. Prepare the bath. Covered in black water. Extra villain. Chrono, yes, sir. Overhaul, damn you. Sekiryuutei. Eri is the key piece of everything. Without her we have nothing. She is the key for the sacred gear to return to this world. UA Nursing Academy, several hours later. Nizu, entering. Have you been able to make a diagnosis yet? Recovery girl. Yes, noticeably tired. It was extremely difficult. As soon as I entered the infirmary I panicked. If it weren't for those two I would never have been able to even get close to her. Nizu, poor girl, I can't even imagine what she had to go through to have that trauma with doctors and medical instruments in general. And what were you able to discover? Recovery girl, not much naturally, but I can say that the girl has a severe case of malnutrition. I was able to change some of her bandages and fortunately none were infected. But unfortunately I was not able to take a blood sample to analyze it. Nizu, and where is he now? Recovery girl, in Midoriya's arms. At no time has she wanted to separate from him. From what they told me he saved her from a villain that Sir Nightai is investigating. Normally I would recommend taking her to a hospital, but in view of her fear it is best that she stays with them for a few days while she gradually loses her fear. That is why I printed them a list of nutritious foods and secretly gave her several bandages to change while she sleeps so they don't get infected. Nizu, thank you very much for taking care of her. Recovery girl, you don't need to thank me, I made an oath after all. UA Academy Dormitories, night. Yayorozu, sitting next to her friends. And how did it go with Kirishima? Melissa, I had more fun than I thought. Fafner was right, I needed that. Uraraka, I still don't understand what happened to you this morning. Yayorozu, whispering everything in Uraraka's ear, which turned as red as a strawberry as she began to float around the room. Melissa, and what did you girls do? Jiro, I went with Yamamoto to a new music store that opened in the mall. Uraraka, still floating, but a little calmer. I stayed studying with Ida the last math classes. Yayorozu, why didn't you ask me for help? Uraraka, because I knew that today was your day off, just like Midoriya. That's why I didn't want to bother you, and Ida was very kind and told me that he didn't have any plans anyway. Kirishima, sitting next to his friends on the other side of the room. Hey Mineta, how did your date go? Kaminari, yes. If you're already a traitor, at least give me details. Mineta, starting to tremble. Please don't and make me remember. Tokoemi, confused. Was the date that bad? Ida, I don't think that no matter how bad it is, it would create a reaction like that. Mineta, why you don't understand I'll tell you, but please don't tell anyone, understand? Seeing how they nodded, she told me to go to a playground, that it would mark my life, and it really did. It was horrible. I had a really bad time, starting to cry. All looked at each other not knowing what to say. Mineta, the worst thing is that he told me a code word and I forgot what it was, so I said meaningless words. Jam, he whipped me. Sour almond, he whipped me. Beach ball, he whipped me, and it never worked. Crying inconsolably, I will leave the subject of women for a long time and I will dedicate myself only to my studies and career. At such a revelation, all the men remained silent for a minute for their poor friend, and at the same time the women who were watching could only imagine that the date was a complete failure or he simply never showed up and it was all a joke. And at that moment the bedroom door was opened, showing that those who had arrived were Izuku and Shuko. But a little girl was hiding on Izuku's legs. Kirishima, coming closer. Hello, bro. How good that, watching as Eri hid as she could. Izuku, I'm sorry. Kirishima, seeing that everyone was looking at them. Tomorrow I'll tell you who she is. It's a long story. Touching Eri's shoulder. Don't worry, you'll be safe here. Eri, very scared, shaking Biba Tide. Shuko, touching Eri's other shoulder. Izuku and I are here with you. We won't let anything bad happen to you. Giving her a sweet smile. How about we eat something? Eri, food? See, can I? But I ate yesterday. Izuku, clenching his fist in fury. Damn overhaul. When I get back I'll make you pay for everything you did to this girl. Lifting Eri in his arms. Of course you can eat whatever you want. Eri, really? You're not lying to me? Shuko, Izuku is the most honest person I know, and I promise you that too. And so they began to walk to the kitchen in absolute silence from their companions, who did not know what to think after seeing that scene, so they would only wait for the explanation that they will give them tomorrow, Once they arrived at the kitchen, they did something light just as Recovery Girl recommended them. In all the time they were there, little Eri was amazed because she had never seen so much food in her life. Once she took the first bite, she simply cried. She cried because she had never tasted anything so delicious in her life, and when they asked her what they gave her, she only pointed to some slices of bread, but she was surprised because according to her they didn't have any green spots, to which the couple understood. The only thing they gave to little Eri were moldy pieces of bread. That already broke their hearts, but the final blow was when it was time to sleep. UA Academy Dormitories, Izuku's room. Eri, entering the room. Here, am I going to stay? Looking around the place with a little fear. Izuku, yes, Shuko and I always slept together, and we promised not to leave you alone, so you will sleep here some nights. Eri B, but where? That thing D doesn't leave much space, pointing to the bed. Shuko, sensing what would happen with a lump in her throat. Eri, that's a bed, it's where people sleep, gaining courage for what she would ask. Where did you sleep? Eri, WL, where else, on the ground, and if I'd be behaved well, sometimes they would give me large sheets of paper with various black symbols on them. Little Eri couldn't understand it, but the couple did. Their reward for behaving well was some newspapers. At that moment both Izuku and Shuko began to cry and hugged Eri, and at the first show of genuine affection that the little girl received, she also began to cry. That night the three of them slept hugging each other while the tears were still in their eyes. Unknown location, midnight. Shigaraki, appearing from a portal that wouldn't close. Why the hell did you call us? Overhaul, a problem occurred today. Shigaraki, another problem? What's wrong with the man? He can't manage his business? Overhaul, stop the nonsense. Calming down, look, I need your help. The raw material for the bullets was stolen from me. Shigaraki, so? You already have Toga and Twice helping you, they should be more than enough to get that thing back. Overhaul, I doubt it, the one who stole it from me was Izuku Midoriya. Shigaraki, what? Starting to scratch his neck. Him again? Overhaul, none of my men have the strength to confront him directly, so I need you to distract him while I recover what belongs to me. Shigaraki, give me a reason why we should help you. You were the one who let him get robbed. Overhaul, because if I don't get that back I won't be able to create more bullets no matter how hard I try. Shigaraki, receiving a message. Okay, we will help you, but you will have to wait a few days for us to be ready entering the portal, and one more thing. Don't fail again or I will kill you. The portal closing and appearing in front of AFO. Are you sure about this, master? AFO, of course, this is the perfect opportunity to try out our new game, and this time looking at Dabi you'll have all the honors. Smiling sinisterly, have fun. Dabi, looking inside a capsule, a new type of Hien Nomu, with the Quirk amplifier and smiling madly. Fire powers. Chapter 41, The World Needs You. UA Academy Dormitories, Izuku's room. The couple was fast asleep until a loud scream next to them alerted them. Eri, HHHH, scared please. No more cuts. Don't hurt me. Crying while shaking. Izuku, waking up suddenly just like Shuko. Eri, hugging her. Calm down. Shuko, no one here will hurt you. Joining the hug. Eri, looking at the couple. It wasn't a daydream. Starting to cry. Did I get out of there? Izuku, yes, nodding his head. It wasn't a dream, you'll never be in danger again. Eri, burying her head in Izuku's chest. Shuko, it was just a nightmare. Patting Eri's back. What time is it? Looking at her boyfriend. Izuku, looking at his cell phone. It's still a bit early. What do you say you get ready with Eri while I make breakfast? Shuko, sure, we just have to send a message to Yamamo. We don't have any clothes to put on him. Izuku, sure, moving Eri a little so she could see him. Would you like to stay with Shuko while I prepare breakfast? Smiling. Eri, be breakfast? See, can I really eat it every day? Shuko, of course, smiling, but first you have to take a bath. Trying to release her from Izuku, but she wouldn't. Izuku, calm down, you'll be fine, trust Shuko, she, like me, will never allow anything bad to happen to you. Eri, okay, releasing Izuku to be picked up by Shuko. Izuku, I'll go make breakfast right away. Getting out of bed, I'll tell Yaoyorozu to make us some clothes and bring them to you. Taking the food list and about to walk away. Shuko, hey, aren't you forgetting something? Getting up from the bed while pouting? You haven't given me my good morning kiss. Approaching Izuku. Izuku, it's true, excuse me. Giving her a kiss for a few seconds. Take all the time you need. Stroking Eri's head. I'll be close all the time, don't worry, okay? Seeing how she nodded a little while holding Shuko's shirt. Academy? Yui dormitories, kitchen. Izuku, okay, I already sent the message to Yayorozu. Leaving his phone in his pocket. Now let's see what I should cook. Checking the list. I think a few fruits would be good. I wonder if he would like apples? Starting to cook, and as the minutes passed, little by little his other companions were arriving. Jiro, entering the kitchen. Good morning Midoriya, today you got up earlier. Izuku, good morning Jiro, and yes I did, I'm making breakfast, I made some coffee if you want. Jiro, thank you very much, that's what I need to start the day off right. Tokoemi, good morning. Entering the kitchen, seeing a tray with different fruits, and when he was about to take a piece of apple his hand is hit. Hey. Why? Rubbing his hand. Izuku, sorry Tokoemi, but that tray is for Eri. Jiro, Eri? Is that the girl they brought yesterday? Izuku, yes, when everyone else arrives I will tell them. And so the minutes passed, where everyone was already in the dining room except for Shuko and Eri. Once there, it was Kirishima who asked about the girl, to which Izuku began to tell everything he knew, like the moment when they saved her from the hands of that villain with a mask in the shape of a bird's beak. Naturally, many felt bad with the girl, and Tokoemi said that it was best for him to stay a little away from her for obvious reasons. Yayorozu, I see, that's why you asked me to create clothes for her. Izuku, yes, I really thank you very much for that. Yayorozu, you have nothing to thank me for, Midoriya. What you did was what a true hero would do, and if you need help with anything, don't hesitate to ask me. Ida, what I can't believe is that Sir Naikai said that. I understand the importance of an undercover mission and that the rules must be followed, but still. Uraraka, we understand you, Ida. What kind of human being would allow a little girl to continue suffering? Shuko, good morning. Arriving at the dining room with Eri hiding behind her. Do you remember what I told you? Eri, showing her little head on one side of Shuko's legs. Good morning. Izuku, approaching both. I see that they are already ready. Crouching down to Eri's height. Those clothes look very cute on you. Shuko, right? Watching as Eri threw herself into Izuku's arms. Izuku, getting up. What do you say we have breakfast and then wait for me a few minutes to go to class? Starting to walk, but someone raises their voice. Mina, wait. Shuko, frowning. What now, Ishido? Mina, will they take her to school too? This isn't a kindergarten. Kirishima, and where do you suggest they leave her? Mina, I don't know, the police, child protection, some professional hero who? Izuku, no, I promised her that I would stay by her side and I don't plan on breaking a promise. Mina, that's not for you to decide. That's what rules are for. Just because you're the strongest doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want. Shuko, about to answer, but Izuku stops her. Izuku, you say all that, but why didn't you say the same thing when Bakugo did the same thing? Mina, it's not the same. Izuku, he insulted everyone around him and threatened to kill them. For many years he illegally used his quirk and no one ever said anything to him. But that doesn't matter now. What I'm curious about is that since Bakugo was expelled from the academy you have been very hostile to all of us, especially Shuko and me. Why? Mina, because you ruined his future. It's your fault he was expelled. Clenching her fists, and because of you I'll never be able to see him again. Izuku, I see, you say all that because you like it, right? Kirishima, sad Ishido, you. Mina, what if I like it? Is there any problem with that? Shuko, covering Eri's ears so she wouldn't be scared by the screams. None, you just have bad tastes. Mina, don't even talk. If ID wasn't for you, Bakugo might have taken eyes on me. But no, he chose to get committed to you even though he had that horrible scar. Kirishima, quickly leaving the bedroom. Melissa, remembering that Kirishima likes Mina, it's my turn now to help you, leaving the bedroom following him. Izuku, Ishido. Releasing a bit of aura so as not to intimidate Eri. You are a complete idiot. The one who made that damn engagement was the other idiot from Endeavor, and Bakugo only accepted to snatch Shuko from me. But that doesn't matter now because our souls are united. Confusing most. Shuko is the most beautiful woman in the world, with or without her scar slowly approaching while she trembled, and I'm already fed up with your comments. So I'll tell you this only once. Shut up. Passing by him to go to the kitchen with Shuko and Eri, who fortunately didn't hear anything. Shuko, do you think she'll keep bothering you? Taking her hands off Eri's ears. Izuku, I don't think so, but let's forget about her. Let's just have a quiet breakfast. By the way, Eri, making the girl look at him, I prepared a tray with many types of fruits. Tell me which one you like the most so I can give you one whenever you get hungry, okay? Eri, why yes. And with that, everyone finished breakfast and getting ready for their classes. Mina, for her part, simply remained completely silent the entire time. Once they arrived to class, Aizawa had a small chair next to Izuku's place, and informed them that he already knew the little girl's situation, to which he had no problem having her in his class. Eri, for her part, at no time let go of Izuku's shirt. In full view, it was like seeing a baby koala, and the only time she let go was to eat several pieces of apples from a small container, which was apparently her favorite fruit of all the ones she tried. And in this way the days were passing. The students' internships had already begun for everyone except for Melissa, who has spent most of her time inside the support workshop, where her number of explosions had increased exponentially. According to what she told Kirishima, is that she was working on a joint project with Mei, and regarding the result of her training, she was about to show it to everyone. For their part, the couple shared the care of Eri. Izuku took care of her during the day while Shuko practiced her flames next to midnight, and she took care of the little girl at night while Izuku went out to patrol with Aizawa. Little Eri was slowly getting used to being surrounded by people, except for Tokoemi. But he understood, so he didn't feel bad and was willing to wait as long as it took for Eri to get used to him. Muzurifu, rooftop of a building, night. Aizawa. Here, passing him a can of coffee. You look tired. Do you want to finish patrolling for today? Izuku. Thanks, taking the can. I'm fine. I'm just a little sleepy. It's harder to take care of Eri than I thought. Opening the can. Aizawa. Do you still have those nightmares that Todoroki mentioned? Izuku. Yes, starting to drink the coffee. They are not as bad as at the beginning, but they still don't leave her alone. Aizawa. He has suffered a great trauma at such a young age. It will be difficult for him to overcome it. Izuku, overhaul, finishing the coffee to crush the bottle. Aizawa-sensei, have you managed to find out anything of that kind? Aizawa, no, from what I understand, Sir has not stopped investigating his whereabouts. Izuku, I'm surprised he didn't come to demand that we give him Eri so he could tell them everything they think he knows. Aizawa, yes, he has come. Surprising Izuku, but All Might always stops him from entering. Even though he has retired, he still has a lot of influence. Izuku, really? I haven't seen him in a while. What has he been doing? Aizawa, all I know is that he meets with the Yayorozu to help them with equality towards the Quirkless. Izuku, I see. I've looked at social media and I already have a few fans, especially kids who like my armor. Hehe. Aizawa, I know. Koda hasn't stopped asking me to take him to the academy to give him your autograph. According to him, he's your first fan. Izuku, Koda? Remembering who he was, Mandalay's nephew? Of course I have no problem, but... Aizawa, but? Izuku, since when do you talk to Mandalay's nephew? Smiling, are you and her? Aizawa, well, I'll tell you just because it's you. Sighing, I recently started a relationship with Shino. It was Office who told me to stop wasting time. Izuku, happy congratulations, Aizawa-sensei, and don't worry, I won't tell anyone, well, except Shuko. Aizawa, I assume so. By the way, speaking of her, I hope they took care of themselves when they slept together before Eri arrived. Izuku, a little blushing, how do you? Aizawa, there are cameras in the hallways, but don't worry, they're not breaking any rules. The principal understands the needs of students with quirks that give them animal characteristics. And since you're a dragon, you technically fall into the same category. I just ask that you protect yourselves. Izuku, this academy is very liberal. Well about that, and since we are on friendly terms, lifting the sleeve of his shirt showing his mark. Aizawa, Midoriya. Since when did you get a tattoo? Looking at him with his quirk activated. Izuku, and no, that's not serious. The truth is telling him everything that the marks mean and the probability of being parents. Aizawa, I see, many teenagers would die of envy if they knew. Changing the subject, have you heard anything about Ed's shot? Izuku, did something bad happen? Worried. Aizawa, no, it's just that he's on some kind of special mission that the director gave him. But he didn't tell me anything else, and I thought he told you something about it. Izuku, I don't know anything about it. Aizawa, how strange, it's like when he hid the truth about the origin of Midoriya's power, thoughtful, but suddenly he receives a message on his phone and when he opens it he is surprised. Mandalay, Shota, I'm done with my shift and Kota stayed over at Pixie Bob's house so I'm alone now sending him a photo. P.S. If you arrive in less than an hour I'll put on my hero suit again, don't be long. Aizawa, Midoriya, something came up at the last minute that only I can take care of. Go back to the academy jumping off the roof and starting to swing between the buildings at high speed. Izuku okay? Watching as his master began to disappear from sight. And so with a bit of confusion Izuku returned to the dorms where upon entering his room he found Eri asleep in her bed a little calmer than the first nights. And when looking for his girlfriend he saw that the bathroom door was ajar, and you could hear the shower being on and since due to internships and taking care of Eri they hadn't done so in several days. Izuku simply decided to enter the bathroom to Shuko's surprise who upon seeing her partner giving her that look full of desire and taking off her clothes her dragon jeans reacted equally causing her to invite him to the shower. The kisses were increasing in intensity and their hands were running over every corner of their bodies and they could only thank Ophis again for making their room completely soundproof, which when closing the bathroom door the little girl would not wake up. After several minutes, and having done it only once Shuko separated herself a little from Izuku. Shuko, a little agitated we have to stop here, Eri could wake up and get scared if she doesn't see either of us. Izuku, I know, it's just that I miss feeling your body. Shuko, giving him a little kiss I'm not blaming you, I missed him too putting on her pajamas you know, once everything is solved and Eri can spend a night without us we can have all the fun we want giving him a flirtatious smile. Izuku, having the same smile I will wait for him anxiously giving him a kiss and then putting on his pajamas and going to sleep. And so the days went by, Shuko continued training, having greater mastery and maneuverability in the air and Izuku could now add more pieces to his armor by removing another part of it. He tried to talk to Issei again, but it was useless. Whenever he entered his mental space he only ran into the former bearers who looked at him with anger and then disappeared instantly. There were only 3 days left for the internships to end. That day was a very quiet one in which nothing gave any indication that hell would be unleashed in a city far from the academy. Distant city, restaurant, noon. Mirko, sitting okay, here we are. Why did you want to see us, you bird? Hawks, I called you here so we can join forces to find Endeavor. Great Orca, the hero commission hasn't found him? Seeing Hawks shaking his head, what was the last place he was seen? Hawks, civilians believe he disappeared in the hospital, but the truth is that a camera caught him a few blocks away near the UA for the last time. Mirko, the UA? Thinking the place where that damn monster lives. Getting angry now that my leg is healed I'm going to kill him. Hawks, you're crazy. You know perfectly well that you'll never be able to beat him. Great Orca, not to mention Endeavor's daughter, that fire those two are on a completely different level. If it weren't for my regeneration being a little better than the average person I would surely still be hospitalized. Mirko, TCH, what now? Are we going to let them do whatever they want? Great Orca, of course not. But we must be smarter. What we must do is find Endeavor and together with Director Jotaro find a way to counteract their power in case they get out of control. Hawks, I agree with finding Endeavor, but I think it's best not to keep messing with Midoriya. Mirko, what? Indignant, you know very well the danger that this represents to the world. Big Orca, I agree with Mirko, we need to find a way to stop those two in case they get out of control. Hawks, but seeing something approaching flying at high speed on what looked like wings of fire, be careful. Pushing both heroes away from the impact. After that scream a powerful blow was dealt to the building where the restaurant was located and when the heroes recovered from the shock they looked with astonishment and some fear at the creature in front of them, a gnome like the one they had faced in the Kamino incident, But this one was different. It was much bigger and more muscular. And different flames of fire came out of various parts of its body. The most shocked of all was Hawks, who despite the modifications could still recognize the face of the Nomu in front of them. Hawks, Endeavor? Endeavor Nomu, GHHHHHH, creating a huge flame completely setting the entire building on fire. UA Academy dining room, half day. Izuku, having lunch next to his friends, and how have your internships gone, guys? Kirishima, Fat Gum is very nice, he seems like a good teacher to me. Uraraka, Tsuyu and I went with Ryukyu and she's not bad, but… Izuku, what's wrong? Tsuyu, he won't stop talking about you and how much he wants to meet you. Shuko, having Eri sitting on her lap while she fed her, then she'll just have to wait, stopping to continue the conversation. Ida, do you think so much interest is because his quirk is dragon? Izuku, it's possible. Drake once said that she must definitely have dragon genes. Kirishima, maybe it's just an interest in meeting another dragon, don't you think? All women, of course not. Shuko, about to say something else, but Eri pulls her shirt. What's wrong, Eri? Eri, I'm still hungry. Shuko, oh sorry, going back to feeding him. Yaoyorozu, I see you still have a hard time learning how to use cutlery. Izuku, yes, we have had to teach them many things from the beginning. Shuko, do you like it? Smiling at him, finishing her plate. Eri, yes, nodding head, it was very tasty. Thank you very much, mommy. Shuko, in shock like most. Eri, did I say something wrong? Seeing everyone's face getting scared, I'm sorry. Don't get angry and leave me starting to shed tears, but calms down when Shuko hugs her. Shuko, you didn't say anything bad, you just surprised us. Uraraka, don't worry, Eri, you didn't do anything wrong, but why do you say that Todoroki is your mother? Eri, in the book she read to me pointing to Momo, it said that a mommy is someone who takes care of you, hugs you, feeds you and loves you. Shuko, hugging Eri while smiling. Jiro, and I think it's pretty obvious who your dad is, right? Eri, yes, my daddy is about to point at Izuku, who is still in shock, but is interrupted by a loud scream. Nizu, young Midoriya. Entering the place at full speed, you are urgently needed. Izuku, coming out of shock. Director Nizu? What's wrong? Nizu, see for yourself, pressing a button so that the televisions in the place would turn on to the news channel. Reporter, this is a nightmare. Next to a large number of civilians, and in the distance you could see several buildings on fire. The city is being attacked by one of those things called Nomu. But this one seems to be much more powerful than any we've seen before. Showing 4 silhouettes fighting in the distance, where clearly the biggest one had the advantage. The top heroes Hawks and Mirko are present at the place, and also a great orca is with them. But they don't seem to be able to handle that thing. Civilian, taking the microphone, they are clearly not able to fight that thing. They have already burned 10 buildings with all the people inside. In panic. Civil 2, we need the strongest hero to come. We need the sekiryuutei to come. Old man, of course not. Taking the microphone, we don't need any monsters. Our true heroes are already facing the danger, and they will save us. Ciro, that's the old man from the licensing exam. After that, a loud bang was heard, and the whole place was covered by a dense cloud of dust, which when it dissipated, all of Japan could see with terror the face of the creature, which everyone could instantly recognize. But the worst was not that, but the fact that in his right hand he was holding Mirko's severed leg, and in his left hand half the face of a large orca, which to everyone's greater terror began to eat what was left of his face. Izuku, spreading his wing to cover Eri's image. What? Shuko, is this happening? In shock, not being able to fully believe what her father has become. Endeavor Nomu, slowly approaching the camera while throwing away the hero's pieces of flesh, and all the civilians did nothing but tremble without being able to move. Come and fight W with me, surprising everyone's sekiryuutei, creating a gigantic flame which charred and left not even ashes the old man, the reporters and the civilians, cutting off the transmission. After that, the whole place went into panic. No one knew how to react to what they had seen. The teachers tried to calm them down, but it was useless. The whole place would have continued like that. But at that moment Izuku simply got up from his seat and looked at the director. Izuku, I'll go, that thing wants to fight me, if I don't go now more innocent people will die. Nizu, yes, you must hurry up and finish that thing. Seriously, listen to me, young Midoriya. Do not hold back. According to the studies of the Nomas captured from the incident in Kamino, it was determined that there is no way to return them to normal. In short, there is no way for them to be human again. Izuku, I know. Looking at his girlfriend Shuko, what will you do? Shuko, getting up from her seat, I'll go with you. While you fight against him, I could look for survivors among the buildings. Starting to walk to a window, but a scream stops them. Eri, and oh! Starting to cry. They promised me that they wouldn't leave me. Clenching her fists, please. Izuku, Eri bending down to her height to wipe her tears. Do you remember how we met? Seeing her nod, there are people there who also need to be saved, but once this is over we will return to your side. Shuko, it's a promise, giving him a sweet smile. Darling. Eri, really? Do you promise me? Will you always be by my side? Izuku, of course, and just like the day we met, I will always be by your side and protect you, and when we're done, we'll come as quickly as possible. Giving her a radiant smile, eliminating the girl's fear. Aizawa, approaching the place with a suitcase. Don't worry, I'll take care of it while you're gone. By the way, Todoroki takes throwing the suitcase at him. There's your hero suit. Good luck to both of you and save the day. Having a slight smile which no one noticed, like the heroes that you are. Izuku/Shuko, yes. Leaving through the window only for Izuku to activate the balance breaker while Shuko held on to his back. Eri, watching them walk away while waving goodbye. Good luck, mommy. Good luck, pa. Melissa, wait. I saw everything that was happening in the support workshop. Arriving, running to the place I'm going to. Looking for the couple everywhere. Have they already left? I have to follow them. Approaching the window. Yayorozu, wait, Melissa. It can be dangerous and you. Melissa, smiling as she spread a pair of golden dragon wings, surprising everyone. I can finally fight next to all of you. Leaving through the window and starting to fly, and today I will show you the result of the training. Hero's Commission. Edge shot, hiding in front of the place. According to the last time Haruto Genchuru was seen, he was entering here, then nothing, so either he must still be in there or he was taken through some tunnel. Seeing how the whole place was becoming chaos due to all the people running from one side to the other, I don't know what's happening. But I must take advantage of this moment to go in and rescue him if he's in there. UA Academy entrance, 5 minutes later. Overhaul, coming out of a portal with his group. Well, listen, we have to hurry, before Izuku Midoriya notices, and you guys don't get in the way. Pointing to Toga and Twice. Toga, calm down, we have another secret mission. Twice, yes. So don't ask, we will never tell you that we have to steal the information from the director's computer. Covering his mouth. Toga, hey. Overhaul, whatever. Looking at his group, have no mercy on anyone who gets in our way, understood? Members, yes sir. Injecting trigger. Overhaul, I've finally come for you. Putting on the quirk amplifier. Eri. Distant city, ruin of some buildings. Several minutes later. Hawks, regaining consciousness. What happened? Trying to get up, but realizes that a metal bar pierced the left side of his abdomen. Curse. Rabbit, are you here? Mirko, why yes. Hawks, see, can you get up? Mirko, no, that damn thing ripped my leg off and I'm bleeding out. Hawks, an orca? Where is it? Mirko, dead. I saw how he ripped his head off and ate it, leaving only a part of his face. Damn. Hawks, watching several helicopters flying over the area. Oh no, I no longer have wings to get them out of here. His fire burned them in an instant. It is very strong. The entire city is in danger. If only he were here. Mirko, you don't mean that, other mods. Hawks, accept it once and for all. Damn it. Spitting blood, only he has the strength to defend civilians from a threat like this. Seeing how Endeavor Nomu was flying towards the helicopters, only he is the hope of these people. Seeing how they were about to destroy the helicopters. But in that, an intense crimson light became more intense, while a word already very well known to all was heard. Boost! 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 Izuku, giving a strong blow to Endeavor Nomu's face, throwing him into some destroyed buildings. Are you okay? Reporters, the sekiryuutei. Transmitting with their cameras, ladies and gentlemen, the sekiryuutei has arrived at the scene. Izuku, this is no time for this. Seeing how the Nomu Endeavor got up, get out if you don't want to die. Reporters, why yes. Moving away from the place a little, but still continuing to broadcast. Endeavor Nomu, sekiryuutei. Launching himself towards Izuku, starting a series of blows. Shuko, arriving at the hero's side, here they are. Hawks, alright. Shuko, Phoenix, I'm a heroine right now let me help you get out of this place. Hawks, save Mirko first, he's bleeding out, I can resist a little longer. Shuko, understood, approaching the heroine, listen, I have to cauterize the wound, can you resist? Creating fire in her hand. Mirko, I am not that weak girl, do it now, I'll withstand it. Shuko, very well, closing Mirko's wound while she screamed in pain, finished, approaching Hawks, your turn, bringing his fire closer to his wound. Hawks, oh, on second thought I think I should stay still. Shuko, don't be stupid, the fire will end up killing you if I don't get you out of here, taking the metal bar, don't worry, I'll do it quickly. Hawks, W8. Shuko, okay, I'll count to 3 and do it, done 3. Forcibly removing the bar and cauterizing the wound, while Hawks screamed in pain, ready now, I'll get you both out of here, lifting both heroes and leaving the building just to see the battle her boyfriend was having in the sky. Izuku, damn. His regeneration is bucking crazy. No matter how many times he destroys a part of it, it regenerates instantly, throwing a punch completely destroying his left arm, but instantly it was as if nothing happened. Endeavor Nomu, sekiryuutei. Clenching his right fist tightly as he transformed into something resembling diamond and throwing a punch with it. Izuku, well, at least it's slow, I'll be able to dodge, but at Endeavor's elbow, a huge burst of fire comes out, exponentially increasing the speed of his blow, hitting him all over the abdomen, making him spit blood. Huh? How did that blow pierce the armor? After that the battle continued, the blows came and went, Izuku destroyed his arms, legs, half his face, abdomen, chest, it didn't matter where he attacked. That thing regenerated instantly and continued to hit him with those diamond-like fists, accelerating him with his fire, and when they hit him in some random place they caused him great pain, making him spit blood. Tired of this, Izuku launched a dragon shot at him. But when he was about to hit, Endeavor held it with his hands, and despite the fact that they disintegrated, he managed to throw it higher so that it would explode. Izuku, regeneration, fire, flight, super strength, diamond fists, some kind of energy control, and it seems he can also penetrate defenses. How many quirks does this Noma have? Drake, partner, be careful with his blows, they are starting to hurt you. Izuku, Drake, isn't my body supposed to be as tough as a dragon? Drake, yes, but there are still parts of your body that are still human, and these are the ones that are receiving the most damage. Your body is 65% dragon, so the other 35% will not withstand many more hits that pass through your defense. Izuku, any suggestions? Drake, you must be faster so that it doesn't hit you, get rid of almost all the armor, so that the extra power goes to your wings. Izuku, very well, undoing the armor from his legs, abdomen and helmet, only leaving the wings and arms, which became larger, and starting a series of much more powerful blows at a higher speed. Shuko, looking at everything, worried, I have to help him, looking at the heroes, can you continue without me? Hawks, yes, holding Mirko, you go and help him and end this, I'm so sorry Endeavor, but the safety of civilians comes first. Shuko, about to fly, but a flare of blue fire stops her. Reporters, watching the flare, did you see that? It seems another villain has appeared, one of us should broadcast that too. Dobby, on top of a small building, I won't let you interfere, that's Endeavor's fight. Shuko, you seeing where the fire came from and remembering when they saw each other, you were the one who kidnapped me from the camp. Looking at him with eyes full of fury while creating fire in her left hand. Dobby, wow, those eyes look a bit like his smiling. Shuko, so the League of Villains was the one who kidnapped him. Dobby, that was my idea, pressing a button which interrupted the transmission to show a video. In the video, it showed how Endeavor was tied up with chains while they injected him with several drugs, preventing him from activating his quirk. only to then see how he was tied to an operating table with all his organs exposed while a series of tubes went into various areas of his body and at the end show how they opened his skull exposing his brain, and all of that was clearly without anesthesia. Those images and screams of the second strongest hero were too much for most of the viewers who couldn't take it anymore and simply vomited, and when the video ended the broadcast showed Dabi again. Dabi, ha 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 ha, don't you think this is incredible, Shuko Todoroki? After a long time Endeavor's deepest wish came true. For decades he wanted to surpass All Might in power, but since he never achieved it he decided to force his wife Rei Todoroki into a Quirk marriage just to create his successor, the one who can surpass them. Unfortunately none of your brothers could do it. Natsuo Todoroki and Fuyumi Todoroki were failures in his eyes, causing hell for his family, ha 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 ha. Shuko, damn you! How do you know the names of my family? Throwing a flame at him, you better not do anything to them. Dabi, releasing his blue fire while creating ice to regulate his body temperature, but Shuko's fire surpassed it. Curse, even using ice to not limit myself, his fire is far superior to mine. I'll have to use it, injecting himself with trigger, greatly increasing the intensity of his flames, managing to match only a little to Shuko's fire. You ask how I know the names of your brothers and your mother? The answer is very simple. In the same way that I know everything about that house. After all, I was also born in that family. Shuko, what? Lowering the intensity of her flames. Dabi, oh, it's true, and to prove it to you I will tell you something that very few know, and that is that there was another brother, the first to be more exact. That child was born with a fire quirk stronger than Endeavor, but his body was too weak to bear it. So he was classified as the first failure, causing Shuko to stop throwing fire. As she began to shed small tears, I see that you noticed. You know that when I took Endeavor he didn't recognize me, little sister. Shuko. Dabi, yeah, and it's been a long time since anyone called me that. Shuko, why? Dabi, don't you think this is a little poetic? Looking up, seeing the intense battle and how at this point the sky was covered in fire? The son that he discarded and labeled as a failure was the one who realized his dream of gaining power. Shuko, angry, if you were still alive, why did you never come back? Dabi, a portal appearing behind. I see that the distraction is no longer necessary. Goodbye, little sister. I hope that when we face each other next time my flames are at the same level as you, entering the portal as it closed. But before that, two other Nomas came out. After that, both Nomas had launched themselves in different directions towards two different groups of civilians who were fleeing from the fire that was ravaging the entire place. Shuko took a few seconds to react and flew towards a Noma, which she managed to disintegrate without any problem. The problem was when she saw that the other one was just a few meters from the other group of civilians, and even if she flew at full speed she would not have time to arrive. Civilians, terrified, here comes another one of those things. Run for your lives. It's useless, he'll kill us. Mommy, I'm scared. They were the pleas of everyone, from the oldest to the youngest. In that moment everyone could only beg for someone to save them. It didn't matter who it was, and when the Noma was less than 10 meters away from them, as if by a miracle someone had arrived to save them. Balance breaker. The source where that scream came from was covered by a great golden glow, causing everyone to close their eyes, to which they heard the wails of that thing, and then everything fell silent, and when they opened their eyes again, in front of them there was no trace of the Noma. There was only another person in armor like Izuku's. Only this one was a golden color with black touches, and the gems on his body were purple. Civilian 1, sekiryuutei? But how? Looking at the sky, noticing that the battle was still going on. Melissa, disappearing the armor helmet, I'm not him, but I'm here to help too. Civilian 2, recognizing her, you are the daughter of the director of Island, right? Melissa, yes, my name is Melissa Shield. Civilian 3, isn't she supposed to be quirkless? Melissa, okay, here we go, prepared to receive the insults that they always gave her, but was surprised when everyone bowed deeply, huh? Civilians, thank you very much for saving our lives. Shuko, arriving at the place. Melissa? How? You know that forgotten, looking at the sky, we must help him, but first let's get the civilians out, there must still be some trapped in the buildings. Melissa, understood. Helmet reappearing. And with their speed and being immune to fire, they entered all the possible buildings to rescue the few survivors while the battle with Izuku still continued. Izuku repeatedly hit him in all directions, but it was useless. The enhanced regeneration made him continue fighting. For his part, Endeavor tried to hit them again with his diamond fists, but Izuku was faster and dodged them. Unfortunately, when he did, gigantic flames came out, flooding the entire sky with them. Both were at a standstill. Izuku knew that if he wanted to win, he would have to disintegrate him suddenly. The problem was that energy control that Endeavor seemed to have. He was afraid that he would divert it towards the city, which would be completely disintegrated if that happened. Drake, partner, you can't keep going like this. You have to end this quickly. Izuku, dodging and hitting Endeavor, I know, but if I'm not careful, he could redirect my energy attacks towards the city and everyone would die. Drake, in that case, attack him with such a massive amount of energy that he won't be able to deflect it. Izuku, having an idea. Drake, what do you say if I get rid of all the armor and create cannons on my back? Drake, it could work. The problem is that while you charge so much energy, you will have no way to dodge its attacks and it could do a lot of damage to your human parts. Are you ready? Izuku, yes, after all I made a promise to Eri. I can't wait here any longer. Giving a powerful blow through Endeavor's chest, and without removing his arm he began to rise as far as possible. Die at once, damn wretch. After that everyone could see how they rose higher and higher. Endeavor for his part tried to separate himself by expelling large amounts of fire in all directions, causing pain and burns to some parts of Izuku's body. But he simply continued rising, and when he was high enough, he completely destroyed his armor and turned his wings into two large cannons which began to charge a gigantic attack. Endeavor instinctively sensed it. He knew that attack would kill him, so with great fury he covered both diamond fists, and with the propulsion of his fire he relentlessly hit Izuku's face with all his strength, and despite the wounds and burns he was receiving, Izuku never stopped seeing his opponent, and after a few seconds of enduring the intense attacks he was receiving, he was finally ready. Pointing both cannons he shouted the name of the most powerful attack he can use at will. Dragon Blaster. A gigantic beam of energy shot directly towards Endeavor, and no matter how hard he tried to redirect it, it was simply useless, and he was dragged by it to a place much higher than the clouds. The mere exposure disintegrated his cell phones, which despite the enhanced regeneration could not keep up with it, and finally said beam of energy exploded, which was extremely powerful. So much so that some satellites were able to record it even in space. Everyone was silent, waiting to see the outcome of the battle, and after several seconds they saw Izuku plummet towards the ground without the slightest intention of stopping. At first everyone celebrated his victory, but when they noticed that he didn't reduce his speed and that he would crash into the ground, they became worried about him. Both Shuko and Melissa noticed this and flew towards him to catch him in the air. Once on the ground, all the civilians they rescued from the buildings surrounded them, and not seeing Endeavor, they deduced that finally the hell he had unleashed was over. The only problem was that Izuku had been knocked unconscious. Everyone thought he was simply tired of using so much energy, and from his injuries, but the truth was that something else was happening. Mental space. Izuku, opening his eyes, noticing where he was. Why did I come in here? Carrier children, appearing in all directions surrounding Izuku. Izuku, hey, why did I come to this place? I have to know what happened to Endeavor. I have to know what happened to Shuko, and there may still be more civilians trapped in the fire. I have to get out of here. Noticing how everyone looked at him with anger. Getting angry about that. Stop looking at me like that. If you have something to tell me, say it now. Carrier children, slowly opening their mouths to say at the same time. Traitor.
Let me know in the comments below if you guys want the next part. Also check out my other video that has been shown and left. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed this video, please like and share this video. And have a fantastic day. Bye.